Well, good morning, councillors, good morning, members of the gallery, and good morning to members of the community viewing in on live stream. And welcome to our monthly Ordinary Council meeting of the 16th of March 2021. I'd like to open the meeting with the traditional acknowledgement of country. I'd like to acknowledge the Durrumbal people and pay respects to their elders past, present and emerging. They are the traditional custodians of the land on which we meet, and we pay respect to them at every single meeting as is appropriate. We also have our opening prayer this morning, and we're very fortunate this morning to have the Reverend Susie Sitton from the Capricorn Coast Uniting Church to deliver our prayer. So, Reverend Sitton, thank you very much, if you wouldn't mind.
Good morning, everyone. I share with you a reading from Ephesians, which I hope you will see some work for you as a council, not necessarily just the scripture. Ephesians 4.
You might just need to come up to the front, Susie. Yeah.
Would this one be best?
Yep, that's fine. Thank you. Yeah.
Okay, we should do that. Ephesians 4, verses 11 to 13. Now these are the gifts Christ gave to the church: the apostles, the prophets, the evangelists, the pastors, the teachers. Their responsibility is to equip God's people to do his work and build up the church, the body of Christ. This will continue until we all come to such unity in our faith and knowledge of God's Son, that we will be mature in the Lord, measuring up to the full and complete standard of Christ. As we reflect on those words and what it might mean for the council here at the Livingstone Shire, we recognise that there are gifts given to the various councillors, to various people in our community, as a way for building up this community. It's a way, even though those words may be part of Scripture, they enable us to see that we are being equipped as a community to carry out a very special work in this region, one of renewing and restoring the world. You do have big jobs and work to do. We are called to identify and carry out our vocational part for this broader mission as we live into our own giftings and our areas of passion. As leaders of our community, of the people, you are to have a focus on the work that you will do in this council today and on the work that will be delivered throughout our region. My prayer for you is that you will all recognise your gifts and the graces that you have been given, that you will realise that you work together in unity, not only for the good of our region, but for the good of the people. It is to this work that God has called many people. We celebrate the gifts that have been given, especially those that will be used for the Capricorn region in the building up of what God calls the body, the church. And I offer this prayer. Loving and gracious God, we thank you for this moment that we can share together the call that you place on our lives. The call to be careful, to care, to have compassion, to provide for the needs of others. We pray and we ask for encouragement of one another on this journey, which will require faith, hope, and love. These things I offer in the name of our Lord Jesus Christ. Amen.
Thank you, Reverend Sitton. Well, ladies and gentlemen, particularly those viewing on live stream, you'll notice there's been a change of configuration around the table. I've changed the location up here, and the major reason for that is in my former position where Councillor Bello is currently sitting, the majority of the councillors were on my left, and I found myself occasionally and unintentionally not considering Councillor Hutton, who was up on my right. So I've begged Councillor Hutton's forgiveness on that, and ultimately change positions so that I can view the whole table. So that's the rationale for the change. And I also have our illustrious CEO sitting on my right, who from time to time may wish to turn around and consult the staff, so it makes it a little bit easier for him as well. I'm going to move a procedural motion now, councillors, to suspend standing orders and move straight to the late item in terms of the appointment of Councillor, or the soon-to-be Councillor Watson. So I'm just, I'll move that, and can I get a show of hands of support, please? Thank you very much. All in favour? Carried unanimously. All right, so over to you, Mr. CEO. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councillors are aware. Councillors are aware, following the resignation of former Councillor Tanya Lynch on March 4, Council resolved to fill that position by way of having the Electoral Commission reach out to the runner-up from the 2020 local government elections, and that was Rhodes Watson. Mr. Watson has consented to that appointment, and that has been formally communicated to us. The only remaining step for formalising that appointment is to affirm that by resolution today, and then we'll ask Mr. Watson to take his declaration of office, after which he is Councillor Rhodes Watson. So, Mr. Mayor, if you'd like to invite for someone to propose that, in accordance with the relevant section of the Act, that Councillor Watson, Mr. Watson, is appointed to the position.
I'm happy to move that, Mr. CEO. Can I get a second? Thank you. Councillor Bello. Thank you very much. All in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you, Mr. CEO.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Watson, if you could come forward, please. And if I could just ask you to make your declaration and then to sign when you've done so.
Just read it out.
Please.
Just like before I start, thank you all. I, Rhodes Jason Watson, have been elected as a councillor of the Livingstone Shire Council to declare that I will faithfully and impartially fulfil the duties of the office in accordance with the local government principles and code of conduct under the Local Government Act 2009, doing my best, to the best of my judgment and ability.
Thank you very much.
I thought I was going to do it on the Bible.
Great, good on you. If we could join with me in congratulating Councillor Watson on his appointment.
Thank you.
If you'd like to resume your seat, we'll get proceedings underway.
All right, councillors, we'll keep going. We have a full attendance today under item 2, and we are noting that we're back to a table of 7 now that Councillor Watson has joined us. And Councillor Watson, I'm sure I speak on behalf of all of the councillors in welcoming you to the table. We're looking forward to your contribution. We are aware of your long-standing relationship with the Shire and your deep understanding of the community, and are looking forward to the contribution you make. So a very warm and hearty welcome to you. Item 3, no leaves of absences or apologies. Item 4, confirmation of minutes of the previous meeting. So we'll just wait for Justine to come back, but we have 4 lots of minutes to approve, councillors. So we're up to the minutes, Justine. Confirmation of the minutes. So the first recommendation, councillors, is that the minutes of the ordinary meeting held on the 16th of February 2021 be taken as read and adopted as a correct record. Now, are we adopting all of these at once, Justine? Or we do them individually? Let's do them individually. All right. Okay, so this recommendation is for the 16th of February 2021. Can I have a mover and a seconder, please? Move, Councillor Friend. Seconded, Councillor Eastwood. Thank you. All in favour? Thank you. Carried unanimously. Second recommendation is that the minutes of the special meeting held on the 23rd of February 2021 be taken as read and adopted as a correct record. Can I get a mover and a seconder on that one, please? Mover, so Councillor Hutton. Seconded, Councillor Bello. Thank you. All in favour? Carried unanimously. Third recommendation is that the minutes of the special meeting held on the 2nd of March 2021 be taken as read and adopted as a correct record. Moved, Councillor Eastwood. Seconded, Councillor Friend. All in favour? Carried unanimously. And the final one, that the minutes of the special meeting held on the 8th of March be taken as read and adopted as a correct record. Can I get a mover, please? Councillor Friend, thank you. Seconder, Councillor Hutton, thank you very much. All in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors.
Do we have any business arising from those?
We'll get to that in a second, councillor, if
Thank
that's okay. Item 5, declaration of interest in matters on the agenda. Councillors, I've given Justine a declaration. I have a prescribed conflict of interest in 1114, which is the Central Queensland Hospital Foundation requests for financial support, as I'm a board member of the Central Queensland Hospital and Health Service. Consequently, I will leave the chamber for discussion and voting in relation to this matter. Item 6. Yes, good opportunity, Councillor Watson.
Last night I received an email from the CEO about my interest in Great Keppel Island, possible interest in Great Keppel Island. I'd like to bring it to the table and nut it out and decide on what we all think. Is that okay?
That's fine. We'll see you.
Yes, Mr Mayor. So when the item arises, Councillor Watson will ask you to declare that interest and whether or not, in your opinion, you should remain or absent yourself from proceedings, and that will be put to a vote of your peers then at the time, and we'll determine the matter that way.
Right. Thank you.
Any other conflicts of interest or declarations, councillors? Item 6, public forums and deputations. We have a deputation this morning from Charlie Irwin in relation to straws no more. I can actually see you now.
video to play initially, which we're just hooking up now, and then I'm sure the Mayor will invite Charlie to say a few words.
A very powerful film. Would you like to say something? Would you like to address the table, Charlie?
Queensland Government bans single-use plastics come September. Queensland Government bans single-use plastics come September 2021. Anastasia Palaszczuk's government has from September 2021 banned single-use plastic straws and plastics in Queensland. Hi, my name is Charlie and I am part of Straw No More, and I am the youngest straw ambassador in Australia. I have been part of Straw No More since I was 6. I am now nearly 9 years old. I did this because of my pet turtle, Franklin. Turtles are in danger with plastic straws and single-use plastics. Why? Because plastic straws and plastics can get stuck in their nose or in their stomach. I have 2 questions. My first question is, as Queensland moves to ban single-use plastics and plastic straws by September, what are Livingstone Shire Council doing to assist businesses in making sure they are on board by September and comply? And what is Council's policy moving forward if businesses have not complied? My second question is, has Council thought of a system for helping clean up our beaches? We have been walking our dogs on lead and taking our own bags to collect rubbish and take it back to put in our own home rubbish bins. Has Council thought of a similar system to the doggy poo bag dispenser for people to be able to collect rubbish as they walk? Maybe this could be simple, like take a bucket with you on your walk and then have rubbish bins available as they return the bucket to empty their collected waste into. May I ask one thing of you all, please? Think before you drop. This means a lot to me and my pet turtle, Franklin. I would like to present each councillor with a small reminder of my life. What's that one?
Councillor Nigel Hutton.
Councillor Nigel Hutton.
Deputy Mayor Adam Bella. Councillor Pat Eastwood. Councillor Glenda Mathappa. Councillor Rose Watson. And Councillor Andrea Fund.
Thank you for your time.
It's our absolute pleasure, Charlie, and can I say on behalf of the councillors, you are a very impressive young lady, and the work you are doing is fantastic. And I'll make the same comment to you that I made to young Owen Harris when he received the Mayor's Award and the Young Citizens Award at the Australia Day ceremonies this year, I beg your pardon. People like you don't happen without great parents, and it's a credit to you, Kirsten, that your daughter's doing this sort of work, and it's absolutely awesome to see. You are the future, not only of this Shire, but you are the future of this country and this world. And so well done to you. We might grab a photo.
Yes.
Yeah, sure. Councillors, we might just group around Charlie, if that's all right.
Stand up there, darling. Okay, all right. One, two, three. Got one more. One, two, three. Perfect. Thank you.
Normal procedure is we don't respond at
No, that's okay.
We'll
Yep.
get back to you via written correspondence.
Yeah, perfect. Awesome. Thank you very much. Good.
Okay, sorry. Thank you. I beg your pardon. For item 6, councillors, we need to receive the deputation. So moved Councillor Mather, seconded Councillor Friend. Thank you. All in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you very much. So item 7, councillors' business outstanding. Mr CEO, over to you.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. I might, for two reasons. One, my laptop's just on adjustment at the moment. I might ask Michael and Brett if they could join us just to work their way through there. I understand the practice has been to work through item by item, and we're happy to do that if that is the preference of councillors. You'll notice that this month we've taken the step of identifying those items that we believe to be closed out, either because there's a report on this agenda or the matter has been closed since the last meeting, but we leave them on there identified as closed out in the event that councillors are of an alternate view. Otherwise, we'll be moving, obviously, to try and reduce that list over time. The alternative to working through the 50 line items is that we could do that by exception if councillors wanted to identify a particular line number, and we can respond to that, whichever is the preference.
Councillors, would you prefer to go line by line? Other councillors? Other councillors happy with that?
I think particularly for the first time for Councillor Watson, beneficial to go through the full list.
Okay. Done deal. All right, so over to the officers, Mr CEO.
I'll lead. So through the chair, the first item is the Catholic Church building at Marlborough. So officers spoke to councillors in a briefing session on the 2nd of March, and officers are undertaking some further consultation with key stakeholders in the Marlborough community to determine if there is an alternative option to selling the site, or gifting it, or some other sort of a lease arrangement. So we'll be looking to expedite that process so that we can bring a report back to council in the near future. I'm not sure whether it will be in the April meeting, but I'd like to think it will be no later than May. Happy to take questions.
Questions to the officer. Thank you, Michael.
Sorry, thank you, Michael. Michael, you said key stakeholders. This has been an ongoing process for quite many months, even years. I think we probably need to look at all people, because it's like it's a historic building that's been quite central to the history of Marlborough. So I guess everybody needs to have a look. I don't think it should be just contained to key people, because just a public meeting up there, just to let them know what's happening.
Councillor Mays, I think the CEO has a comment on that as well.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. Councillor Mather, certainly if you've got people in mind that you could introduce us to that might be in a position to either take on the management of that facility or otherwise. I certainly spoke to some of the personnel that we were with on the trip to Shoalwater Bay last week about whether they might have some interest in that, and began to plant seeds with them. But certainly you, knowing that community reasonably well, if there are people you can introduce us to who might have an interest, because our public testing of things thus far hasn't yielded a result.
Yes, I understand that. Then we would have exhausted all avenues. I have nobody in mind at all, but I do know that we've probably looked at it so many times now, it's almost becoming embarrassing that we've sort of done nothing with it. But I think if we had just a small public meeting there, just to let people know that it's open for sale if anybody's interested. Otherwise, I guess, what do we do then? That's the next question. Rather than just identify a number of people that needs to have a say, we need to let the community know. Because let's face it, the population in that area is dwindling for reasons we know, and what we have left are fairly probably been there a long time. So we need to make sure that they're not forgotten.
All right. Thank you, Councillor Mather.
Councillors, item 2 is the trustee lease, Keppel Sands, for the NBNCO. State Government Council, NBNCO have all agreed to the principles associated with the lease.
That paperwork is being finalised. In the meantime, there is an interim access licence to allow MBNCO to get on with its work, so nothing's been delayed with respect to that. Proposed trustee lease with the Yeppoon Inlet Association and Corporation, that's been provided to the association. Council's waiting for the association to come back to it.
Item 5, petition requesting access to Long Beach. There was a community meeting on site on Saturday the 5th of March. And also there was late responses to that community engagement session. We provided an updated report for the next briefing session meeting. The item 5, bike racks in the Shire. Community consultation ended on the 5th of March. The briefing session report will be presented in April. One of the outcomes for that will be to consider future budget implications in our capital works program. Item 6, caravan and RV parking. Officers are currently analysing the results from the community consultation, and once again we'll provide a report to council in April, and then that will guide us in deliberations for the future capital works and budget.
Sorry, Martin, you've got the opportunity to show you done through the legislation and more.
I advise that the information be provided to the association. We're still waiting for it to respond back to us. Number 7, there is a report on today's council agenda for confirmation, affirmation, whichever term you wish to use, about how council progresses.
Question, Mr Mayor. I just wondered why that was deleted, because it was a live motion. The previous notice of motion back in June last year. I just wondered why that was deleted.
Mr CEO.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. As I was explaining at the outset, Councillor May, that we've taken the step of striking through those that have had subsequent actions. So as Brett's explained, there is a report on today's agenda that is subsequent to that resolution. So today's report will pick up council's determinations on that, and that will become the live motion.
So I would think that this the crossing it out of this one was a little premature.
As I explained, if councillors are of an alternative view, but because that report's on your agenda today and that will pick that item up and become the substantive item, we have taken the step of identifying it as closed out, but left it on your agenda for exactly that reason.
Yes, thank you.
Item 8, unsealed road service levels. So this will be presented at the briefing session in April, so that we can discuss the condition assessment, council's policy on unsealed road maintenance and capital works, and it will help inform our budget deliberations moving forward.
Number 9, sale of land at Golding Street, Emu Park. Settlement is scheduled to take place on or before the 23rd of March this month.
Item 10, recycled water fees and charges. The officers have completed a review of our fees and charges and asset whole of life costs, and this will be presented to briefing session in April, and it will help inform our budget for 21-22. Item 11, Capricorn Coast Memorial Parklands. So officers have completed a phasing commissioning plan. This will be presented in April at the briefing session, which will help inform the overall delivery of the facility, as well as plan out our budget and cash flow for the project. Item 12, Pacific Heights Road. So, officers and through the CEO have spoken to the manager of road safety in Department of Transport and Main Roads, and we've confirmed that the final delegation rests with the CEO for speed reviews and changes. So the final decision sits with the CEO. I'm not aware that the CEO's made that decision at this time.
Thanks, Michael. Just for councillors, so 24 hours ago I managed to finally track down the chap at Main Roads that we wanted to speak to properly understand. As you know, the council passed a resolution in August last year to reduce the speed limit in that area of road. The Speed Management Committee, which is a combination of local police, Main Roads officers and council engineers that generally determines those things independently of council, were of an alternate view. Where those matters can't be resolved by negotiation, there is a referral process internally in Main Roads, which is to a group chaired by their Director General. But ultimately, even the recommendations of that panel come back to the Road Authority, which is the local government, and its delegate, which I confirmed yesterday was me. So I have two choices. One is to refer this matter to that speed review panel chaired by the Director General. My anticipation in doing that is that they would support the Speed Management Committee, refer that back to us, in which case I'm in the same position that I am today, which is I need to make that determination. It was only 24 hours ago, so I haven't done that yet, but I'll certainly be communicating with councillors where we land on that in the next little bit.
Item 13, which is Adelaide Street parking and traffic issues. The community consultation is underway at the moment, and it closes this Friday. And officers will collate the findings and bring a report back to council for a briefing session update. I anticipate that will be done in April. We should be able to synthesise the remarks and put them into an overall report for council discussion, and also then inform the budget into the future.
Notice of motion from Councillor Hutton regarding neighbourhood pride entry. There is a discussion paper for the executive leadership team on Thursday this week for peer review and comment prior to coming to a briefing session.
Item 15, cottonwood trees. So the last part of this resolution was to submit a grant funding application to the Department of Transport and Main Roads for a pedestrian refuge island and associated footpath works. That application was submitted and we'll await the outcome of that assessment. Item 16, the recyclables processing service contract. So we do have a current interim contract with our contractor who provides MRF facilities, which is a material recovery facility. That is working well for us as an interim measure until such time as the contractor hears back from their insurance company. But from all intents and purposes, the community's view of how we manage our recycling hasn't changed, and it's working well. Item 17, acquisition of easement for sewer and drainage purposes, Sorrento Way, Zilsey. Negotiations have stalled with the property owner. That was through January and early February, so officers are reviewing the easement requirements to try and reach a negotiated outcome with the property owner. Item 18, bins in Park Street at the footbridge. So the trial has concluded, and officers will be presenting a briefing session report to council with the outcome, and to just update on the success or otherwise of the trial.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Michael. When will that be? April or May? Do you think that briefing shall come back to the table?
Thank you for the question, Councillor. I'd like to think that it's April. The trial's been concluded for a little while now, so
yes.
We should be able to provide a report back, and then that will help inform the council whether there's options to continue the trial or whether there's other suitable options and budget implications.
Certainly. Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Mr. CEO, can that be taken off the outstanding business now?
Councillor Friend, I guess until the report is brought back, the resolution asked for. No, actually, it didn't ask for a report, but I think until we close that cycle out, it will remain on. So hopefully, if it is the April meeting, and I'll probably suggest to Michael it could probably come direct to general meeting for determination, whatever those recommendations might be, and we'll close it out then.
I'm very happy with that. In the past, council has been known not to close loops, so it's good to see that we are closing loops these days. Thank you very much.
Mr Executive Director, are those bins still in situ?
I believe there's one bin that's still there. In talking to our officer, we had some vandalism and one of the bins was thrown into the creek. I haven't been past there for a week or so, but I believe last time I saw there was a bin there.
Okay,
we've left it there. Item 19, which is traffic management issues at Bangalee. So that's open for community engagement at the moment, and it closes this Friday. So we'll await the results from that community engagement, and then we'll provide a briefing session report back to council with the findings for further discussion.
Item 20, councillors, which is the trustee lease at Raspberry Creek Road, Canoara. Council is still negotiating with the Public Safety Business Association's legal representatives regarding the lease agreement. Items 21 and 22 and 23 I will do in one package since they complement each other. They were scheduled for the March briefing session, however, due to the length of that particular agenda, they were deferred till the April briefing session. The item 24, which is the urban food bowl, discussions around vegetation policy and procedure, and also some discussions with the nursery supervisor about council's ability in this field are currently underway. It is anticipated there should be a report to council, if not April, the month after. The item 25, which is the residential housing market, council's engaged organisation to undertake the update of its planning assumptions model. Planning assumptions model underpins infrastructure charges and local government infrastructure plan. Once we have that information, a report will come to council to allow us to complete that information request. Item 26.
Sorry, Mr Executive Director, I just want to take you back to item 24 for a moment, and my concern is that the notice of motion requested a discussion paper about the opportunity and how it might work and any policy changes or allowances we need to consider. Yet, if we look at the notes, it's how it will affect the community nursery if applied, suggesting that it's going to occur, which obviously is a step beyond what the notice of motion actually desired. So it's preempting a decision of council before council's even had an opportunity to consider the discussion. And it just concerns me that it feels like that staff may be going beyond the scope to try and make sure that they're managing it in a way that's efficient and effectual, but I just don't want them over-investing time in something that may or may not ultimately have the support of the table to be taken any further beyond a discussion paper.
I would suggest, councillor, that is probably just an inefficient use of the English language, the way that's been, shall we say. Recreational fishing strategy. A report was presented to the March briefing session on that particular matter. Item 27, which is the launching of vessels. There's a report being presented to today's meeting regarding this particular matter. Councillors.
Item 28, handrails in disabled amenities. Officers presented a briefing session report.
Has been provided to the prospective purchaser for their execution. In the meantime, council has progressed with undertaking the outstanding works associated with the reconfiguration of a lot 1 into 2 in order to allow the survey plan to be submitted and released. Notice of motion regarding the Yeppoon Showgrounds. There will be a briefing session report coming up regarding development application fees and also discussions which have occurred to date with Ergon Energy around the relocation of infrastructure on that site. 35, notice of motion recovery of costs, and 36, compensation for lost rates revenue. Both letters have been sent to the respective recipients.
Just question, Mr Mayor. Have we received any response from either of those approaches?
Not as yet, Councillor Mather, no.
I guess the wheels of state government work slowly, but I wouldn't give up on them just the same because these are legitimate.
No, the state and federal letter was sent obviously to both on your, as a matter of your notice of motion, and we've received no response from either
Yes,
tier of
I
government
think
yet.
we'll give them a little bit more time, otherwise we might prompt them down the track a bit.
We'll give them some more time, Councillor.
Yeah, yes, thank you.
Item 37, councillors, and taking on board Councillor Hutton's observations before, my comments apply again here around the inefficient and possibly ineffective use of the English language. What the office is really trying to say is that they are going to be pulling together, or in the process of pulling together, a cost-benefit analysis. Unfortunately, that's not quite the way they've relayed it. Item 38, sister city relationship. There's a report on today's agenda regarding that matter. Notice of motion regarding the Shire Christmas tree. That was the subject of discussions at a briefing session, and may still be further discussions as part of budget deliberation.
Can I ask a question on the last two items, please? They're ongoing matters that we haven't settled on, and yet they're crossed out.
Mr Mayor, if I can, so Councillor Mather, as I explained earlier, in relation to item 38, so there is a live matter again on today's agenda that picks up that matter, so it will continue, but the resolution that initiated the process is now closed in lieu of the report that's on today's agenda, so we've crossed that out for that reason. In relation to the Christmas tree, as Brett explains, it has been briefed to Council. It is part of budget deliberations at the moment, so it will carry through until the Council makes a determination on whether it does or does not make that investment.
Well, when I read this to start with, I started at the front, and when I read through, I wondered why they were crossed out, and then when I get further down the track, I see that there had been some that had been reported, but the Christmas tree wasn't there. So I just wondered, because I knew it hadn't been completed. So it is confusing, that's all.
I tend to agree with Councillor Mather, Mr CEO, and it's in line with Councillor Friend's earlier comment around the matter she raised. As this hasn't been absolutely decided yet as part of the budget process, the Christmas tree one, I would suggest, could probably remain in until that matter is actually resolved via the budget process.
I like his enthusiasm, Mr Mayor, and perhaps it'll pay off. But if we're outside and we're not subject to those thoughts at the time, it is a little bit confusing. Thank you.
Item 40, which is the amendment to subordinate local law number 2 to do with animal management. There's a report being presented to today's council meeting, and there was also a subject of a briefing discussion earlier this month. Item 41, percentage for the arts. Discussion was held with Councillor Hutton yesterday regarding this matter, and there will be a briefing paper coming to either a briefing session or to a budget workshop, either in the near future.
Item 42, which is a mayoral minute regarding multi-storey car park. So officers have spoken to the Queensland Police Service, and we'll be formulating a further discussion paper in April, which will help inform Council and also the budget process moving forward. Notice the motion regarding CCTV. So the matters to be discussed during budget deliberations. We have an ongoing CCTV allocation in our Forward Works program. So my understanding from last week was that this was discussed, and there is an allocation earmarked for the 21-22 budget. Item 44, which is beach matting on coastal beaches. So a report will be presented by officers in the April briefing session to provide options and challenges and opportunities around that matter.
Item 45, which is the notice of motion regarding Airbnb. Reports currently being prepared for the April briefing session. The notice of motion regarding School this Week. Officers met with Councillor Hutton yesterday to discuss that. I haven't had a chance to catch up with them regarding that matter, but I envisage that there'd be a report coming from that.
item 47, which is Mount Chalmers Road permanent road closure application. So officers are just finalising a response back to the applicants in line with the council resolution, and the officers have also just undertaken a small sample site visit to understand the weeds and map the challenges and opportunities for the applicant in case they decide to resubmit an application to the state. They understand what our parameters may be in a further application.
Item 48, building our region's project for Causeway Lake revitalisation. The resolution of council has been provided to the relevant funding body for its certification.
Similarly, item 49, building better regions funding. So this application was submitted last Friday for the Mount Charlton Reservoir roof and asset improvement project. So we await the outcome of that process.
Could I have a question, please, Mr. Mayor? I'd like to have it clarified, the asset improvement project. What does that involve? I mean, if you can't give me an answer now, I'm happy to take it on notice.
I'm happy to answer that, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for the question, Councillor. So, in putting together this project proposal, officers have included replacement of the existing roof to ensure that it's cyclone rated and it provides all weather protection. We've also looked to going to drain the reservoir and give it a good clean, and also patch and seal the internal structure, as well as patch and seal the external structure.
All under this job, is that right?
Yes, and the budget and the request is for it's $1.4 million project.
Is that subject to a grant though?
Yes, so we've put a request in for Building Better Regions funding for $1.4 million, and the funding is a 50-50 contribution between federal government.
We also supported a name change, and I'll talk more in detail when that particular when we come up to talk about the audit committee policy and the reasons for that. So that's the minutes from the 22nd of February.
Thank you, Madam CFO. Any questions for Andrea, please, Councillor? Councillor Mather.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Andrea. Yes, over here, 7.6, if someone could explain that one. The committee note the processes and systems that council is progressing in order to ensure the asset register is cleansed. I don't understand that. Validated. And that the most accurate registers possible can be provided. Does that mean, like, we go through the business outstanding, we cross off what we've been addressing and what we're satisfied with? Is that what it means? I don't know.
Similar, but that particular asset register is around the road and drainage, so there's a couple of 100,000 line items. So this particular matter is in relation to the significant deficiency that was identified through the audit of the 1920 financial statements in around having the accurate information in terms of we found a couple of assets, or found some assets, and we hadn't disposed of assets previously. So some of these assets were contributed from development that occurred in 2015-16. So a lot of work has been done, led by the Executive Director of Infrastructure, to look at the process and make sure that we have the appropriate checks and balances in place so that the information is getting through to the right people at the right time, so we can maintain the integrity of our asset registers. So the Audit Committee had requested a specific update at each of their committee meetings as to they can be briefed on our process, and my interpretation that they were satisfied with the progress that the organisation had made in addressing what had been previously identified as a significant deficiency.
Thank you. And another question, Mr. Mayor. I notice on all of the reports that come to the table from this committee, the CEO gives a verbal report, but it doesn't say what they might relate to. I'm just wondering, is it a possibility that we could have a word item for anything that might be outstanding? It doesn't have to be a report as such, but just matters that we know where to
Mr. CEO.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for the question, Councillor Mather. Yes, it would be my intention that in future they're probably written, even if just a series of bullet points, more from, as much for my own benefit as for others. I think the audit committee met only in the first few days that I was here, I think. So I wasn't really prepared to deliver much of a report, so it was a few observations of my first few days here, but in future my intention will be I'll submit something in writing.
That's good, but it's not you, because you were only here a few days, this has been a habit.
Okay.
Before you turned up, yes.
Sure.
Any other questions for the CFO? All right, thank you, Andrea. So the recommendation here is that the unconfirmed minutes of the Audit, Risk and Business Improvement Committee held on the 22nd of February 2021 be received and the following recommendations contained within those minutes be adopted. Councillor Bello, this is your portfolio. Did you want to move this one?
Yeah.
That's it?
Happy to move that, Mr Chair, although I do believe that I was absent from that
Okay,
meeting.
probably not appropriate then.
Yeah,
okay.
that was the only.
All
Thank
right.
you.
Can I get a mover on this one, please, then? Beg your pardon? Anybody can...
Yeah, I'm happy to move.
You're happy to move it? All right, okay. So move Councillor Bello,
noting.
seconded. Councillor Mather, thank you. All right, all in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors.
Mr Mayor, I just took note here, just regressing a tiny bit, one item there, agenda items 7.7 were held over to the next Arabic meeting due to meeting closure at 3:20 and members' flight arrangements. Maybe they need to rearrange their flights if they can't get their agenda done because it just holds off for another 2 months. Just observing,
Yes,
there might need to be some
a
rearrangement.
comment, we can relay that to the Audit and Risk Committee, councillor.
Yeah, thank you.
10.2, councillors, this is the Audit, Risk and Business Improvement Committee meeting for the 30th of November last year. Madam CFO?
So my apologies for the length of time between this committee meeting and being presented to the council. So these have now been confirmed minutes from the audit committee. The December or November meeting is generally a pretty standard in terms of the work program covered. As you can see there in the recommendations that the terms of reference and the policy were once again discussed with the audit committee, and they also had proposed the meeting dates for 2021. This is really important to lock in as early as possible. A number of our committee members are on a number of other audit committees, and we also need to align a lot of these dates with our financial statement process. So there's a lot of information that we have to table to the audit committee and to align that with the external auditors as well. We also provided some feedback on the external auditor performance, and the audit committee reviewed the proposed survey response that the Queensland Audit Office requested us to undertake on their behalf. Happy to take any questions from councillors on any of these matters, also noting that I was unfortunately absent from this particular meeting.
Any questions, councillors?
Only question I had, through you, Mr Chair, to the officer there, and look, it may have been more relevant to the previous report, but there's just one where it talks about removing the word business from the name of the committee. Perhaps just a somewhat of a summary on the justification for that and where you think it's going to be an improvement by doing so.
We do have in report 11.1 also talks about that, so if you'd like I can talk more about that when we get to the next report. That's okay, councillor?
Yeah, that's great, thank you.
Any other questions, councillors?
Yes, we're
Councillor
dealing
Mather?
with the policy as well. We're dealing with the policy at the moment.
I beg your pardon?
Are we dealing with the policy at the moment?
No, just
okay.
the minutes,
I'll
councillor.
wait.
All right, councillors, in the absence of further questions of the CFO, can I get a mover and a seconder on this one, please? Move Councillor Hutton, thank you. Seconded Councillor Bello. All in favour? Carried unanimously, thank you. All right, so that brings us to item 11, which is the reports, councillors, and opportunely the CFO is still sitting at the table, so this is the Audit, Risk and Improvement Committee terms of reference. So over to you, Madam CFO.
Thank you, Mayor. The current work program for the committee requires an annual review of both the policy and the terms of reference. So first of all, I'd like to apologise around the name of this particular report. It should be around the Audit, Risk and Improvement Committee policy document, because that is the document that's being presented for Council's consideration for that. So as you can see in the recommendation, we are recommending that Council resolves to adopt a slight name change in the terms of the committee, so essentially dropping the word business improvement. And the reason for that is when we have a look at the policy and the proposed terms of reference, which will come back to Council at a future meeting, the emphasis is on improvement across all of the functions and components of the Audit Committee purview. So by leaving it in, so the word business improvement has organisational functional connotations. So the intent was to enhance the focus on improvement across all activities of Council, rather than the business improvement activities of one particular team or specifically two individuals in the organisation. So it's actually meant to enhance the importance of improvement initiatives across the organisation within the purview of the Audit Committee perspective. And so those changes have also been included in the policy documents. We have extensively reviewed this policy in also considering the effectiveness of the Audit Committee in state government entities report released by the Queensland Audit Office as well, to emphasise the importance of the role of audit committees, and reviewed these documents against Queensland Treasury guidelines. It's important to note that in the current policy document as attached to this report, the Audit Committee meets 6 times per year. There's a legislative requirement for the committee to only meet twice per year, and the forward plan is structured around those 6 meetings. And also in consideration of the makeup of the committee, the policy currently provides for 6 members, being 4 external and 2 council appointments, and the external appointments are made for a maximum of 3-year term, and they do have some extension options available to them. The legislative requirements is that the Audit Committee must consist of at least 3 and no more than 6 members, which we do comply with, but no more than 2 councillors and at least 1 member who has significant financial experience. So we are at the maximum end of what the legislation requires in terms of the makeup of the committee. It is also proposed to revisit the terms of reference, which provide the further breakdown of the expectations and the functional requirements of the committee upon the appointment of a new independent member. So we have currently advertised for the vacant positions of Russell Bickford and Pat Connor, and that process is currently being managed by the Chief Executive Officer and the temporary chair upon resolution of Council today.
Thank you, Madam CFO. Any questions, councillors, on this one? Talking about the policy, councillor.
Yeah. Do we have a risk register?
Yes, we do, councillor.
Yeah.
It's
Could
quite
that be made
significant.
available to us at some stage? We don't need a copy of it at all.
It's available, I think, through the website anyway, Madam CFO, is it?
So the corporate risk register won't be publicly available, but we certainly have an enterprise risk management framework. So you're looking for more about the information
What sort of,
around
like,
how we manage
yeah.
risks, or the detail of
Just
each
what
of the
we're
risks
looking at,
identified?
where we're sort of looking at which departments we're looking at and what involves those departments that might be considered a risk. That's all.
Yeah, the risk register won't be structured around particular departments, Councillor May, that's structured around identified risks. So those risks may belong to a particular department, but certainly, the way it's structured is around identifying particular risks.
Okay, well, either way, I'd be pleased if someone would show me where to find it, or if I could have a look at it at some stage.
Sure,
Thank
perhaps offline the CFO can do that.
Yeah, that's fine. Thank you.
No worries. Any other questions, councillors? Okay, all right. So the recommendation, councillors, is that council resolves to adopt a change in the name of the committee to Audit, Risk and Improvement Committee, and B, the Audit, Risk and Improvement Committee policy be adopted as well, attachment A. If I could just make a request going forward, Mr CEO, when we get policies before council to adopt, I personally would appreciate seeing a document with track changes on it so that I can actually identify where the differences between the policies are.
Agreed, Mr Mayor. Good observation.
Thank you. All right, so councillors moved Councillor Bello, seconded Councillor Eastwood. All in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. I'm sorry? You voted against? I beg your pardon. All right, so did you want your vote recorded, councillor? All right. So, majority, motion carried. Righto. 11.2 is the appointment of the Arabic interim chair. Madam CFO, over to you. I think you've covered this anyway.
So, Pat Connor has been the chair of the Audit Risk and Improvement Committee for just over 12 months now. It was previously held by Councillor Nigel Hutton, and we've followed on a number of recommendations from Queensland Audit Office in terms of better practice and having an independent chair, and hence the reason for that change. Pat has been on our audit committee for a number of years and has exhausted all of the extension options in relation to his contract. And as I explained before, the intent was to advertise the two positions, so Mr Russell Bickford's position and Mr Pat O'Connor's position advertised externally. So that has left a vacant, and both of those appointments finished 2 days prior to the next audit committee meeting. Appointments to the committee can only be made by council resolution, hence it was also necessary to, and part of that process requires the chair to be involved in that decision-making process, but we are left without a chair at present. The committee have endorsed the appointment of Ms Kerry Phillips to the position of interim chair of the Audit Risk and Improvement Committee. I believe Kerry has verbally accepted the role. However, it does require council resolution to formally appoint her for that particular meeting in April. At the April meeting, the committee will also determine who will fulfil the role of the independent chair of the audit committee.
Thank you, Madam CFO. Any questions on this one, councillors?
No questions. Thanks, Mr Mayor. No questions on the person that here we're looking at. But my general question is that if somebody does their time, everybody's allocated so much time on this audit committee, is there any opportunity down the track, 3-5 so years later, that they can return to a position on that audit committee?
Madam CFO.
Absolutely, councillor. There is nothing limiting both Pat and Russell from reapplying for positions, so they're successful, they can continue on as the committee. It's just a new term of contract for them.
Yes, I didn't know if it was like a councillor, once you've done your time, you're out. That they might have to wait 3 years before they come back and have another position at the table as far as representing the audit, yes. There's no restrictions of them coming back. No time limit between
the only restriction that has been discussed with the committee is in regards to employees or former councillors. So they felt it was best to have a period where they were unable to apply for a position on the audit committee of 3 years. So just to give some separation between the different roles, but it doesn't prohibit an existing member or a former member from reapplying to be considered for the position of external member.
I was thinking we won't run out one day. We might need to recycle 1 or 2, that's all. Thanks, Mr Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Mather. All right, councillors. Councillor Friend. Right, so welcome back, councillors, and welcome back to members of the community viewing on live stream. We're up to 11.3, which is the quarterly budget review for quarter 2, and I'll pass to the CFO. Thank you, Andrea.
Thank you, Mayor. Councillors, I'm delighted to present the second quarterly budget review for consideration at the table today. The intent of this particular review is to really focus on the current year's capital works program, as well as taking into whatever adjustments are required to restructure councillors' loaned portfolio. So as we've discussed with councillors, we do have an appetite to reduce our total debt borrowings, and there is currently an opportunity to pay out one of our debt pools, which will reduce council's overall debt portfolio to less than $50 million within a 3-year period for that. We've also reduced our capital program from $41 odd million down to around $36 million, and we have worked through all of those adjustments with council. In regards to, we're still maintaining an operational surplus planned for the current financial year, and maintain a surplus throughout the forecast period, which is consistent with previous adopted budget and the last quarterly review. Our cash flow balances remain adequate over the budget and forecast period. The capital projects are reflective, so the capital spend is reflective of most recent discussions with councillors, acknowledging that there are still further discussions required in terms of the 21-22 budget, with 4 workshops remaining with councillors to work through all of that. In terms of our measures of financial sustainability, we are consistent with previous budgets in terms of we are addressing both the targets with the net financial liabilities ratio and the operating surplus ratio. Our asset sustainability ratio is not met, so it is at 72.5%, and the legislated target is 90%. The reduction from Q1 to Q2 is reflective of the types of work that were carried over for completion into the 21-22 financial year. Attached to the report, councillors, so there are 4 statements that are required to be adopted, and if there are significant variances, so we measure the variance against the original budget adopted by council, because this is what the rates were, the general rates and utility charges were structured around. We also include, if there is a significant change or variance, we do have some additional notes and commentary at the bottom of each of the 4 statements. In terms of the documents to be adopted today, it is the 4 statements that are required, the measures of financial sustainability. The estimated activity statements reflect those that have been a prescribed business activity or a significant business activity of council, and we also have to document the total value of the change in rates and charges expressed. We are not required to, actually not allowed to re-adopt a revenue statement. That can only be adopted once per year at the annual budget process, and that's reflective, and this report is reflective of that. Happy to take any questions from councillors on this report.
Thank you, Madam CFO. Question from me, if I can. The reduction in the capital expenditure to $36.8 million, understand the rationale behind that. What's the level of carry forward?
It's around $8 million at the moment. We will review that continuously with the project managers on a monthly basis to see what it will end up being, and if it exceeds $1.9 million, which is aligned to the materiality threshold we apply with our financial statements, it might trigger a Q3 budget review, because that will also have a flow-on effect to the budget adopted by council for the 21-22 financial year.
Thank you. Councillors, any other questions? Councillor Mather?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Thank you, Andrea. You mentioned the asset sustainability ratio is 72.5 and the target's 90. That's on page 50. If we go to page 78, we've got the ASR here at year to date, 21%. Can you just describe how do I interpret that? Because the 45, the 2021 Q1 revised budget's 45%, year to date's 21%. But how does that equate to the 72.5 that you just read out?
So the 72.5, and so what I might draw council's attention to is on page 59 of the agenda. So this is the summary of the measures of financial sustainability, which just shows the asset sustainability ratio over the budget and forecast period. So we do have 2021 also included in there as a starting point. So the yellow columns are the, should say, 21 Q2 revised budget, and the lines are reflective of the original adopted budget and the Q1 revised budget. So it's important to understand how this ratio is calculated. So we look at the total, the gross value of the capital expenditure that we're just spending on renewal of existing assets divided by depreciation expense. So so the 72.5 is assuming that we are spending, so what we are committing in terms of our spend on capital is 72.5% of depreciation just on our infrastructure assets. So when we get to the monthly financial report, which is where you're drawing the 22% from, I believe, yep.
Mm-hmm.
So we are then assuming that for the balance of the year, so from March through to June, that we will have a heavy focus on renewal works to get up to the 72.5% target.
So that's only 21% at this year to date. How are we going to get to 72 by the end of the year?
So with none of our capital works is spent in a linear proportion. So we don't spend the entire capital program in 1/12 nice, neat, equal portions. So it does depend on the work program of the team. So I believe that our crews that have been, or the work that we've been doing has predominantly either been on new works year to date, or we've had to get some of our maintenance programs completed this time of year, and I understand that for the balance of the year there'll be a focus on some of the renewal programs that we do have.
Because
but I'm happy to ask that question in more detail, Council, and bring that back to you at next month when we talk about the monthly financial
thank you,
report.
because as you can appreciate, and I guess it's probably like a broken record, that I'm concerned about the critical infrastructure, like the water and sewage, especially the water and the pipelines. This is something I won't let go of, but I need to understand it, and I need to be assured that we've got the funding there to address it if we need to do something in a hurry, because I think that what might be the case. I am concerned, I have to say that. I'm concerned about and therefore I need to be sure that we've got a ratio that's going to be able to cater for that, and I can't see it happening. I just need to make that point, Mr. Mayor. And we're looking at long-term financial forecasts here.
Yeah, I guess
this one's adopted and
if I could make an accounting point, and the CFO can correct me if I get this wrong, the asset sustainability ratio is historical. I mean, yes, you're projecting out into the future, but essentially the actual figures, the factual figures are historical. What we put forward in the budget for future water and sewage infrastructure is based on our expectations of what we think we need to spend. So there really isn't a strong nexus between the asset sustainability ratio and what we're budgeting for going forward, Madam CFO.
Correct, Mayor. So our focus is rather on aligning our capital works program, so the renewal works, with the strategic documents such as the asset management plans that are updated and the infrastructure plans required for new growth. I have certain views, and they are also been supported by work of the QAO as well as the department, who all make sounds that the asset sustainability ratio isn't the most perfect ratio to understand whether or not we're managing our assets appropriately, but it is, however, what we have to report against and are audited against from a legislative and a financial statement point of view. So I would encourage councillors to certainly, when you do get an opportunity to spend time in looking through the asset management plans, and for example, when we talk about the level of interventions on roads that are coming to a forthcoming meeting, I believe it's really important that councillors understand what the future implications are of aligning and the critical importance that asset management plan really plays in developing our budget and long-term financial forecasts. So yes, I think we just have to understand how the asset sustainability ratio is calculated, understand the value that it does place, but it is certainly not the be-all and end-all measure on how we are managing our assets.
I'm just aware that the Queensland Audit Office gauge our sustainability on our asset sustainability ratio. I mean, that's an indicator to them how we're faring, if we're putting enough aside to deal with this. And that's a gauge that they look at, or any auditor would look at. And I'm just mindful of the condition of our infrastructure as it is, and I really need to be sure that we're doing something into the long term, that we're going to be prepared for what will happen if we don't do something with it now.
Yeah, I think we all share your concern around the table, Councillor Mather.
Yes.
I mean, the condition of our assets is something that concerns all of us, and it's obviously part of our asset management plans going forward.
It was part of our promise to the people. We recognised that it needed help. All the assets needed help. I mean, yourself and everybody else there, we knew that, and we've just got to make sure that we keep our promise to the people, that we're going to be dealing with them, make sure they're in prime condition at all times. A lot of the frilly things can go by the way, but once we start looking at our critical assets, that's where it counts. Thank you.
Yeah, and I think, Councillor Mather, the emphasis on council is going to be, I think, getting back to the basics somewhat in maintaining our assets and our infrastructure. And,
Yeah, well,
hence why things like service level reviews going forward will be important.
Absolutely, and that's where I'm coming from. I'm a basics person. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mather. Thank you, Madam CFO. So we've got the recommendation there, councillors, which is in 8 parts, and I'm not going to read it. Can I get a mover and a seconder, please? Councillor Bello moving. Seconder, thank you. I'm happy to second. All right, so Councillor Bello, do you want to speak to the report?
Just briefly, Mr Chair, just appreciate the contents of the report that's come through via our CFO there. There is a lot to digest in there, but ultimately gives us a chance to track how we're going and meeting our requirements and hopefully delivering, for the needs of our community, which is always a challenge, but thank you for that.
Thank you, Councillor Bello. All right, councillors, we'll go to the vote on this one. All in favour? I'm sorry, speaking against, I beg your pardon, Councillor Hutton.
I want to firstly acknowledge the work of the CFO and taking on the philosophical approach around retiring of debt and the opportunity it provides for our council over the 3-year forecast to get below the $50 million. I think it's a fantastic outcome, and with the retirement of this debt pool today, we'll see our debt reduced below $60 million, which is a fantastic outcome. My concern with the quarter budget review for 21 Q2 is around the changes in the capital program, and while the program itself is not attached to the quarterly budget review, it's a reflection of the changes that have been made to that capital program that were presented to the community as part of the 2021 budget. In particular, the one that concerns me the most is the removal of the capital project relating to the Tamby Road Tarangaba intersection. That project that has significant consequence for traffic movements coming in and out of that part of the area where we know there are high traffic volumes, has been something that previously had been committed to by this council, and while I fully accept that the responsibility should always have lied with the state government to deal with a state government intersection and road, in the absence of an outcome from our advocacy, seeking them to take ownership and seeking a commitment to getting that upgraded, my fear is we're going from having the solution, doing the solution, to hoping the solution will come without actually any tangible outcome for the community beyond our ambition to promote and advocate to the state government for them to take responsibility and deal with the issue. For that reason, I'm going to be voting against this motion today, because I think we need to provide that awareness to the community that this is a consequence of buck passing from one level of government to another, but also it has given to our council and our community a responsibility that was beyond ourselves. It probably should never have had to have been in our capital program to have been done, because the state government was reading the same information that we were in regards to traffic volumes and the busyness of that intersection. Yet this council was proactive in providing for it in its capital program for this coming year. It's now found that the prioritisation of its projects means that that project does have to be removed, and we revert back to a position of advocacy for the state to take up the cause and to deal with this intersection, which creates challenges and provides risk to travellers, children, every single day of the week. I fear for people at that intersection, and I fear that with the removal of it without a sustainable solution going forward that's resolved, that the community's worse off because of this budget review in terms of the removal of that capital project.
Thank you, Councillor Hutton. Would anyone like to speak for the resolution? Anyone else speaking against?
Mayor.
Councillor Mather.
Yes, what we're doing, Mr. Mayor, thank you, and thank you to Andrea for always presenting this budget reviews in a transparent way. I think we all have our reservations, Mr. Mayor, as to where we're going into the future as far as our viability and our sustainability and all those abilities that we have to face. I agree with Councillor Hutton in his concerns that the state should be taking a greater shoulder of responsibility in relation to its responsibility. We're not seeing that happen. I mean, just the mere fact that we're prepared to pick up the tab for an investigation, that they're just going to let it go over our heads. It's not good enough, and I think we need to have a stronger voice out there to show that we are not prepared to sit back and let it happen. I know that there are always grants available, but we can't sit around and wait for critical things to happen, because we're moving on. We've got risks everywhere we look, and that's why I think we need to be all familiar with the risk registers so we know what we're facing, because I don't think we really do. I don't think we have a full appreciation. As Councillor Hutton's worried about the Tarangan Tanby Road intersection, rightly so. We shouldn't have to fund that. And I think we should be going back and hitting hard in relation to that funding. On the other hand, my concern is critical infrastructure, which is, it's critical, as you all know. And while I can't see any break in the traffic in the future, I just can't support it, because at some stage we've got to take a stand and say, no, we've got to do better, much better. We've got to be a stronger voice to the state to say, shoulder what you have to shoulder, give us a break, we can't carry you forever. And on the other hand, our responsibility is to make sure this critical infrastructure is in prime condition, and it's not, and it's far from it. So I'm sorry, I'd have to vote against and record against.
All right, thank you, Councillor Mather. Anyone speaking for the resolution? Anyone else speaking against? So debate has concluded, councillors. Councillor Bello.
Yeah, just in wrapping up there, I appreciate the comments that have been raised by the good councillors. I certainly don't underestimate the magnitude of the challenge that a local government has in trying to deliver the essential services to their communities, right across the whole spectrum of what local government delivers. The issue that has been raised by Councillor Hutton there is a very relevant one. But in order to, I guess, prioritise to achieve our capital budget, it was clear that it was identified that that Tanby Road intersection there ultimately is the state's responsibility. There's many responsibilities that the state have, there's many responsibilities that the local government has. And the sooner we can refine and prioritise those elements, well then we can focus on delivering those elements in our capital budgets. But clearly and critically we need to categorise and separate as best we can and as accurately as we can. There's a hell of a challenge between the Yeppoon and Rockhampton Road that we know is a safety, massive safety concern. That's a state issue. Tarangan Road there that's been identified is a state issue. So I guess on those, well not I guess, but on those grounds, I want to put the pressure back onto the state government. I do that unashamedly. And I hope that they will hear our clear voice where we have reprioritised our capital program so that they need to know that, hey guys, you need to do the heavy lifting there. Because our shoulders, as you pointed out, Councillor Mather, are getting a little bit weary. This is a way to do that. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Bello. All right, Councillor Bello has wrapped up now, councillors, so debate is closed. So we've got a mover in Councillor Bello, a seconder in myself. So all those in favour of the resolution? 1, 2, 3. Now you're calling a division, Councillor Mather, I believe. Is that right? You're recording against. Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4. So, and those against? 3. Okay, so the motion is carried. Okay, Councillor Bello, sorry, beg your pardon, Councillor Mather and Councillor Hutton would like their votes recorded against. Thank you. Councillor Watson?
Yes.
Votes recorded against as well? Okay. Okay, so that brings us to 11.4, councillors, the revised 2021 debt policy. And over to you again, Madam CFO.
Thank you, Mayor. Usually the debt policy is only adopted on an annual basis, and the same special meeting when we adopt the budget. So because we have, through the adoption of the Q2 revised budget, an appetite to reduce our debt borrowings, we also need to formalise it through the debt policy, which essentially reflects the reduction in our total loan borrowings in accordance with the long-term financial forecast that was adopted in Q2 in the report just prior. Happy to take any questions from councillors on this.
Any questions of this CFO before we go to debate, councillors?
Just one, Mr Mayor, getting back to critical infrastructure. I meant to raise it before in my argument. If we don't get the grant for the Charlton Reservoir, then we're looking down the barrel of $1.2 million to be added to the budget. And that may have to be a debt. So I'm just flagging that. If we do get the grant, we'd certainly be looking at a minimum of $700,000. So just making that observation, Mr Mayor.
Noted. Thank
even
you,
though
councillor.
it's always good to pay off debt, it's good. But debt's not bad as long as it's for the right purpose. But I'm just saying the plan to reduce it and keep reducing it, it's good. Takes the weight off the people, and the people know that we're doing the right thing. But when you get to the point that you know that you're going to have to do something at some stage, if all the cards don't play in our hand, and we end up with a 1.2 million or a $700,000 at least. So which the minimum we're looking at is $700,000 added to the budget at this point in time.
All right, noted. Thank you, Councillor Mather. Any other questions for the CFO? Microphone.
Sorry. I think it was on the previous one, Mr Mayor. Doesn't matter. I'll check it out. It was just in relation to... It's all right. I'll sort it out.
Just a point of clarification, if I could get Mr Chair, either through the CEO or an appropriate officer, just in relation to Councillor Mather's comments there, in terms of the $1.2 million that may be required in the event that the funding application is unsuccessful. But could we get some clarity around the timing of that would be needed in order to be able to still provide adequate water supply to those communities? My understanding is it wouldn't necessarily be required all in one hit next year, for example. And so that the suggestion that it is going to be needed if we're unsuccessful, we'll need it next year. Is it perhaps over the next 10 years that we would need to be funding that? So some clarity around the urgency of that money in the event that we're unsuccessful.
Sure.
Councillor Mather, let the CEO respond first, if that's okay.
Yes,
Thank you.
Yes.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. if it's clarity that Councillor Bellow's chasing, probably best, there's two people I'd like to talk to quickly about that. I think I can give you the answer, but if it's clarity you're chasing, best I give you a wholesome answer. So if you don't mind if I just take that on notice, but I'm happy to respond later in the day.
No, that would be very much appreciated. Thank you.
Mr Mayor, may I pay 50 cents to that one too? I think you need to look at the roof. It's not just the water, it's the roof that needs to be done ASAP. That's where the CEO might like to focus his attention. Thank you.
All right, thank you, councillors. I had one question in relation to, and maybe I'm barking up the wrong tree, but I seem to recall we were looking at a new waste cell at some stage. I didn't notice that in the borrowing amount.
So that was, in response to that, Mayor, the forecasted loan of $2 million for the new cell at the Yeppoon landfill has been removed from the forecast. That was also included in the financial forecast that was adopted as part of Q2. I think that needs to be reviewed once we have firmer prices. So the estimated value of $4 million for that is a number of years old. Also needs to reflect the outcomes of the waste strategy. It's yet to be discussed with the councillors, so it might end up deferring the need to have that cell expansion. But the removal of that reliance on the loan borrowing was to reflect the intent or the appetite of the council and the feedback received from the community in reducing and minimising our reliance on borrowings in the short to medium term. But I think there is certainly opportunity for that in the 7 to 10 year period of the financial forecast.
Thank you. Any other questions of this Councillor Friend?
Yes, thank you. Madam CFO, just for the general public watching through live stream, could you in layman's terms tell us what the exact amount of repayment will be in this financial year and how much interest we shall save?
So the interest saved this year is not going to be too much. The real benefit of paying out that one debt pool is that we save $153,000 in interest expense in 21-22. So the benefit is immediate to the ratepayers in the 21-22 financial year period. So in terms of what we are paying out in terms of our cash, if you just want to go to page 70 of the agenda, and we have there a table 2 which identifies each of the functions, the opening balance at the start of the year, so the $75.5 million in debt, and so we're going to be paying down, including paying out one of the debt pools in full, $10.2 million to have a closing debt balance of $65 million at the end of the year, which is essentially $5 million less than the adopted budget.
Okay, any other questions, councillors? Okay, we'll go into the debate. Can I get a mover and a seconder, please, for the recommendation? Councillor Friend moving, Councillor Bellow seconding. Thank you. Councillor Friend, did you wish to speak to the report?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Just very briefly, throughout campaign last year, a lot of people approached me, a lot of community members. One of the issues that they wanted to know was when would council pay down the debt? How long will it take for council to pay down the debt? Because they didn't like the idea of this council being in so much debt. So I'm all for this repayment, and certainly within the next financial year, 21-22, we will reap some benefits with interest saved. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Friend. Is anyone speaking against the recommendation? Right, would anyone else like to speak for it? Councillor Bella, you're okay?
Yeah.
Okay, all right.
Mr Mayor, debt's not bad, as I said before, as long as it's used for the right purpose. And people are concerned because $73.5 million is a lot of money to everybody. We can offset that. Nobody's talking about growing the Shire. Everything's stopped in that direction. You know, we're talking about looking for money for this and everything else. Need a new cell, need a new reservoir, need a new sewage treatment plant, new reservoir. All new things. We've got to grow the people. We've got to grow the rate base. And we're doing nothing to do that. People are going to come along. Developers are going to come along. And yes, we'll take that. We'll accept that. But as far as our growth goes, we're not initiating anything. That's where we're going wrong. We promised to do that and we haven't done it. And we have to do it. And we have to start tomorrow.
Well, thank you, Councillor Mather. My view is in stark contrast to yours. I think we are growing this Shire. You just got to look at the residential situation at the moment. We're approving another 49 lot subdevelopment today. I don't know what that is if it isn't growth. And so I really don't understand the basis of your comment.
Just to clarify, Mr Mayor, as I said, the developers will come along and they'll put their application and we'll accept it. And we'll gratefully accept it. But as far as our initiative goes, it's not happening.
Well, again, I guess I'll just have to agree to disagree with you, Councillor. Anyone else speaking against? Speak for it. Councillor Hutton, thank you.
Once again, I commend the officers for the work that they've done in this space. Obviously, a very strong message that the community provided is while it desires to have new assets, it also wants to have a well-managed control of its debt. So if we think that year on year since Livingstone was formed, we have been paying down debt annually, and while we had a couple of years where debt was added to for long-term strategic projects of this Shire, where intergenerational equity means that residents of tomorrow who will have the benefit of assets should also pay a contribution as opposed to burdening the shoulders of the residents of today with that entire responsibility. This council's continued to pay down debt, and in fact in retiring this debt pool is taking a huge burden off the shoulders of the future community as well as the ratepayers of the budget for the forthcoming year. And I think if we think back to our peak debt just a few short years ago was predicted to be somewhere in the realms of 91 million. Now, while we never got there, our debt ended up being at a total of something like 84.7 million. To say today that here we are less than 4 years later from that proposed peak debt where we were going to be, to say that our community has a debt of $59,958,000 is a fantastic achievement, and it's a reflection of the work of officers, it's a reflection of the work of the executive leadership team and of annual interest for the people of this community year on year, as well as looking at how we fund future projects through our cash or through grants to continue on making sure that we're making a dent in that debt. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hutton. Okay, any other comments? Councillor Eastwood.
I think it's a really, really good outcome where we've headed in the past. To get rid of that high-end debt is going to be much harder to get rid of the debt the further we bring it down to the smaller levels. So I think that the policy is a step in the right direction. The actual the way we've reduced the debt, I'm actually staggered. It's great because it looked like it was just getting out of control there for a while, and we'll be voting yes.
Thank you, Councillor Eastwood. Any other comments before we wrap up, councillors? Councillor Friend, did you want to speak to wrap up?
No, that's fine, Mr Mayor, thank you.
All good. Okay, councillors, we've got a mover in Councillor Friend, a seconder in Councillor Bello. We'll go to the vote on this. Those in favour? Those against? Carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. Okay, so we're up to 11.5, which is the monthly financial report for the period ending 28th of February. Madam CFO.
Thank you, Mayor. So at the end of February, Council maintains an operational surplus favourable against the year-to-date budget. Our revenue year-to-date actuals are slightly behind year-to-date budget, and this is largely in relation to deferral of a private work that we're undertaking with the Department of Main Roads along Tenby Road. The bulk of this work will be completed in the 21-22 financial year, but obviously the costs associated with that work is also carried over into the subsequent financial year. So our operating expenditure is also below year-to-date. Capital works being so far behind the year-to-date forecast budget, this has triggered the $2 revised budget process that councils have adopted earlier today. So it will bring the budget down from $43 or $44 million down to a $36 million budget, but it will have a flow-on effect to the 21-22 financial year. Our total expenditure is below budget by 6%. total employee costs are relatively in line with budget, and materials and services are below the year-to-date budget position. That's contributed to a number of things. We don't do full accrual accounting at the end of each month at this stage, and there will be some timing differences between when people had expected to undertake some operational works and when that is going to be completed. The key performance indicators are generally all in accordance with the target, with the exclusion being the asset sustainability ratio. And given the length of the conversation we've already had today, I won't dwell over that particular one. Moving through the graphs. Our debt, as I'd mentioned, so it's currently on track, and so it's important to reflect that the monthly financial report for February is reported against the Q1 figures. March will be reported against the Q2 revised budget, so you will see that change coming through. We have been managing our investment returns by getting the right mix between funds held with QTC and what our general banker can provide. We currently don't have any term deposits. We're actually getting a very comparable rate of return from holding it with QTC and with our general banker. Our monthly rates recovery, so councils, I'm just referring to page 88 of the agenda now in the body of the report. So the year-to-date rates outstanding is slightly below at the end of February compared to the similar period last year. As I've mentioned for the past couple of months, it will be interesting to see how that changes once the JobSeeker and JobKeeper payments are no longer provided by the Australian government. So we'll be closely monitoring that situation. We will be reviewing those properties eligible for sale due to rate arrears. So that's those properties that have balances outstanding or periods outstanding for greater than 3 years. And the first review of that indicates that it is no greater numbers than in previous years. In our sundry debtors, the one flag continues to remain the large amount outstanding for the infrastructure agreement, I think is the correct terminology, in relation to the resort down at Zilsey. So that matter is now proceeding through the debt recovery agents. In terms of our percent of spend within Livingstone Shire Council, so we've invested just over $11 million with businesses that are based within our Shire parameters. So that's 29% of our spend. This excludes salaries and wages, so what we spend on our employees is in addition to this. This is directly just with suppliers that are located within our region, and historically it remains to be around 66% of all of our spend is businesses that are based either within Livingstone or within the broader Central Queensland area. I'm happy to take any questions from councillors on the monthly financial report for February.
Thank you, Madam CFO. Councillors, any questions?
Yes, please.
Councillor Naylor?
Andrea, can you go back to page 85? Do I interpret this correctly? That we don't have any term deposits now? There's no red bar in those last... We've got 2000, June, July, August, we've got term deposits there, but no term deposits subsequent to those. Is that right? We don't have any term deposits now.
Through the chair, that's correct, Councillor Nader. So there's a number of reasons. There's a lot of cash in the economy at the moment, and we've had a number of the banks that we would normally go to say that they are not taking on any new term deposits, and we are getting quite a good return from the funds that we hold with Queensland Treasury Corporation. So you can see that that is quite a large proportion of where we're holding our cash, so the blue bar there. And our general banker also provides a good return just on our day-to-day operating accounts as well. So we're maximising the opportunities where we can.
So we've switched from the term deposits from normal banks, or shall we call them, to Treasury.
So we do review this on a fortnightly basis where we think we're going to get the best returns for council. So our focus is on maximising those investment earnings, but with the cash rate being 0.25%, we are actually getting a better rate of return by just leaving our funds with the Queensland Treasury Corporation.
Are we getting more for our return with Treasury than we are paying them for interest on our loans?
No.
Yeah, so we're running at a loss there.
Contrary to banking principles.
Well, at least we could have been behind more, I guess.
And the
Because bank
difference.
interest is not worth 2 bob.
So we, with some of our debt pools, they are locked in at what's, in comparison to today's debt pools at quite higher amounts than what we currently can get borrowings for. So because they're a fixed interest, they're always going to be higher, or we can get in terms of our interest return, which are always variable rates.
Yet we're so kind in reducing our 11% interest on our arrears to 7. We do the right thing by the people, but the banks don't do the right thing by us. The other one I was going to, sundry debtors, the blue one on 89, are those two their infrastructure agreements, are they, those last 2 bars? Is that infrastructure, or am I reading that incorrectly?
Okay, councillor, so you're on page 89 and looking at the traffic light, so the stacked column chart. So the green is current.
No, the one above it.
Okay, so that's, so for the sundry debtors, so we are, so as you can see that we had, this is one that has the huge peak in September, councillor, the first graph. Yep.
Yes.
So the balances have remained largely consistent in January and February, and it will be in relation to the larger amount in sundry debtors that we have for the infrastructure agreement, which takes up a large proportion of that balance.
Yes.
All of the others, as you can see with the graph below, do fluctuate from month to month.
Well, what I've noticed on the graph below, where we've got the previous one in January, we've got the 90 days, which are the same as the ones in February, the 90 days, almost the same numbers, but the people lagging behind are the 60 days. The 90 days are still there, but the 60-day outstanding, they've multiplied by 50%.
So through the chair, the graph below, so the February month, it actually has a smaller amount identified for 60 days. So this is the 60 to 90 days balance. So that's the orange line. And you can see it's actually quite small. So the yellow part of the stacked column chart is in relation to 30 days. So we've had an increase of the people who were in the month of January that can pay their debt within 30 days. And they've essentially moved into the 30 to 60 days. And you can see the movement from those people who were in 60 days. So that they've, it looks like that they've paid, and there's only been a small amount that's moved from 30 to 60 to 60 to 90
so
days.
Basically the 90 days are much the same, but the 30 days have expanded. It's not the 60 days that have expanded. Yes, the little bar in the middle, I missed that one.
Yes.
Yeah, okay, thank you. But it's a worry because the trend, it's a bit of an exercise to show that where the trends are going, because people are finding it more difficult, and certainly with rates due again now, we'll get a better picture next month perhaps. Thanks, Andrea.
Thank you, Councillor May. Any other questions of the CFO before we go to debate, councillors? All right, so we've got the recommendation that the monthly financial report for the period ending 28th of February 21 be received. Can I get a mover and a seconder, please? Moved Councillor Eastwood, seconded Councillor Bello. Thank you, gentlemen. Councillor Eastwood, would you like to speak to the report?
No, thanks, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. Anyone speaking against the report? Okay. Councillor Bello, did you want to speak to it?
No, thanks, Mr. Chair.
All right. Would anyone else like to comment on the report? Okay. Well, we'll close debate then, councillors, and we'll go to the vote on this one. All in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. That takes us to 11.6, which is a report on the Central Queensland Regional Organisation of Councils, and it's an update from the CEO. So over to you, Mr. CEO.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councillors are possibly aware a regional organisation of councils representing the CQ region has existed in various forms over a number of decades now, Recently, it's been reconstituted as a company to represent the interests of the broader region. So whilst friendly neighbourly rivalry and parochialism is generally a positive thing and welcomed, this group of councils recognise there's also plenty of opportunity for all to be brought in the cooperation of the group effort. So the group has been reconstituted. The mayor serves as a director on the board of that particular company, and its charter is to represent the interests of the broader region. You will see the minutes of the meeting held on the 4th of February attached to your report. The company met again for a directors meeting in Billawheeler this past Friday. Councillor Bello stood in for the mayor, who was unwell that day, and those minutes will get through to you at your next general meeting. We have had a determination made by the executive of CQ Rock in relation to the financial contribution from each council. You'll see the calculation rationale included as an attachment to your report, and that figure represents just slightly under $29,000 for Livingstone based on that formula. So the recommendations they come in three parts. One is about the minutes of the February meeting, the other about the membership contributions. The final piece relates to CQ Rock's advocacy agenda. It has recently appointed Sandra Hobbs as its inaugural executive officer. And Sandra, who is possibly known to some councillors as the former General Manager of the Central Highlands Development Corporation, will come into that role in the next little while, and will obviously be looking for the organisation's priorities that she will lead the advocacy agenda on. What I've attempted to do for Livingstone to contribute to that discussion is assemble a group of priorities that I understand have been talked about informally amongst councillors and officers over time, and assembled those into a bit of a list to determine what we will notify to CQ Rock as projects for this particular shire that we believe to be of regional benefit. We will also be asked to support overall other projects that might be of regional benefit that aren't necessarily Livingstone Shire based, and for example things like the energy transition project that is being championed by Gladstone and the Banana Shire itself, as those two communities are heavily influenced by coal-fired power generation at the moment. We will be asked to consider those things in time. But for the moment, it's about nominating Livingstone Shire-based projects for consideration by CQ Rock.
Thank you, Mr. CEO, beg your pardon. Just demoted you there. Recommendation before we go there, councillors, though, is there any questions of the CEO? Councillor Friend.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to the CEO. I think all of the recommendations are absolutely fine. I would like to put them in a different priority, though. Although I'm excited for any further development on surf lakes for our particular region, definitely it is private. So I would suggest perhaps that we redefine that same list by keeping everything on the list, but just by looking at the A, Bs and Cs and prioritising them to council's own projects.
Forward to CQ Rock as being significant for Livingstone Shire Council. They don't necessarily represent any particular order of priority that the officers or anybody else came up with, for that matter. Councillor Hutton.
Mr. Mayor, I did wonder if it would be worthwhile for us to suspend standing orders to have a discussion around this. The reason being, councillors, I'm aware that the Reef to Red Ridge document that these items will become part of in terms of our regional advocacy agenda the last complete program or document had 24 pages and 8 projects in total, and for Livingstone to suggest 7 projects from our area might mean that we're going to be asked to at some stage do a cull or have a higher consideration anyway. So if we wanted to undertake that action work now, so I'd be happy to propose a suspension of standing orders to allow that.
Councillor, so a procedural motion from Councillor Hutton to suspend standing orders to discuss the list further. All in favour? Okay, carried. All right, so standing orders are suspended. So Councillor Hutton, over to you.
Okay, so councillors, in our consideration of these, I suppose the first thing that I'd ask us to consider is not just our desire to see all of these projects advance, and I think unanimously there'd be support for each of these ones, but 2 key criteria for us to look at. Number one is that the document that's provided is seen as an advocacy piece to both state and federal government and other partners, where it will say how much the project's going to cost. Basically, it's offering for them to come on board and get onto it now. So if we have projects that aren't at a place where they're, for want of a better word, shovel ready, then they probably shouldn't be on the list at this point, because if they turn around, if we present this to the Deputy Prime Minister or the Mayors present it on one of their visits to Canberra or something like that, and they go, oh, I really love such and such, and we go, well, actually, we're probably about 5 years away from being ready for that, then that would, the risk is not only to our own council, but to the reputation of all councils, in that we're providing something that's not quite yet ready for baking, so to speak. And the other suggestion that I'd have for us to consider is the regional significance of the projects that we do provide. So if we were to refer to the last document, which is available online, so just to give you a sense of what they were looking at. So there was 8 projects as I suggested. The first one was unlocking freight artilleries to the Port of Gladstone. So that was talking about how giving inland access to B-doubles so that they could actually get goods from out west to the coast and ultimately on board ships to go elsewhere. Facilitate a successful Yalama enterprise area, which was something I believe that Mr. Mayor, you may have looked at when they were talking about feedlots and producing feeder roads from the region south to allow for an enterprise area in Central Highlands. So again, something that has goods coming from across the region to one central place that then has the capacity to either be flown out, travelled to the coast, etc., etc. Linking the inland rail, which at the moment is going to travel up the east coast and come to Brisbane. The desire of Gladstone was to see that actually journeyed up through Banana and into Gladstone itself. Sealing a successful west-east agriculture transport link, Springshaw-Tambo Road link, providing that, and the fact that that will have multiple benefits in terms of agriculture, reducing travel time for miners and other things as well. Rejuvenate Great Keppel Island, securing essential Queensland water supply and looking at the Nathan Dam on the Dawson River, which was one of the suggestions of one of the councils out west. Restoring financial assistance grants, so restoring the FAG grants, and the last one that was there was the attracting major events to the Yeppoon foreshore by supporting the Keppel Bay Sailing Club's convention centre aspiration. So they're the sort of projects that were presented last time in this document, that the intention is that for the mayors, rather than individually, to each have 20-page documents that we all go sprouting for, to try and give some strength in numbers, but also saying that these are events that aren't just, you know, it's very much along those colloquial lines of what's good for Rockhampton is good for Livingstone. So if you were to look at the example of the retention of the military facilities in central Queensland, you can see that it has a broader application and benefit. What's good for Gladstone in terms of having access to goods from out west is definitely good for Central Highlands, definitely good for Banana and Woori. Those are the things that I would like us to think about when we're looking at these projects as to which ones we put forward, and maybe we choose 2, maybe we choose 3 at the greatest extent. We will still have other opportunities to promote and advocate for local projects that have local significance, but when we're producing a regional document, I really think we just need to make sure that our gaze is up at that regional level, so that it matches the intent of what the group's trying to achieve, but also has the best opportunity of getting great outcomes, because if they turn around and say tomorrow, hey, you know what, we're really impressed with the fact that the Mayor of Gladstone, the Mayor of Banana, the Mayor of Central Highlands and the Mayor of Worry and the Mayor of Rockhampton have all supported this project that Livingstone's put forward, and we want to make it a goer, we don't want to then have to turn around and say, hey, it's a four-year aspiration.
Thanks, Councillor Hutton. Any other comments, councillors? Councillor Mather?
Well said, Councillor Hutton. I'm along the similar lines. First of all, I'd question some of these ones, whether they are relative to what we're looking at here, because they're on a more local level. My first thought was, have we got business cases for all of these here? Have we got any estimate of costs? And although we've talked about quite some time on a number of these, we don't really have dollars to go with them. We don't have timelines. And we don't have a business case from what I can see. And I thought, just taking one, for instance, the Causeway Lake redevelopment, I think we scrubbed that off the other day because we couldn't afford it. So it's still there. So maybe we need to go through our list ourselves and just see what we need, what is regional, and what can be got through grants and so forth. I think there's a little bit more refining to do. But my biggest concern is the common denominator in all of this is Rockhampton. And at this time, we don't even know where we sit with Rockhampton, and I can't support the motion at this time, the recommendation, because we are in limbo and we're about to spend $29,000 to be a part of an organisation which is trying to take us over. I can't support it. Irrespective of all these items here and their business case and their costings, we're doing business to enhance another local authority which is enhancing itself at our expense, and that's where I can't support it.
All right, I can just make a couple of responses to that, Councillor Mather. First of all, in terms of business case, this is preliminary to developing business cases. So at the moment, what the Central Queensland Rock is asking of Livingstone is to give us a list of our priority projects that we consider are important, so that they can, from a Central Queensland point of view, build a business case around that and take it to Brisbane and Canberra. So we haven't done any work around business cases for any of these projects yet. There are a number in the pipeline, and Councillor Hutton has alluded to those in terms of the reef to red reef to ridge and a red ridge to reef, I beg your pardon, yeah. So they've been developed, and they're what CQ Rock is currently promoting. In terms of the Causeway, we haven't taken it off. The issue around Causeway is the funding that we've received for the actual planning process around that. In terms of whether we're supporting an organisation run by Rockhampton Regional Council, we're not. Central Queensland Regional Organisation of Council is a collaboration of a number of councils, of which Rockhampton Regional Council is one. They aren't running the show. It's a collaboration of everybody, and everybody has an equal say around the table. So please don't get confused about whether we're working for Rocky in any of this. We certainly aren't. Whether you choose to support Rockhampton Regional Council in terms of the boundary review, that's entirely the decision for everybody around this particular table. But Central Queensland Rock is a different animal to Rockhampton Regional Council. Rockhampton Regional Council is a member organisation of CQ Rock. Nothing more, nothing less. So in asking for us to give a list of potential projects that we regard as a priority for this region, that's coming from CQ Rock. It's not coming from Rockhampton Regional Council. Councillor Eastwood, I'll go to you first.
We're still suspended standing orders here. Yeah, just in relation to Councillor Mather's comment in relation to Rockhampton Council trying to take us over, I just don't think that's a very fair comment. What my question is, though, to Mr Mayor, is the members' contribution. What does that account for? Where does our money go?
Mr CEO, yeah.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. Councillor Eastwood, the initial budget for CQ Rock's $195,000. That'll principally fund the salary for the executive officer, so Sandra Hobbs, who has been appointed, and then obviously support budget to get Sandra around the place and provide an office and the like for her to undertake her duties. And our proportion of that $195,000 is just shy of $29,000.
Thank you, Mr. CEO.
Councillor Bello.
Yeah, just to contribute, I guess, following that we recently were there at Billawheeler on Friday, and what really was impressed on me, I think, was by the Mayor of Central Highlands, Kerry Hayes, was the importance for the mayors especially to recognise that they leave their local councils and they go off virtually to the next level, I guess, for want of a better description. And at that level, they need to think differently, they need to think collaboratively, and they need to think strategically on behalf of the entire region, which is not an easy thing to do when you're doggedly determined to represent your little patch. But the success of these rocks really comes with the collaborative effort and attitude that mayors take to those rocks, and also that the councillors empower their mayor to go there, you know, with that full confidence and support that we recognise that you are going to a greater calling while you're there, and that is to represent the region. Because it's one of the comments, I think it was from Sandra, the soon-to-be appointed CEO, going to Canberra as an individual council is a very, at times, very futile strategy compared to going as a rock when you represent your entire region. So that point was not lost on me. In terms of this list here, I do believe less would be better. I'm not exactly sure on what that list would be, but I think lesser would be better. And I think the Mayor and I had that conversation recently, backing up Councillor Hutton there, that, you know, these are great local projects, a lot of these, but is someone in Gladstone or in Central Highlands or Banana going to go and think, wow, we're best to invest our energy and time going to Canberra for the Cooey Bay Pool, for example? Probably not. In terms of, say, Great Keppel Island, though, they recognise that it's 100% a game changer for the entire region. So to apply that filter, I guess, to these projects is obviously important, and I believe we can reprioritise that list and come up with the best projects that we possibly can that fit the criteria, I guess. So look forward to that.
Thanks, Councillor Bello. Councillor Hutton.
I do apologise, councillors, in trying to help set the scene for the discussion. I actually didn't offer any advice as to what I think we should promote from that list. So in providing my personal view is that I believe that Great Keppel Island should remain. There are military facilities in central Queensland should remain, and the only one that would be a question mark in my mind that may also remain is the Station Food Innovation Precinct, because we know that there is a current proposal forward for that. But again, you know, personal opinions aside as to the benefit of that individual project, we do just have to consider, is it of regional significance? Because we know that GKI definitely has regional significance, not just to tourism, not just to the tourism sector, but also the business sector. We understand that the advancement and provision of military facilities, while in our patch per se for the grounds of Shoalwater Bay, has a flow-on effect both to Gladstone in terms of the port, has a flow-on in terms of Rockhampton and the airport and the facilities they have available there, and hopefully one day has a flow-on effect to the gateway in our own patch in terms of the industrial land and the available space that they may choose to take up for some of their activities on the Blue Route. But, so those two, to me, are the two that we should be putting forward, with a question mark as to whether the councillors may consider the Station Food Innovation Precinct. But the question I would pose is there a regional significance to that, or is it still perhaps localised? And I'd encourage others to have a consideration.
Yes.
Well, Councillor Friend, if I can just interrupt for a minute. In conferring with the CEO a moment ago, he advised me that the other member councils of CQ Rock are still formulating their lists as well. So I'm just going to make a suggestion that perhaps we table this, and in the meantime have a small workshop with the councillors to come up with our preferred list, and then we can respond appropriately to CQ Rock. Anyone vehemently objecting to that?
Well, I agree. Yeah, but I wonder whether tabling it we may not be better to move a procedural that we virtually lay it on the table until we establish what the list is.
Well, yeah, essentially the same thing. I think Councillor will do the same thing. Okay?
Yeah.
Happy to do that.
So is the intention, Mr Mayor, to deal with items 1 and 3 and simply to table item 2 from that list? Because I think we can deal with the others in absence of that finalisation of a project list.
That was my thinking, Councillor. Yep. Everyone happy with that approach, Councillor? So
Sure. Is it lying on the table now?
part 2 will lay on the table, Councillor. So we'll be able to resolve 1 and 3, I think, in that the minutes will be a fairly straightforward matter, and also the contribution from Livingstone Shire will be fairly straightforward as well.
So you're not identifying the ones that you're looking at now, you're putting it all back to start again to revise the whole lot, is that right?
The new recommendation is on the screen there, Councillor, so we've got the 1 and 2 will be receiving the minutes, and secondly, Council consent to membership contribution as outlined in the CQ Rock correspondence. The list to be provided to CQ Rock we will develop at a workshop between now and the next time we meet. Everyone comfortable with that approach? Absolutely. Right, so we have the recommendation, councillors. Is everyone understanding the recommendation now, where we're going? All right. May I get a mover and a seconder? Moved, Councillor Watson. Congratulations, Councillor Watson. I'll get you to speak to it in a minute, Councillor Watson. I'll get you to speak to it in a minute. Mover and so seconder, Councillor Bello. Thank you. All right, Councillor Watson, would you like to speak to it, please?
Thank you. I really think it's crazy if we don't do this. You've got to be part of this as a group of people approaching Canberra. We can't do this on our own. That's basically all I can say.
Councillor Bello articulated the feeling of the group, councillors, when he mentioned that this really is a collaborative effort. And we have now, I think, all of the councils here working together now for the common good of central Queensland, not Rockhampton, not Livingstone, not Gladstone, etc. Everybody's got a regional hat on in this particular group, and I think it's absolutely awesome to see it working this way because, as Councillor Watson correctly points out, if we're going to go to Brisbane and or Canberra and lobby for things, us going as individual councils simply isn't going to be effective. And Scotty Buchholz said that to me at the CQ Rock meeting at Emerald. He's the Assistant Minister for Transport federally. And he said he doesn't necessarily want to talk to individual councils, but when a collaborative group of councils or a ROC comes to talk to him, he will make an appointment and he will listen. And so clearly, this is the way to go.
So I remember during the election, you actually said to crowds that, Rockhampton, Gladstone, Emerald isn't the enemy. No. South East Queensland is. Yep. That's why we need to work together like this.
Absolutely. So, councillors, anyone speaking against?
Yes, Mr Mayor. Sorry. I knew we would come to grips sometime. Mr Mayor, generally I would accept, on principle, this to take place normally. We're not in normal times. My comments earlier still stand. In fact, I'd reiterate. I didn't raise it, but somebody did, that my comments were not fair. They are fair. I think it's premature because we are in a position that we're going to be weakened down the track if we don't stand our ground. And standing our ground is showing that we're independent. I believe this is premature. In normal circumstances, I wouldn't have a problem. But I think, as it was pointed out, the boundary issue, I didn't raise it. But is it not true, Mr Mayor, that Rockhampton was offered only a week or two ago to change their mind by the Boundary Commissioner? Was that true?
They resolved at a special meeting they had recently, councillor, that they would not, or they would proceed with the boundary review, correct?
Yeah, did the Minister or the Boundaries Commissioner offer them the opportunity to stop the process?
More than I can tell you, Councillor, all I'm aware of is that there was a special meeting held by Council to Rockhampton Regional Council to discuss the boundary issue and whether that whether they would cease their progress with it or not, and they resolved to continue support the continuation of the boundary review.
Well, I had it on authority that they were offered to change their mind at that point, as late as the week before, and they didn't do it. But I didn't raise it, it was raised. So my comments are very fair and very relevant. Normally, I wouldn't have a problem with Rockhampton, but they're looking to take us away. They've already done it in the past. But I'm not going to harbour on that one. I just wanted to make that point that the people that we're going to combine with now at this point in time are the very same people who want to take away part of our assets. That's all I'll say on this point. And I will record, Mr Mayor.
All right. Thank you, Councillor Mather. We probably ventured away from question time there.
Only because one of your speakers got me off track, Mr Mayor.
Yeah.
Before you put Councillor Watson's motion.
Yeah.
And then the second is to deal with the part 2 of the recommendation, which is to lay on the table, but it can be a separate,
All right.
separate motion.
Thank you. All right. On advice from the CEO, which is correct, we will resume standing orders. So can move Councillor Hutton where he's resumed standing orders. Thank you. All in favour? Okay, so now we've got to address the resolution. We've also got to, as the CEO correctly informs me, resolve that part 2 of the original resolution will be tabled or lay on the table. Yep, got that? Right. Yep, that's fine. So moved. Yep. Right. All right. So now we've got the council resolution that 1, the minutes of the Central Queensland Regional Organisation of Council Limited meeting held in Rockhampton on the 4th of February 2021 be received, and 2, council consent to membership contributions as outlined in CQ Rock correspondence dated 2nd of March. That was moved, Councillor Watson, and seconded by Councillor Bellow. Councillor Watson, did you want to speak to that? All right, thank you. Anyone speaking against? Okay.
I've already spoken against, Mr Mayor. My comments still stand. And I will record against. Thank you.
Can we go back to the motion, please, Justine? Yep. All right. So all we're doing here, councillors, is to receive the minutes and agree to our membership contribution. All right. So, Councillor Hutton, you wanted to speak for this?
Yes, please, Mr Mayor. CQ Rock is undoubtedly a body where it asks each of us individually as councils to take faith in the things that unite us being greater than the things that divide us. It says that we know that things that are good for Livingstone are good for Rockhampton and good for Gladstone, etc., etc., etc. And it requires sometimes for us to look beyond the individual circumstances of individual councils and our relationships to something greater. And in the past, that has undoubtedly been a challenge, that personalities sometimes have got in the way of outstanding regional outcomes that could be achieved. And I hope that, you know, in moving forward with the changing face of Central Queensland and its councils, that we can come together not just only as mayors and deputy mayors and CEOs, but as all councillors, and come together and actually see the great opportunities that we have. This investment on behalf of our community, and it is an investment because we're spending money here today to be part of this organisation, is all in the numbers. The numbers that at the moment we have one voice in Canberra speaking for us, representing the 38,000 residents of our Shire. Yet when we take in the people of Flynn, when we take in the people of Central Highlands, all of a sudden we have 2 members of parliament, potentially 3 members of parliament, and luckily for us, for the time being, that they're all members of the current government, which means that they're members of the less than 120 members, of less than 61 members who make up the current federal government, who have a voice in the party room of the government making decision process. I, every day of the week, think instead of having one person speaking for us, to have two or to have three, or if we think about the contribution and the involvement of senators, that perhaps we have, you know, if we can get all 6 senators from one side of politics, we could have 8 people speaking in a group of less than 100, speaking for Central Queensland, which makes our voice amplified and makes it louder. And it means that the activities of the 160,000 people who live in Central Queensland gets raised higher than what they would if it was just our one member representing the 38,000 people of Livingstone. The same thing happens when we go to Brisbane. If we can have the member for Rockhampton, the member for Gladstone, the member for Out West, and I apologise that is it Warrego's Out West? Gregory's Out West. All of a sudden we have 4 or 5 voices, some in government, some in opposition, speaking to the same tune, speaking to the same sheet about the benefits that our community receives from undertaking certain projects or promoting certain grants and funding opportunities. That again is from a body of less than 84 members of parliament, so 91 I think it is now. So we see that every time that our investment of 29,000 enhances the number of people that we have speaking up with one voice, advocating for causes that are dear to us, but also that make Central Queensland better. And it's for that reason alone that I think $29,000 on our community's behalf to be part of this organisation, to have faith that we can work together and do great things, even if there are things that we will disagree on individually, and from time to time we will have to have debate, and from time to time we'll have to have disagreements on. When we can come together as a group and look for opportunities to work and serve to the benefit of our communities together, we should take it every day of the week, and that's why I'd commend it to the table.
Thank you, Councillor Hutton. All right. Anyone else wish to speak to the motion? Councillor Mather, you... Oh, yeah, right. Okay, thank you. All right. Anyone else? Councillor Bello?
Yeah, just as someone who's been the benefit of attending a few of these meetings and being impressed by the attitude of the mayors that represent their local councils from within our region, I strongly support this move, and I also admire the passion that Councillor Mather shows towards to her patch that she is sworn to represent, which we all have been sworn to represent. I do admire that passion. However, and I also do share her concerns for the potential economic impacts that may come as a consequence of the boundary review. But focusing back on what this motion is about and what the CQ rock is about, and indeed all rocks around our local government areas, it's about strategically working together for the benefit of your region. Sometimes your neighbour is going to annoy you and upset you. Sometimes. That's quite... I'd like to say it's not common, but it happens. But the more important thing is that you look above and beyond to say, despite those indifferences that we share at times, I recognise that the greater good is us standing shoulder to shoulder on these strategic projects, strategic initiatives, and by virtue of that, there has never been a greater time to be a part of this organisation, because our economic viability will be enhanced by the success of this rock, not weakened by it. So this is an opportunity that we have a chance as community leaders to say that Livingstone wants to be a part of it, and to be excluded from that on the basis of what our neighbour may be doing at this point in time, I think is not the most smartest way to move forward, with all due respect. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wright.
I'd like the good deputy to rephrase what he said as he's very concerned that I'm very passionate about my patch.
I'm happy to retract.
Wait a minute, Mr. Mayor. I just need to remind the good deputy, and he meant well, I'm sure, that we all agreed, we resolved and we promised to represent all of the people all of the time. And my patch covers the whole of the Shire. So when I'm passionate, you better believe it. Everybody gets equal opportunity and equal care. So sometimes things just stick out a little bit lighter than others. But I'm sure you meant it in good fun, but at the same time, If we're going to get down to tin tacks, this is really what it means, that we promise to represent all of the people, and that's what I believe I do, and I'm sure you do underneath it all too, but sometimes I think you will forget, some of you forget.
Oh, Councillor Mather, just excuse me a second, Councillor Bella. Councillor Mather, I think I confirm your understanding that no offence was meant by Councillor Bello in any of that comment, and I'm sure Councillor Bello would like a right of reply to that one.
Most definitely, and happy if it would please the good councillor for me to refrain from that, and I take a point from our Director of Planning, Brett Baker, this morning, I think, who said something to the effect that, I've written it down here with my carpenter's pencil, inefficient use of the English language. If the terminology of protecting your patch is something that you'd prefer that I describe differently, is there a better way that you'd like me to describe it? Because the intent is that your patch, in my opinion, is your entire electorate. So if there's a better way, please enlighten me, and I'm happy to do that.
I'm sure your patch is my patch. That's all I'm saying.
Well, councillors, can we maybe agree to move on? Thank you very much.
That's all I need to say, Mr Mayor, that we promise to represent all of the people.
Yeah, that's right.
And I'm sure the good councillor meant no harm.
No, I'm sure too,
acknowledge
councillor.
that.
All right, councillors,
just
anyone
need it
else
to
wishing to
correct.
speak to this particular resolution so we can move on? Yeah, all right. So we've got a mover in Councillor Watson and a seconder in Councillor Bello. All in favour? Those against? Did you want your vote recorded, councillor? All right, that's carried. So the next procedural motion to lay it on the table. So move by myself. All right. Yep, so we're agreeing to leave that list to lay on the table pending discussion by councillors to return to a future council meeting. Okay, so all in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. And thank you, Mr CEO, for your work on that one. Right. Gotcha. On 11%. 11.7 on Ratif. Okay, yeah, so who's delivering this one, Mr CEO? Mr Bacon.
Mr Mayor, it looks like I've left a bundle at home when we got them in 4 parts. I've left one part at home, so just can you please just tell me what number we're on?
11.7, we're on page 113 of 115.
No, that's the one that's gone.
It's the last item on that.
The first, yep.
The first bundle. Oh, that one there, okay. Got that one, thank you.
So you're right, Councillor Mather?
Yes.
Okay,
Yes, thank you.
Mr Executive Director, thank you.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. The Regional Arts Development Fund, which some people colloquially refer to as RADF, round 2 closed recently. There were 6 applications received, of which 5 were assessed by the Regional Arts Development Fund Assessment Panel, which operates for council. Those 5 range from singing, songwriting, through to film production, woodwork, etc. The budget is currently at 31,000, give or take, and the total amount which is being recommended for council is in the vicinity of $26,000.
Thank you, Mr Executive Director. Before we jump into debate, councillors, I had a question for the Executive Director. Why are we supporting an organisation from Rockhampton Woodwork Guild Incorporated?
Because a number of the members are actually based down in Livingstone, and this is a particular workshop which is being delivered in Livingstone as well. So it represents benefit for this Shire and the Shire's residents.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions of the Executive Director? Councillor Mather?
Just, I guess it's a general question, Mr Mayor. It's good to see people who've got something to offer the community, they get a lift up. Do we have is there any criteria where we can actually assess their outcomes? Because you can call yourself anything. like, just for instance, I'm not saying anything about the first one there, but songwriting workshops. I mean, I sing in the bath. I mean, if I really thought I had some talent I could spread out to somebody else, could I be eligible for a grant if I wanted to put my name up? Would I have to be a company? Would I have to provide any sort of criteria to say who I am and what my history is? I just needed to know if there's anything that we can measure that they can come back with to make sure the money goes to the best places. That's all I'm saying.
Councillor Hutton's going to respond.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. It had been my pleasure for, I think it's about 4 of the last 6 years to have served on the RADF committee. So to give you some confidence, Councillor Mather, firstly, when these applications come forward, all of the artists or performers or the workshop leads actually provide a history of themselves, including a resume of sorts, so that when they're assessed for funding, we've got confidence that we're paying for, you know, representative artists and skilled participants who then gain or contribute skills to our community. Further on, in terms of outcome checking, so part of the RADF process, I know it's colloquial, but I'm going to stick with it anyway, is that once the event occurs, there's actually a review done both of the expenditure, so the RADF committee comes together and gets given the post-event report by the participants who provide details about how they spent the money, what the outcomes were. Generally they have photos or they may have video of the things that were done. Sometimes they even invite RADF panel members to come along to see the outcome of that work, so that we close that loop. So we get guaranteed assurance around prior to them receiving money, but then we also at post-project have that this is how the money was spent and what it was looked like. And in the past I can tell you that there was at least one occasion where an organisation was sent back their completed documentation to say, I'm sorry, but you actually haven't explained how you spent the money succinctly enough to actually make it understandable for the committee. So they actually had to go back and go find their receipts that they had to demonstrate how they had funded and used their project funds in meeting the expectations of the RADF panel. So there is a quality assurance process in terms of both the contributions of artists, recognising that some artists will be local, some will be regional and some will be state or international, as well as a post-event review to make sure that the funds are spent in a way that's in matching with what the grant application was. And if there was any changes to that grant application, it actually comes back through our coordinator and is provided to the RADF panel generally to seek their agreements, knowing that there was one application, I think it was back 3 years ago, where their project simply wasn't able to be completed within the funding period, so they had to come back and say, hey, we need an extra month to do the project. And it was up to the panel to decide, well, do we give approval for that extension or do we actually ask for the entire funding back? So there are checks and balances to keep them protected, as well as protect the interests of council and the Queensland Government who go 50-50 funding for this project.
Yes, thank you for that, Councillor Hutton. I'm sure there would have been, but I just needed to be sure because we wanted to make sure that we've got the best advantage for the people who are here and anybody who wants to bring some professional advice, whether it be in the art world, to this community, will benefit wherever they come from. Yeah, thank you.
Thanks for the question, Councillor Mather. Any other questions for the Executive Director?
No, but through you, Mr. Mayor, I believe, I'm not sure if I have a conflict here. I've had something to do with Blue Eagle Productions in the past, and they certainly helped with my campaign on a personal level, but there was no money that had changed hands. It was all free. So if I have a conflict, shall I leave?
Look, as a customer of an organisation or a former customer of an organisation, I think Councillor Watson might be in the same position. I think I've used Blue Eagle Productions previously before. Mr. CEO, I think I'm not really sure there is a conflict of interest here.
If the relationship is purely, as you say, as a customer, that's a commercial transaction at arm's length, I don't see necessarily. Again, it's in the own mind of the councillors whether that relationship might be perceived in another way because you are a customer and in relation to this transaction. But I would think that you could defend that the particular situation.
It's not a heck of a lot different, Councillor, to if you're a customer of a particular shop or particular department store or whatever, and they're putting in a development application, I think you're sufficiently removed.
And also I'm not on the RADF committee, so...
Any other questions? Okay, so we have,
I've just realised that I am on the RADF committee. And I've only just got here though, but I've also been in one of his movies. I was naked. No, I'm joking. No, I wasn't naked. But no, all I'm saying is though, I was in one of his movies, and during the election he did do some footage for me. So should I think I should, shouldn't I?
all right. Okay. Thank you, Councillor Watson.
Mr Mayor, I'm also going to excuse myself. Even though I was a customer, I was also, I did use their services in a movie. Not in a movie, but for my campaign.
Yeah. Entirely your call, Councillor. I mean, I certainly,
yeah.
He shot a video for me during my campaign as well, but I feel as though I'm sufficiently removed at this point that I was a customer. It's simple.
All right. Well, I was a customer.
Okay, so moved Councillor Eastwood, seconded. Councillor Mather, seconding. I didn't mean to sound incredulous. I just wasn't sure whether your hand was up for that or something else. No. All right, so moved Councillor Eastwood, seconded Councillor Mather. Councillor Eastwood, would you like to speak to the report?
Just briefly, Mr Mayor, just that, and I've said this before, the arts are a very important part of our community, and these grants do enable not only different artists to expand their vision, I guess, and to provide services to the community, just like as our community grants help community organisations within our community, and it's really, really important that we continue to fund this and to get behind what makes our community such a great and diverse place. Thanks, Mr Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Eastwood. Anyone speaking against the recommendation? Anyone like to speak for it?
Just very
Councillor
briefly,
Mather.
thank you, Mr Mayor. My daughter's a part-time artist. She doesn't sell anything. She just gives them to me, and I have to store them till I find a place big enough to put them. But I appreciate the passion that goes into art itself, and art takes in many forms. And if we've got people out there with talents and expertise who wish to share them at a price perhaps, and we can assist them to share those talents and expertise, we're actually spreading the love around and all that knowledge and sharing with other artists and other people with passion. So I'm very happy to do this, Mr Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mather. Councillor Friend.
Mr Mayor, Mr CEO, before we go to the vote, I feel uncomfortable and I will remove myself from this vote.
All right. Thank you, Councillor Friend. We'll wait for Justine to catch up. Good to go? All right. So, councillors, we'll conclude debate on this one. We'll go to the vote on it. So, all in favour? Carried unanimously for those that have obviously left. What time were we envisaging breaking for lunch, Mr. CEO? All right. Sea Haven may take a little while, yeah. So we might we might just break for lunch, councillor. So I'll move procedural motion. We break for lunch. All in favour? Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, Mr Mayor, councillors, Mr CEO. Justine's just going to get a PowerPoint presentation for me. So this application is for the creation of 49 lots consisting of 46 residential lots, 2 lots for drainage reserve and the balance lot, and creates 8 new stages of Seahaven Estate. The proposal also includes a material change of use for a dwelling house on each of the residential lots, so that will be 46 dwelling houses in total. The subject site is a balanced area of Seahaven located in the areas of Tarangumbar and Tarramble and access from Tarangumbar Road. The site is close to primary schools, daycare centres, a kindergarten, and is not far from the Cedar Park shopping centre. The development is over 8 stages split in 2 distinct areas. So it's shown in orange and blue up on that overall proposal plan. The northern portion is stages 5F and 5G, linking from Cottesloe Street, and includes a drainage reserve within lot 901, which is the large lot to the north. The remaining stages are proposed in the southern portion, linking from previously approved but not yet constructed stages, and it includes another drainage reserve which is in lot 900. That's lot 900 up through there. The site is affected by a number of overlays, most notably flood hazard and biodiversity, so the vegetation in the green on the right hand side. The northern portion of the site within stage 5 is identified as containing flood hazard. It's important to note that the overlay mapping is indicative and it's a trigger for assessment, so it doesn't necessarily determine the specific flood extent. The proposed drainage reserves within lots 900 and 901 are designed to allow for the diversion and management of flood water away from the proposed residential lots. There's also the requirement for further development permits for operational works for stormwater works and inter-allotment drainage if it's required. There's mapped vegetation located within stage 5 and adjoining the rear of the lots within stage 14. I'm not sure. So this is the area that's the rear of stage 14. The development has been conditioned to the effect that a further development permit for operational works for clearing is required, which will enable council to more thoroughly assess the proposed clearing associated with the development. And that includes the developer having to provide the location and species of existing trees, including those to be retained, and where possible, vegetation of significance will be retained. And there is also opportunity for the remaining areas to be enhanced with fire retardant endemic species in replacement of any that may be removed. It is accepted that the proposed residential lots will be cleared, so that's the 46 lots. But there is opportunity to retain some of the vegetation within the drainage reserves and the balance lot. So just to expand on that, an operational works application for Seahaven was lodged with council recently, just in the last couple of weeks, and it included this plan. This demonstrates the proposed stormwater treatment system within lot 901. So that was the northern lot. So as you can see, the design incorporates quite a lot of vegetation. And it only takes up approximately 50% of lot 901. So this is lot 901, and that's the drainage system. So it allows for a considerable amount of vegetation to be retained, specifically adjoining the existing properties to the north. And just to note, this layout is currently under assessment and has not been approved as of yet. In the respect to pedestrian linkage from Seahaven to Tarangumbar School, that potentially through this drainage reserve. I did speak to the developer. They're not opposed to the suggestion, and it could be considered as part of future operational works. However, it is important to keep in mind that this lot, as the drainage reserve lot, will be handed over to council at some point, and council has the opportunity to provide future works in associated, if we were wanting to put our own pedestrian linkage through that lot, we can do so in the future. Obviously, it'd be beneficial to do that in consultation with the school. So the site is almost entirely affected by bushfire. However, clearing associated with the creation of the new lots and the new roads will reduce the risk considerably, if not completely, in some areas. A condition has also been included to ensure any residential lots which cannot achieve adequate setback to potentially hazardous vegetation will need to comply with the National Construction Code for bushfire. So the development application underwent public notification and one submission was received relating to stormwater management and destruction of vegetation and wildlife habitat. It is considered the development adequately addresses the submitter's concerns with the inclusion of the stormwater drainage to manage the stormwater and further development permits for operational works for clearing, which allows council officers to further assess any areas nominated for clearing. And just to remind you that that drainage easement in lot 901, 50% of that vegetation does not need to be removed or touched to facilitate that easement, system, sorry. So potential flooding and bushfire risks can be mitigated subject to the provision of the 2 drainage easements and for the further development permits for stormwater management, earthworks and clearing. The development is a logical extension of the existing Sea Haven estate and presents an allotment layout which is able to provide urban uses within the emerging community zone. And that's demonstrated through the inclusion of the material change of use for the dwelling house on the residential lots. So it ensures that we've got residential or urban purposes within that emerging community zone. Assessment of the development determines that it can be supported subject to relevant and reasonable conditions and further development permits for operational works, including roadworks, sewerage, water, stormwater, interlockment drainage and earthworks, and infrastructure charges to the value of $1,126,500. I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Through the chair.
Sorry, hang on. Councillor Hutton was first, I think.
Sorry, thank you so much, Tammy, for your work on this report and the detail provided. I have 2 questions, and I completely understand if it's beyond the scope of your information regarding this report. My question is, how many lots does that in total to create that have been approved so far within Sea Haven itself? And the follow-up question to that is, at what point, obviously there'll be a tipping point in terms of population to when we become concerned around the capacity of that one entry and exit road onto Trangenbar Road fails. So at what point do we actually seek infrastructure to provide a secondary access either into the back of Sacred Heart there or back out onto Tamby Road via the connector into our new road when that's due to be completed? Are you able to provide any?
I don't have a total number. In the report, there are the previous approvals listed which would identify how many lots are created. Sorry, I don't have that with me at the moment. And I do believe that some of the other stages that are possibly approved but not yet constructed will provide linkage through bottle brush. I can just eucalyptus.
Stage 5, still even stage 2. I believe there was around 200 lots approved today.
200. Not counting today.
That's bottle brush. Where does that come out of? Toad Hut School, is it? Yeah. Whoa, okay.
Councillor Watt.
Yeah, I've just got a couple of questions. When you say clearing, is this clearing going to be similar to what's happened at the back of Kinka Beach, where there's nothing left?
It really depends on what the clearing is for. So if it's the clearing for the creation of lots, then it is safe to assume that those lots will be completely cleared, possibly earthworks, some minor excavation or filling. In respect to the drainage reserve, as I explained, this drainage reserve, there will be initial, just got that done here, working. Sorry, there will be initial clearing to create the drainage reserve and then they revegetate it. The other portion of the lot does not need to be cleared.
Yeah. Do we have a policy for how many trees are left behind and things like that? I mean, I've been through many estates where they've done these green streets and stuff over the years where they've allowed the roads to follow the landscape effectively, you know, and we just seem to be constantly clearing these blocks and just starting from fresh again, and it just seems wrong. That's all.
So in response to that, Where the residential lots are created, generally that vegetation is not mapped or mapped as significant vegetation. So there is no, I guess, obligation or mechanism for council to enforce the developer to retain it. We have included street tree for each lot. So in terms of streetscape, there will be vegetation.
Is it native or?
I'm not sure. That's up to the developer to provide further information as to what species. Generally, it is endemic species.
Okay. Just running lot 907, was it?
901.
901, sorry, I'm not terrible writer. How much of that is the drainage and how big is that area, that 901?
If I can go, you can just see.
And the other question is,
Ability to, I don't know what I've done.
the other question is with that, is if we take that over as a council, what's the cost we're looking at in the future to look after that?
So there is actually a size on that map. I'm not really sure. So 1.6 hectares. And
What's that in acres?
this was to demonstrate.
1, 2, 4, 3.
So this demonstrates that this is the drainage reserve and this is the total of the lot. In terms of costs, this type of drainage management or system is designed to be very low cost. So once it's established, it should be able, because they do vegetate it with certain vegetation, it should be low cost. And I couldn't give you a figure as to what the maintenance, ongoing maintenance cost would be of that lot.
And so you were saying that going through 901 can link up with Bar School, is that right?
Possibly, yes. So this lot does back onto the south of the school.
Yeah.
I did note on the aerial that there's quite a bit of vegetation and bushland at the south of that school. That's why it would definitely have to be in consultation with the school as to whether they want to incorporate a new access to that area.
I'm just thinking future costs is we're going to be paying to put in a pathway, and we've just spent a fortune doing the coastline out of concrete and everything else, and to be sticking another one in, sort of, that should, I'd look at it, if a developer is putting in a new estate for housing, they should be looking at everything that links it to the rest of the community, that's all. I'm just wondering if they should be putting in the pathway instead of us later on. Because it's not going to cost them much more while they're there, is it?
That's something we could look at as part of operational works.
I guess if I can add into there, firstly, the reserve's predominantly stormwater. It's not for pedestrian movement. Secondly, you can only impose a developer what the scheme allows you to. And your scheme doesn't say you must provide a pathway.
Yeah.
And you try to do that. If I'm a developer, I can come straight back with a negotiated decision they're saying you've got no right to do it. So I guess councillors, there's certain things that we want to look at, the livability, etc. Then that's great, we have that discussion. Then we also have to do amendments to the planning scheme to beef it up and he can actually do something. Otherwise,
Thank you.
you're effectively running flat.
Yep. Thanks for that. Appreciate that.
Councillor Friend.
Thank you. Just a couple of things that stood out for me reading through this particular development was on page 132. It says proposed clearing of 30 metres to vegetation bushfire clearing is considered excessive. So preference is for clearing to be undertaken partially within the proposed lots to reduce the extent of clearing required. So is this one of the actual conditions that is a part of this DA? Is this or is the condition that they just must have one tree per lot?
Sorry, so in terms of clearing or bushfire protection, there's a condition in regards to the National Construction Code. So the National Construction Code will determine what either building materials or clearing is required in order for a dwelling house to be considered safe or to be at a reasonable bushfire attack level. So generally with clearing, we allow for 1.5 times the height of the highest tree. So if you have trees nearby that are 10 metres tall, you would expect 15 metres clearing. which is why 30 metres does seem excessive. It would assume that all trees are 20 metres tall, and I'm not sure that that's correct for that area.
Sure. So in taking into consideration the clearing of this vegetation, will this be addressed if we approve this particular DA today? They're not going to go in and start clearing. An operational works application will need to be undertaken in relation to that clearing. Is that correct?
That's correct. And as part of that operational works for clearing, we have determined that they need to provide like a survey of trees to identify what's the species, how many are there, and our NRM officers would have opportunity to, I guess, protect any species or areas that they see fit during that clearing process. Sure. I'm certainly not against development because as Councillor Mathis, good Councillor Mathis said earlier, that we do need development to advance our shire and to help the rate base. But I am concerned that more and more of the community, especially within my community voice panel, are absolutely disgusted with the amount of tree clearing that has been happening with certain developments of late. You know, they would like to see in the future that the planning scheme can be amended to incorporate native species and less tree clearing, although taking into consideration the bushfire overlay as well. The last question I have is on page 141, it says that the application does not comply. And I'd just like to know if the development does not comply, why would the recommendation be to consider the proposed development favourably? Sorry, I don't actually have a copy of the agenda. Can I, I just... 141? Is it 141? Sorry, I would have had to have printed 300 pages to be prepared for this one. Sorry, I do apologise. Oh, 141, yes, 141. So are you, sorry, Councillor, I'm referring to, it starts on 140, 141, the development does not comply with the acceptable outcome of the Biodiversity Overlay Code, and 5 is the development does not comply with the acceptable outcomes of the Bushfire Hazard Overlay Code, and 6 is the development does not comply with the performance outcome of Flood Hazard Overlay. And so, Councillor, just I can understand how that may seem misleading. And I am a layperson, so yes. So that is a summary of the assessment, and what we do there is we identify any inconsistencies or non-compliances with the acceptable outcomes. So the acceptable outcomes are, if you meet the acceptable outcomes, you get a tick. Or if you don't meet the acceptable outcomes, you can then address the performance outcomes, which is a broader way of assessing development. And so this is just identifying that although there were some non-compliances for specific acceptable outcomes, overall the development was able to meet the performance outcomes for each of those codes, subject to conditions. Okay, thank you. Thanks for your expertise. Thanks, Tammy.
Also, Councillor, just go back to the question you raised about vegetation clearance. The subdivision you're talking about is a 4,000 square metre lot subdivision. This subdivision, the biggest lot's about 1,000 square metres, most are around 800. The ability to retain vegetation in 800 square metre lots is a lot harder than 4,000s. That in no way excuses what that developer has done down that location. Quite frankly, they could have designed it in a better way, but it's their call. But in your traditional suburban area, it's a lot harder to keep the vegetation on those smaller lots. Often the developer will, and then who advisor takes out that vegetation to put their house on there anyway in that location.
Can I just ask say it's their call, oh, sorry, what do you think? When you say it's their call, why is it their call?
Because the planning scheme doesn't say otherwise.
So if we want to address that, we need to change things, is that right?
You need to change the planning scheme, make an amendment to the planning scheme.
And then it becomes council's dictating what it wants to see and what it doesn't.
I can just remember town meetings with Tom White, Councillor Tom White, complaining that we're all building smaller and smaller blocks of land and no one's put that big tree out the back anymore. That's all. And I just looked at it as, I actually said to him, and now I look back and I think I shouldn't have said that, but that's your fault. But obviously, it's something needs to change to allow that. Sorry, yes. Need to bring it forward.
Yeah. Any other questions of the officer before we go into debate, councillors? Councillor Bella?
Yeah, just one question there. Just going back to the synchronisation of the stages that, in the event that they were to roll out, that would trigger for the connecting roads to occur. We're going to go to Bottle Brush. That was stage 5, is that?
That's
So
correct.
and that's already been approved.
Yes.
And what we have before us is a different application for stage 4 that doesn't trigger any further roadworks for connectors and what have you.
So some of these stages will connect with those other approved stages which already have that connection to eucalyptus. Yes. So generally when we approve stage development, they have to provide the adequate infrastructure for each stage as they go along. So it would be, you know, it wouldn't be logical for them to create this stage before creating other linking stages. And it wouldn't be consistent with the development conditions.
And do you know the justification for why, say, stage 5 has been approved, but yet stage 4 hasn't? Like, it's almost like, well, why wasn't stage 5 stage 4? Or so I'm just curious to understand the order, or is it because where they're actually positioned within the lot? Because it seems as if you've got stage 1, 2, 3 approved and built out, and then stage 4 is approved, but well, we're approving that now, but it wasn't when the stage 5 was approved. But what's the rationale behind that?
I couldn't actually answer to why they have decided on these particular stages. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Baker.
So the staging of these things is set up like whoever's doing the design for the developer. So the developer engages the company, they'll go away, do a design, and they'll come up with a staging plan.
Yep.
Then they just submit applications to us. So we don't require you to come in and each stage must be sequential. And how they come up with their staging and how they then break them into A's and B's, etc., is their logic. It's not something we look at. We are really looking at what have you applied for, how's it going to work, what's the infrastructure for it. It doesn't, we don't judge you on the basis that you've gone 1, 10, 2, 25. That's your call.
Outside of...
Correct. But we do look at it to see, okay, is this coming together from our point of view, logically for infrastructure, and
Question, if I may, to Tammy. Following on from the theme that Councillors Hutton and Bello have raised, the use of Bottle Brush Drive for stage 5. My understanding is that where that Bottle Brush Drive currently ends, beyond that that corridor from there through to Tarangavar Road is privately owned land. What's the proposal going through there?
So I'm not actually...
Frangipani Drive. I thought someone said the extension was going to go through Bottle Brush
Sorry,
Drive.
that was my mistake. It's Eucalyptus Drive.
Okay, all right, thank you. Right. Yes, right. Yeah, okay, I understand. Yeah, you got that loop road through. Yeah, I'm with you. All right, any other questions for
Question to
Tammy?
To Tammy, flood hazard overlay code on page 137. Assessment of the proposal complies with the various requirements of the flood hazard overlay code apart from a deviation from performance outcome P013. Can you, given the development results in the creation of new lots, can you explain that a little bit, Tam, please?
So I believe that the outcome is that we don't approve new lots in a flood area. However, they have demonstrated through the use of the drainage reserves and earthworks that they can ensure that any new residential lots are flood free. So it's quite a firm performance outcome, but they were overall, from an overall assessment, with the inclusion of the drainage reserve, they're able to ensure that there's no flood hazard risk to the new lots, or new residential lots.
What is the water height in that flood area, in that drainage reserve? What is the water levels?
I don't actually
Where
have...
where does it all come from?
It depends on the flood report. It varies across site to site. So, in some RTP certified flood report we assess, we are satisfied with the flow level recommended. So, we will operational works we demonstrate that whatever the works complies with the flood report. So, there is a set flow level they need to maintain throughout the site.
So you know the water comes in there and it rises there, but do you think now that if you set a flood height, the floor level that needs to meet that flood height,
Yes.
you think that will save you?
Yes, generally the flow level would be 300 millimeter above the defined flood level, which is 200.
Do you know what level the water comes to? That was my question.
We know that. We know that.
Is it up to your knees, up to your waist? Yeah, can you define?
Sorry?
Is it up to your knees or up to your waist? Can you define that?
It's all what I can say is all it's captured within the drainage easement. So there's no flooding impact within the residential properties. So you don't need to worry about private properties.
So even though it's in a drainage area, you say no water goes into the area where you're going to allow houses. Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
So now that I've just been picking up pieces for a long time. When houses were sold with water coming up, that's what worries me a lot. Thank you.
Right, any other questions, councillors? Councillor Watson.
Last one. Sorry. Councillor Hutton brought up before about the Trengabar exit onto Tamby Road, and we were talking earlier about it being a state government issue and everything else. And if we're going to approve another 46 blocks of land down the track, there's going to be an extra 100 cars in that road. You know, so how is the infrastructure going to deal with that? Because if we can't upgrade it, it's struggling now. I've regularly come past there and you just see cars backed up all the way back to the school in the morning. So I'm just thinking, should we be having a meeting with Queensland Transport or Main Roads, whatever, to find out what can be done? Because we need this land developed, but we also need it to be safe that they can get out without getting injured.
No, an excellent point, and those conversations and meetings have occurred and are continuing to occur, particularly given that we're going to put pressure back on Transport and Main Roads to upgrade that intersection because it's an accident waiting to happen, and unfortunately we don't want any more of those or any fatalities there in order to be the catalyst for some action on the part of TMR. So those conversations have been occurring and they are continuing to occur. Councillor Mather.
Is TMR familiar with what we're actually approving and what's coming in the pipeline list stages? Is TMR familiar with those?
My understanding, Councillor Mather, is that through the Regional Roads Transport Group, they're made aware of the development. But beyond that, I can't comment.
Can you just check somehow to make sure that they're on board with that? Because this is only the beginning of the next...
Or perhaps through the CEO's office we can check that. Thank you.
Emphasise that point too, because you have to be reluctant to approve any of these stages until something is assured that they're missing.
Indeed. All right. Any other questions, councillors? All right. So we'll go into debate on this one, councillors. So can I get a mover and a seconder for this report? Councillor Hutton, this is your portfolio. Did you wish to move that one? Thank you. Seconded, Councillor Eastwood. All right, Councillor Hutton, did you want to speak to the report?
Only to highlight that the continued challenges that our community has around access to residential markets and land is not due to a lack of available land, but rather about choices that are made as to when land is brought forward and put forward. Our role as council is to make sure that we have between a 3 and 5 year supply of residential land available for potential development. Our community continues to feel that that's an important role that we play, and this is part of that picture. So by providing for these additional lots, we're continuing providing supply, but it is up to the individual developers to determine when they choose to put onto the market these lands and break them up, and ultimately they'll be doing that based on, I'm sure, financial considerations. So we fulfil our role. I commend Tammy for the work that she's done in this report in exploring some real challenges around the waterways, and I really quite am taken with the natural feel that they're trying to go with in terms of how they are managing that overland flow or that storm flow. I think it's something that's different to some of the things we've seen elsewhere. And if we're about livability, which I believe that this community strongly supports, then we need to be looking for those opportunities to provide livable solutions which match the engineering need with a future lifestyle outcome. And in support of the comments made by Councillor Watson that, you know, providing footpath and accessibility to schools is something that does need to be considered, and I'm sure will be discussed in part of operational works.
Thanks, Councillor Hutton. Is anyone speaking against the recommendation? All right. Councillor Eastwood, did you want to speak to it?
Only briefly, Mr. Mayor, and that these developments don't go without their hassles, but when they're overcome, we end up with subdivisions that are worthwhile, and especially at the stage we are at the moment within Livingstone and within probably the whole of Queensland, with a shortage of good land. It's encouraging to see that a developer has come forward and is able to put this up.
Thank you, Councillor Eastwood. Anyone else like to speak to the report? Okay, councillors, we'll go to the vote on this one now. We'll wrap up debate. Councillor Hutton, did you want to wrap up at all? All right. So we've got a mover in Councillor Hutton, a seconder in Councillor Eastwood. All in favour, councillors? Those against? Councillor May, did you wish your vote to be recorded? Okay, so carried. Okay. Okay, so we're now down to the report on the development at Kununurra. So over to you, Tammy. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Justine, I'll just get that when you're ready. Thank you. So this development application is for a service station and a shop and operational works for 4 pylon signs. So the site is located west of the QMag mines and just east of the Stanage Bay Road turn-off, and you'll be familiar with the site having previously held a service station which was known as the Kununurra Roadhouse. It is believed the former roadhouse ceased operations sometime between 2005 and 2007, with a caretaker remaining on site in a dwelling house until around 2015. So the site is zoned rural and abuts a railway to the south, Brett's Road to the west, and grazing land to the east, and it fronts Kununurra Road to the north, which is a state-controlled road. So the development is located in the northwest corner of the site. It's a little bit difficult to see, but that's where it is, and this is where, oh, I'm losing my marker. That's where the old service station still is. So the proposal includes the demolition of the existing buildings and structures associated with the former roadhouse. The applicant has advised that there's no intention as part of this development to remove the former underground fuel tanks. And just to expand on that a little, a duty holder responsible for an abandoned tank must make the tank safe in accordance with workplace health and safety regulation. Where reasonably practicable, the tank should be removed. However, if removal of the abandoned tank is not reasonably practicable, The tank must be decommissioned in accordance with the relevant Australian standard. So there's a specific Australian standard around removal and disposal of underground petroleum storage tanks. Council does not have authority or jurisdiction to enforce the removal of underground tanks, and the EPA is the responsible entity in that instance. So the new larger scale development is proposed slightly east of the former location. Sorry, I'll just go back. So yeah, just up in the corner is where the previous service station was. The development area is just under 1 hectare, which includes the access, and that equates to about 3% of the overall site. So that's, if you can make out the site, is that sort of rectangular shape there, and this is where the new service station will be. And this is just a site plan of what it will look like. The service station shop has a gross floor area of 445 square metres, with a site cover of 790 square metres, which includes both of the refuelling areas and their associated covered areas. The service station operator is yet to be confirmed. The proposal includes 14 formalised on-site car parks made up of 8 light vehicle parks, which will be located along the front, and that does include 1 disabled car park. 4 heavy vehicle parks, which I believe are 2 there and 2 over there, and then another 2 caravan parks, which are tandem parked over there. So the planning scheme requirements determined that 41 spaces were required based on the number of service bays and the gross floor area of the shop. However, council engineers assessed the application and the traffic impact assessment, which was provided as part of the application, and have determined that based on the remote rural location, the number of spaces calculated in the planning scheme were excessive, and the proposed configuration that they have provided is more appropriate for the use, given that the development is marketed as a truck stop. So those larger parking bays are probably more appropriate than 41 car spaces. Given the size of the development, in comparison to the overall site, there's ample additional parking spillover area available, and this area is not required to be sealed and will generally remain in its natural state, which is adequate for the anticipated infrequent use. In addition, the site is located opposite an existing heavy vehicle stopping bay, which I've circled on that plan up there, and that allows for drivers to park up and use the services as required. This is the floor plan of the service station and shop, and it just shows there's actually a separate truckers area and showers, toilets, etc. For exclusive use for heavy vehicle operators, which just goes to show that it is marketed as a truck stop. A service station and shop are generally not consistent for a rural zone. However, the use can occur where compatible with the area, where not restricting or compromising existing or proposed rural activities on the site and adjoining sites. And given the proposed development area utilises about only 3% of the overall site, it's considered that there is still considerable amount of area remaining for the pursuit of rural activities. So cattle grazing could still operate on the balance of that site. Similarly, it's considered that the proposed use will not conflict with existing uses on the adjoining properties, because there's quite generous setbacks to adjoining properties and adjoining residential properties. Consideration is given to the previously enacted town planning consent for a roadhouse and service station, and that operated on site for about 15 years. It's considered the proposed use provides a necessary service for the community, for travellers, commuters, and is therefore considered an appropriate use for the site. Performance assessment demonstrates that the development will not compromise the strategic framework and comply with all relevant overall outcomes, subject to relevant and reasonable conditions, and infrastructure charges of $2,554.70, in addition to necessary road upgrades as conditioned by the Department of Transport and Main Roads. I'm happy to take any questions on this one.
Thank you, Tammy. Any questions for Tammy, councillors?
Yes, thank you.
Councillor Mather?
Tammy, you say that the tank, the fuel tank underground, we can't force them to move it, and they're not planning to move it, but EPA is responsible. There should be another agency that has been referred to. Have they had any input into this?
So, Councillor, this application didn't have to be referred to the Environmental Protection Agency for assessment because we're not assessing the previous use, we're assessing a new use, it's in a new location, and there is already another entity that oversees those tanks, and as I sort of briefly explained, so there's a certain process. Number one, you should remove it. If you can't remove it, you need to decommission it. So there's a whole process, and it's the duty holder's responsibility to undertake whatever activity is safe for that tank, whether it be removal or decommission. And it's not, council doesn't have any authority over the existing tank or the ability to enforce it to be removed.
Do we know if it's going to be emptied? I mean, if there's still some residual in there.
When I spoke to the applicant's consultant, he didn't have information, and he just said that his client, the owner of the property, will deal with it in accordance with the relevant authority. So I don't have information as to whether it...
Fill them with water.
Can I say, Dan, you
Councillors, sorry, rather than having conversation going backwards and forwards across the table, can we go through the chair, please? Yeah.
Sorry. Through the chair. To Glenda, is that how I say it? Yeah. Okay, sorry. Down the Yeppoon Main Street, there were many fuel tanks that were filled with water from the years when they used to have the service stations in the main street and that's what they usually do.
So they can decommission them?
Yeah, so they're safe.
Okay, as long as we've got that in, we've addressed it in the main...
Not that I'm a professional on it, but that's what they normally do.
Yes. Go on.
Councillor Mather, you're still going?
No, I've just thrown up like 3
Councillor Friend.
Thank you, Mr Mayor, through you to Tammy. Tammy, I looked through this. Of course, to me, this is quite straightforward. There was a petrol station there. Now they're requesting another one. In nowhere, and I went through this application with a fine-tooth comb, did I see an EV charger? And really, I'm just flagging, I'm flagging my colleagues at the table that there may be a further letter of support happening in relation to maybe even contacting these people through a letter requesting an EV charger. Is in your knowledge of this particular application, you didn't see any EV chargers? No. Okay, thank you.
Councillor Mather?
I'm happy to move it, Mr Mayor.
Okie dokie, thank you. All right, any other questions of the officer before we go to debate? All right, so Councillor Mather is moving. Can I get a seconder? Thank you. Councillor Watson. All right, Councillor Mather, do you want to speak to the report?
Just very briefly, Mr Mayor. It's good that the service station is actually picking up and reshaping itself. It's been badly needed for a long, long time because I've gone through there many a time and it's an absolute embarrassment and a health hazard and a safety issue the way it is. And I've taken many a photo and produced them not only to our people but to main roads because of the issues that involved. Because people were camping in there and it could have been burnt down, it could have been anything. Not knowing what sort of fuel might be in that tank underground or what might happen there. It's 45 kilometres to Marlborough from that site. It's about 55 to Rockhampton, so it's well placed because it's considered, between Marlborough and Rockhampton, it's considered the horror stretch. There's been more accidents there than any other part of central Queensland. And it's so isolated from help when it does happen. So it's really good that those facilities will be there to break the journey, that is, so people can stop. People have told me that across the road where I can't see it, but it's probably there, the truck stop across the road, there's a toilet block there now. And people have said to me, it'll go underwater. I mean, I've been through there or in that area in flood time, but I've never seen it underwater. So I'm not particularly worried about anything that might be there. It's very flat land, but I'm satisfied that it's in the right place, and I'm really pleased that it's being demolished, or the next best thing, to be able to provide that service there, because it's badly needed.
Thank you, Councillor Mather. Anyone speaking against? Councillor Watson.
Just to answer, sorry, through the chair to Andrea, there's a charging station just short of Marlborough. But again, this has to happen, because for years it's been an absolute eyesore. Like Glenda said, I was only up past there a couple of weeks ago, and I thought they have to do something with this. So I'm all for it.
Thank you, Councillor Watson. Anyone else like to speak to the report? All right, we'll close debate, councillors, and we'll go to the vote. So it's moved by Councillor Mather, seconded by Councillor Watson. All in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors.
Thank the officer too, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you to the officers for your work on this, Tammy. Please pass it on to your team.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Councillors, this is a self-explanatory report regarding reviews currently underway or about to commence of the local laws, and that's the full suite of local laws that Council currently operates. There are currently 2 notices of motion on the books for Councillors' consideration as well about specific local laws, one to do with vehicle launching and retrieval or servicing or supply, not servicing as such. The other one to do with keeping of animals. As you see in the officer's recommendation, we're suggesting that in interests of efficiency that we bundle them all together as one review. I'll leave it up to councillors.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor. After our last briefing, I understand what the officers are doing, and I'm happy to move this, but move it with an amendment and an addendum.
So you're foreshadowing?
I'm foreshadowing.
Okay, all right. What's your foreshadowed motion, Councillor?
One, let's have a look. That Council resolved to incorporate the proposed proposed amendments to the subordinate laws 2 and 4 as part of the complete review and redrafting of Council's local laws, which will be commencing late March 2021, so no change there, with an emphasis placed as priority for local laws 2 and 4. And secondly, and there's a second part to this, but I'll just wait. Priority for local laws, placed as a priority for local laws 2 and 4. And number 2 would be waive the requirement for fees for applications for specified animal permits other than dogs and cats, and take no enforcement action where the driver of the motor vehicle is using a boat ramp to launch retrieve or supply a vessel. two, yeah, under another section. So, Mr. Mayor, if this amendment is resolved, then I'm happy to move this particular amended and addendum to the resolution.
Okay. Just as a matter of, I suppose, process going forward, councillors, and I'm not picking on you, Councillor Friend, but if you have a proposed or alternate motion at some stage for the meeting, if you have that formulated prior to the meeting, it would be good to give it to the executive services team so that we're not sort of trying to understand it or put it together on the fly. Okay, so councillors, we've got an alternate motion in front of us, but we'll go back and look at the original motion. Okay, so the original motion is that council resolves the report titled Notice of Motion, Councillor Friend, Amendment of Subordinate Local Law Number 2, Animal Management 2011, Schedule 2, which is currently laying on the table within the business outstanding table awaiting return to a council meeting, be lifted from the table to be dealt with. That's not it? Sorry, I beg your pardon, I'm looking at the wrong thing. All right. Right, thank you. Right.
Mayor, would it be clearer to members if we were to break that into two parts, because they are dealing with two different matters, but they all are combined into one review of local laws, to make sure we do capture it all? I don't have a problem seconding the alternate motion if that's what the table wishes to keep, but I'm thinking, I don't think there's any argument with the first one. And the second one is just a separate matter, but it doesn't refer to a specific local law. That's all I'm thinking.
All right, what I'd like to do is suspend standing orders and discuss this further, councillors, if that's okay. So I'm going to move that. Can I...
Certainly. So the first motion has the scheduled 2 and 4 pertaining specifically to the two notices of motion I put into council back in October last year and then early this year in relation to two separate matters. Officers are stating that it would be a good idea to incorporate it into the whole process of the whole local law review. However, I want to make sure that those notices of motion will be given priority when the review is being undertaken by the successful company that have tendered for it. I also want I'm asking for support, but I also want some security to know that fees for the applications, in particular for specified animal permits, and also no enforcement action, whereas infringements may occur for those who are accessing those boat ramps without a trailer, that there would be no enforcement of infringements whilst the local law review is being undertaken.
All right, so thank you for that clarification for me. I'm looking at the second alternate option there. If I can just go to the Executive Director, in terms of what Councillor Friend is proposing, would that necessarily, like what she's proposing, is that going to be any different or superior somehow to what would happen as part of the process with Mackay solicitors?
Looking at point 2 only, Mr. Mayor, I suppose point 2 is effectively a doing nothing approach, so it doesn't really have any impact on our resources per se, if that's what you're asking about.
I guess I'm just trying to flesh out here. I mean, Councillor Friend is trying to get, like, prioritise particular aspects of the investigation. I'm just, Councillor Friend, I'm encapsulating that correctly?
No, that's correct.
So I'm just seeking clarification as to what effect Councillor Friend is trying to achieve. I mean, is that necessarily going to change the way Mackays will do the job anyway?
Probably not, insofar as all local laws would go out on public notification at the same time. So we won't be dribbling out local law 1, local law 2, local law 3, local law 4, or in different order however you wish, we'll be doing it in one hit because it's a suite of local laws. No different to when we do a planning scheme review, we don't just put out the rural zone first and then we'll come out and talk to people about the residential zone later on. It is a package, so from that perspective it probably won't make a lot of difference as to how we go about the process.
So if it doesn't make a lot of difference to how we go about the process, in resolving to give priority to those two particular local laws which were raised in previous meetings, that particular resolution or motion that I'm putting forward should be absolutely fine to put forward.
As the way I'm interpreting it, that's correct. Ultimately, it makes little or no difference, Mr. Baker.
It makes no difference, and it won't actually result in any change in the speed or the order of which how things are done, because they will be done simultaneously.
All right, so it won't make any difference in speed or order, but I want to make sure that they're still given priority in relation, and especially with the waiving of the requirements for fees for applications, and a security and peace of mind for our residents and our community to know that no enforcement action is going to be taken whilst the local laws are under review in relation to them obtaining infringements for driving their vehicle, perhaps with their paddleboard or with their canoe or with their kayak, onto the beach without repercussions for an infringement.
Right now, under the local law, provided you do it within the 50-metre distance of the boat ramp, you can have your paddleboard, because that is a vessel. The only one which isn't currently picked up is the supply of a vessel, which is the one we discussed at length. So right now, if you have your canoe or your paddleboard or your boat, you are not getting booked.
And if someone drives down there, which is going to be undertaken within this local law review, and they're going to be supplying a vessel from the island, say for example, they could still be infringed. Is that correct?
I don't actually know of an infringement notice being issued for somebody in those circumstances, Councillor.
But the possibility is that they may not have been issued, but they could be issued as it stands right now. Is that correct?
Absolutely, yeah.
So yes, Mr. Mayor, I just want to make sure that to give the community and myself as the person who put these notices of motion forward on behalf of the community, peace of mind to know that whilst this local law is reviewed for the next 6 to 8 months, that they will not be infringed as long as they stay within that 50 metres, of course.
Yeah, if the additional wording in Part 1 is superfluous, I guess the question is there any value in adding in the addition to that part? But I'm more interested in the fee requirement for applications for specified animal permits. I don't feel like I know much about that. Are there? Can you offer some explanation just around that, just to make?
Absolutely, yes. Thanks, Councillor Hutton. Good question. So, with the animal permit fees for specified animal permits, people that keep more than a permitted number of animals other than dogs and cats, could be horses, could be llamas, could be goats, could be anything. Whilst this review is being undertaken, I would like them to know that they do not need to continue to pay this permit, considering my previous notice of motion was to request that the 20,000 square metre block be reduced for these animal permits to 16,000 square metre. And so until our review has been undertaken, I don't believe that they should be charged fees for their continual ongoing animal permits, considering this was brought up as a notice of motion previously. And it laid on the table for more information. When more information came back, then our officers said that, well, look, we're undertaking this review. If we do two separate ones plus the main review, it's extra time, extra cost to officers and to council. And so I'm happy for it to be incorporated within the review. I just want to make sure that it is not, these notices of motion are not forgotten, and that, like I said, the community members will have peace of mind that they basically their licence, although they have it, they don't need to pay for any renewal until this review is finished.
Sorry, further question. So how many animals do we have currently under a specified
animal register other than dogs and cats? 1.
I move a procedural motion that we go back from standing orders into the meeting. We put the motion.
I'm going to do
Thank you,
just
Mr. Chair.
that right now, councillor. I tell you what, Justine, can we have a look at the resolution again, please, just so that we're all clear on it? Well, sorry, we'll go back into standing orders. So procedurally, go back into standing orders. All in favour? Thank you. Carried. All right. So can we have a look at the proposed resolution again, please? So that council resolve. Can we actually enlarge that a little bit, please, Justine? Thank you. Council resolved to incorporate the proposed amendments to Subordinate Local Law 2 and 4 as part of the complete review and redrafting of Council's local laws, which will be commencing late March 2021, with an emphasis placed as priority for local laws 2 and 4. And 2, waive the requirement for fees for applications for specified animal permits other than dogs and cats, and take no enforcement action where the driver of the motor vehicle is using a boat ramp to launch, retrieve or supply a vessel. All right. So you happy with that, councillor Friend? All right.
I'm just seeking clarification. That's the foreshadowed motion. You've still got a motion, a recommendation on
That's correct, councillor, yep. All right, so that's... Yeah, thank you. All right, so as long as we got the alternate motion clear in everyone's mind, it wasn't in mine for a while, anyway. So now we've got a couple of things procedurally to do, councillors. We've got to deal with the procedural motion to lift it off the table, the report titles. You know, the council resolves the report titled Notice of Motion, Councillor Friend, Amendment Local Law Number 2, Animal Management 2011, Schedule 2, which is currently laying on the table within the business outstanding table awaiting return to a council meeting, be lifted from the table to be dealt with. All right. So is someone prepared to move that? Councillor Mather, thank you. All in favour? So that's now putting it on the table to deal with today, councillors. All right. So we've got the original motion that Council resolved to incorporate the proposed amendments to Subordinate Local Laws 2 and 4 as part of the complete review and redrafting of Council Local Laws, which will be commencing late March 2021. Is there a mover and a seconder for that one? Councillor Hutton and seconded Councillor Watson. Bear in mind this is the original recommendation, councillor, not the alternate. Okay. Right, so righto, so Councillor Hutton is moving. Is there a seconder, please? You with me, Justine? Yeah, just okay. Councillor Hutton, is there a seconder? All right, so the motion lapses for want of a seconder. So now we consider the alternate, which Councillor Friend is moving and Councillor Mather is seconding. Councillor Friend, did you want to speak any further to this one?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think I've said quite enough, but certainly moving this particular motion will give our constituents, our community in both the northern suburbs and also in the Emu Park area some peace of mind to know that they've actually been listened to and their council does act upon to help them further.
Okay, thank you, councillor. Is anyone speaking against? Anyone wish to speak for? Councillor Mather, you wish to speak for it?
I think it's been said very eloquently, Mr. Mayor.
All right. Anyone else wish to make a comment? Councillor Bella.
Very quickly, I I do want to make a comment. I believe Miss Christine Pritchard, if I got the name correct, will be watching in today intently to see how this pans out, and I believe she'd be very appreciative of the efforts of Councillor Friend, who has really applied herself to try and find the best possible outcome for our community, and I think we're heading in the right direction. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Councillor Bello. Any other comments, councillors, before we close debate? All right, so we'll close debate and go to the vote. We've got a mover in Councillor Friend and a seconder in Councillor Mather on this one. All in favour? Those against? Carried. Did you want your vote recorded, Councillor Hutton? Right, thank you. All right, councillors. And just reiterating, councillors, if you've got alternate motions in the future, if you could give them to the executive support staff before the meeting, that would be greatly appreciated. All right, 11, Livingstone boundary signage.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. This particular matter has been brought to council so that we can be unequivocal in either having councillors have affirmation, confirmation or enunciation of this particular matter once and for all, so officers can progress with it. So as you see, the recommendation there is to progress with the boundary signage. However, councillors, it is in your hands to give us the direction we require.
Thank you, Mr Executive Director. Any questions of the Executive Director, councillors?
Just a clarification, Mr Chairman. I met with our two officers yesterday very briefly to discuss this.
Sorry, councillor, is this a question or a statement?
Well, I just need some clarification, Mr
Okay.
Mayor. I met with two officers yesterday in relation to this matter, and the $100,000 that was that's been identified here, I understand that's also for locational signage. It's not specifically for the boundary signage alone. If they would like to just to clarify that.
I will clarify now, as part of the capital budget, it was purely for boundary signage.
Boundary, okay.
That's why we're saying we wish to be unequivocal here today, councillors. Let there be no mistake.
No, that's okay, because that wasn't the impression I got. Unequivocal. Well, I think our shire is worth it, Mr Mayor. That's just, thank you for that clarification.
Thank you, councillor.
Oh, there's one more thing I need to bring to your attention. There are 6 entry spots, not 5. I forgot one, and that's on the old Serena Road.
If I could, through the chair, there were 5 principal entrances or exits, whichever way you wish to describe it. They're the ones which will be the focus at this juncture. Yes, it has been recognised that the 6th one has been identified, but at the moment the $100,000 is for the principal.
I'm happy to stay with 5 at the moment if we can do that, but I just needed to clarify that there was one more. That
Any
it was
more, councillor, and we'll be using core flute.
I'll donate there, Mr Mayor.
Councillor Watson.
So, how do I do this? Sorry, to the executive. I'm just, because I'm only fresh with this, I've just been wondering about these signs. How big are they? What's going to be on them? What sort of materials are being used? Those sort of things. Just so I'm a former sign writer, that's all.
The detail at this juncture has not been confirmed. First of all, let's find out that yes, councillors wish to do it. Then we go away, work with designers to come up with a few options which we then choose from.
So is this signage going to be reactive or active?
Well, it's passive signage, which is effectively identifying the boundaries of the Shire and welcoming people as they come through.
So what I'm trying to get, you see signs on the side of the road where it just says, "Welcome to Livingstone." Is that sort of thing we're looking at, or are we looking at quite large signs, 6 metres by 3 metres sort of thing? Or, I mean, when I see $100,000, when I had my business, if someone had come to with that, I would have retired for the rest of the year. That's all. If we're doing 5 signs.
$20,000 for 5 signs, which are on state-controlled roads in most cases. Don't take you that far, to be honest. So I don't think you would be retiring for the year based on
that's that. Right. These are the things I was trying to ask.
So again, they're things that will be teased out during the design process, but $100,000 in my mind is a reasonable spend by this organisation for that purpose.
Yeah. I'm not against the signage, just trying to understand what they're going to look like. I know you haven't done design by the sound of it yet, but I'm just wondering if they're going to be just simply "Welcome to Livingstone," or, I mean, does anyone know what Livingstone is? Is it better to say "Welcome to, you know, Capricorn Coast"? Is it "Welcome to Emu Park," or whatever it happens to be? You know what I mean? That's all I'm saying.
Thank you. Any other questions for Councillor Hutton?
My only other question, and I know that we've had some discussion around it, but the potential for us to provide boundary signage but to not invest in signage in the location where the boundary is not disputed but rather under review, would it be possible to continue with the project excluding what I imagine would be one location for signage, or is this two locations?
Two locations, Belmont Road, Bruce Highway and Yeppoon Road, Rocky Road. No, Emu Park Road's not in dispute. So if I understand the councillor's question right, it's about the signs and the localities where Rockhampton is wishing to extend itself. Is that correct? Yep.
No, so my question, Councillor Maver, was around, I fully...
No, this is just a question that Councillor Hutton is seeking a response to, Councillor Mather. So,
yeah, so my question was around where the boundaries are disputed, is it potentially possible for us to proceed with boundary signage on non-disputed locations? Therefore, you know, the ambition of the motion was originally to provide signage to present welcoming thing. We can still achieve that, just we don't present ourselves being at risk of putting signage in somewhere that may, in 12 months' time, be needed to be knocked down or removed, or might, in 12 months' time, be added to the site because we've, you know, the value's been confirmed for that site that it is part of Livingstone for its long-term future.
all right.
I must correct myself, there'd only be two entrances that would be subject to that, because the Yeppoon Rockhampton Road, I don't believe they're coming down that road. It'd be Belmont Road and Bruce Highway with two localities. Again, from an officer's point of view, we'll take that direction from what the councillors think.
All right. Your microphone's not on, Councillor.
Can we just get this clear? I'm not sure what we're alluding to here.
Councillor,
Are we saying that there's only two sites that are of importance, that we only deal with those
no.
two?
Councillor Hutton was seeking clarification around what the situation would be for the signage that would be in the proximity of the three suburbs that are being challenged by Rockhampton Regional Council. And the Executive Director was saying there are two locations that may potentially be affected if those suburbs were affected by the boundary review. Correct, Mr. Executive Director? Okay. Yeah. So, councillors, any other questions? Councillor Friend.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to officers. This particular resolution that states that Council resolved to proceed with the design and delivery of boundary signage based on the Shire retaining the Livingstone name. This has not come to a briefing session based on the Livingstone name. It was mentioned once. I believe it was mentioned in two community voice panels, one for tourism and one for economic development. We've not formally or even informally discussed the changing of the name. So I wonder what this particular resolution with those particular words on it, based on the Shire retaining the Livingstone name, has to do with this resolution in relation to boundary signage.
Councillor, I think that's probably a question we might leave to debate or comment for debate, because it's probably one a few of us around the table have, actually, if that's all right. So, all right, well, okay.
The reason why it's stating that is because it's the boundary sign delineating the boundary of Livingstone Shire. Yes. So what we're saying here is we'll have the word Livingstone, whether it be welcome to Livingstone or whatever it happens to be, but the name Livingstone appears in the context of the boundary. So that's what this resolution's about. Otherwise, you could just say welcome and actually say where you're coming from, and it's just reaffirming through this resolution from the councillors that officers go away and do this signage on the basis of Livingstone, not on any other construct.
All right.
That doesn't look like that to me, I'm afraid. That's a condition. We'll put the signs up as long as they're reflecting the name of Livingstone.
Is there a question, Councillor? Because that's probably a comment for debate, actually.
Well, I'm just trying
I'll answer. Mr. Mayor, Councillor, what other would you like? you rather to say based on Capricorn? Or Capricornia?
Retaining the name. I mean, we are Livingstone. Today we're Livingstone
So
Shire.
by using the term based on the Shire retaining the name Livingstone, that's what we've said.
Well, they're the signs we're talking about.
Correct. So that's what this recommendation is ensuring.
That's not what's telling me.
Councillors, I'm just going to wrap this up. I'm going to move this conversation to debate. Are there any other questions at this point? All right, so can I get a mover and a seconder so we can get some debate happening around this, please? Mover? All right, Councillor Hutton, thank you. Seconder? Okay, Councillor Watson? All right, so we're in debate. Councillor Hutton, did you want to speak to the report? Yeah.
Unfortunately, Mr Mayor, I find myself in the situation that I'd actually not support putting up of the signs at this time due to their extravagance, so I'm not really seeking to speak in favour of it. If there's someone else who would like to speak in favour of it, I'm more than happy to allow them to do.
All right, thank you, councillors. I'm going to take the opportunity to jump in here and speak against this, councillors. First of all, I struggle with the wording here, and I think I'm perhaps on the same vein as Councillor Mather. The council resolved to proceed with the design and delivery of boundary signage based on the Shire retaining the Livingstone name. While there's a couple of variables in here, one is at some stage whether we actually look at changing the Livingstone name. The other variable is, well, what happens to the boundary signage if Rocky View, Glenlea, Glendale are essentially transferred to Rockhampton Regional Council? We've essentially spent several thousands of dollars on signs that may potentially have to be taken down or removed. That's my conundrum with this one. So I'm struggling with this. I think it's premature, and I would strongly suggest that we, and it's just my view, that we leave this until after the boundary review issue is resolved one way or another, because that way we'll know where our boundaries are. And we'll also know at that point in time whether any conversation around the potential name change for Livingstone is going to raise its head. Anyone speaking for? Thank you. What's your proposed amendment, Councillor?
Mr Mayor. Remove every word after the word signage, which leaves you with that council resolved to proceed with the design and delivery of boundary signage. Because it's already stated what it refers to. It takes away the ambiguity, Mr Mayor. If I could get a seconder, I'd explain why. It's an amendment, Mr Mayor.
All right, so we're going to have an amended motion.
It's an amendment to the motion.
If I could, Mr Chair, my understanding is that it would be at the approval of the mover and the seconder whether that amendment was accepted. Thank you.
Thank you for the clarification. All right, so Councillor Hutton.
With leave of the table, can I suggest that the easiest way for us to move forward with this is recognising that necessarily the mover and the seconder may not have actually supported the motion itself, is let's vote this one down and deal with it as an alternative, even though you can deal with it as an amendment. I think it would be much cleaner, and that way Councillor Maver would be able to actually move the motion herself, her alternate motion, and therefore be able to speak to it, and it would reset the debate in that context. So
No, sorry, Councillor Hutton is saying that we'll deal with the original resolution first, as we were intending to do originally. That will get voted down, and then we'll deal with your motion, and you can move that one and get a seconder and deal with that. All right. Yeah. All right, so we've got the original motion, which is moved by Councillor Hutton, seconded by Councillor Watson, that Council resolve to proceed with the design and delivery of boundary signage based on the Shire retaining the Livingstone name. All in favour? Okay, the motion is lost. So the new motion, Councillor Mather, is yours, in that Council resolves to proceed with the design and delivery of boundary signage, and you're moving that?
Yes, Mr Mayor.
Seconder? Councillor Friend?
Thank you, Councillor.
All right, Councillor Mather, do you wish to speak to your motion?
Mr Mayor, I don't see why this has been treated with such confusion and disdain, and I say that because there's been every attempt to sort of divert it. I don't like the position we're in any more than anybody else at this table. But I do know that if we're going to fight for our Shire, we need to be proud of it. We need to be able to identify with it. And we need to tell people this is our territory. We've been almost 118 years without it. At least apparently it did have signage up, but it came down during amalgamation. I don't know where those signs are. But we're back, and we're fighting for it, and we love it. We're going to do the best we can to salvage what we've got left of it, because we've been eroded around the edges, so it seems. A lot of the Shire, most of the Shire on the coast, all the coastal regions, they're getting the attention. The rural section, the western sections, the southern sections, the northern ones, they don't get a look in very much. But when they come to town, they don't see anything that resembles them. And it's not just a matter of identity. It's a matter of, we put submissions in, we say from Livingstone Shire, but there's nothing on our landscape to say this is Livingstone. Nothing of any significance. I would hope that we could get this. I put this in June last year, and it's taken 8 months to get to this point. Doesn't that tell you something? It's not rocket science. It's a sign that says, welcome to Livingstone, or something similar, and on the back it says, drive safely, and a signature there or something that indicates an Indigenous sign, as we actually said at the time. That says, here we are, we recognise that this is our stomping ground. This is where we want to develop. This is where we want people to come. What's wrong with that? Mr Mayor, I won't prolong this any longer to say we've come 8 months and we've gone nowhere. And I would hope our officers who are present here today, after our little chat yesterday, have gone away with some idea with how simple it is. I don't want to spend $100,000 any more than anybody else. But there are some things we've just got to do. We've spent $24,000 on 3 ducks, for God's sake. You know, isn't this more important? That's 1/5 of what we're going to part out in identity signs. Let's face it, let's get our perspective in order. And I don't think I need to say a lot more at this point, Mr Chairman, but if I need to wrap up, I will. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mather. Councillor, anyone speaking against the resolution? Councillor Hutton first.
I'd like to start off by acknowledging that I'm quite challenged by the comments around confusion and disdain when I believe the hardest activity for council officers is to proceed with clarity when clarity sometimes can be hard to come by, and it can be part of the democratic process, but can also be due to the convoluted processes related to engaging with main roads, engaging with an understanding around potential boundary reviews, name changes, and a desire to make sure that when we do things, we not only do them once, but we do them well, and the legacy that this council as an organisation and community leaves is something that we can all be proud of. And so I challenge the comments around confusion and disdain because I don't believe that that's what I've witnessed, and I don't accept that that's what's occurred. I seconded and fully supported the motion of Councillor Maver some 8 months ago promoting putting boundary signage in. I added by suggesting that we could use some Durrumbal Nation language to provide another link back to the cultural foundations of our community. The motion at the time was to look at design, cost delivery, availability, and we've now got the data back to tell us, okay, it's going to cost us $100,000. While I find that in itself exasperating, I also respect that, you know, obviously being on a main road or being on main roads across the Shire, one of the greatest weaknesses we could have is if someone has a car accident, crashes into our sign, or our signs are not well enough developed, we put life and limb at risk, which there's nothing worse than we can imagine than someone being further injured than they would have been just in their car accident because the quality of what we've put in place is not such to try and protect people as much as possible. Identity and belonging are important, I completely agree. And if we were talking about putting boundary signage that was sacrificial, in which case I would say go to every corner of the Shire and let's go through and do it. But because we are looking at putting in professionally built proper signage that is due to not last 1 or 2 years but the length of time, I don't think we can justify going and putting boundary signage on areas where there is a boundary review in place. There has been conversation here at this table previously informally around discussions around a name change for the Shire, and I think it's worthwhile again that, you know, the ambitions of officers in providing, saying, hey, these signs will use the Livingstone name, gives to councillors not a warning but an identification that if you had any thought about changing this name in the next 1 year, 2 years, 3 years, then you will be looking at replacing and renewing signage that you've put in. Now, does that mean that it's a bad thing? No, not at all. If that's a financial consequence you're willing to accept, then that's okay. But it's not for officers to not provide us information to help us make an informed decision as to how we want to proceed. For myself, I do believe at a time when there is that flux or that risk around the boundary realignment, I think it would be seen as extravagant to spend money on what I imagine will be very high quality, wonderful signage. And however, as soon as it's resolved, I would like us to see and maintain money in the budget for the forthcoming year so that we can undertake placemaking signage on the boundaries to promote our identity, to promote our sense of belonging. However, at this time I can't support it in its current form because of that flux and the risk that it will be seen as extravagant and out of kilter with other actions that this council's taken to show responsible financial fiscal consolidation.
Thank you, Councillor Hutton. Anyone speaking for? Councillor Watson?
I'm all pro the boundary signage. The problem we've got is it says that council resolved to proceed with the design and delivery of boundary signage based on the Shire retaining its name.
No, that's the...
that's the old one. But
That's the old
okay,
resolution. Yep.
Sorry, forget the last bit. What I'm trying to... My problem is we don't know what we're going to get. There's been no word about design. Yeah, but right now we're voting that it will be delivered. We're not voting that we're just going to get some images to look at to decide what we're going to have. And my problem is it's like we've got a cup of coffee but we don't know what the ingredients are. And I think we need to change it to the point where we go and find out what the design is, what we're actually trying to achieve here. Because if we don't get what we want, we've wasted the money anyway.
Brett.
Can I say Brett? I don't know.
Yeah.
Brett, I figure that the cost of the signage, a lot of it's going into paying main roads for the position. Is that correct?
No, we don't pay them for the position, but we certainly have to pay we don't pay them per se, but we have to have it designed in a way which satisfies national highway requirements.
Okay. So can I just ask how it breaks down to being, say, $20,000 a sign?
$20,000 was actually taken from discussions with designers who have been doing highway signage, and they've said for about $20,000 you will get something which is respectful and doesn't look like a token effort.
Okay, no, I understand. It's just that I've designed billboards for many, many years, and there's a rule when you do a billboard that's 6 metres by 3 metres, because you allow for a vehicle travelling past at 100 kilometres an hour, no more than 8 words. And that's how they work. Every billboard I ever designed for CQ road signs, for when I had my shop and another couple of companies I worked for, we only ever had 8 words because you can't retain that information. And what I'm trying to say is, we don't know what's going to be done. We're going to have a pretty picture of it. What are we going to have? Just Livingstone Shire? Welcome to Livingstone? And for us to actually say, go ahead with the delivery of the boundary signage, that sounds like we're actually going to say, right, just go ahead and do it, when we have no idea what we're actually going to get. That's my concern.
Point of order, Mr.
I
Mayor.
believe in the signage.
You're speaking for or against?
That's what I'm not sure about myself. That's the problem.
Yeah, I think you.
I want the signage, but I'm just worried about the actual delivery side of it. That's all.
Yeah, okay. Well, I guess at some point, councillor watching, you have to make up your mind which way you're going to vote on it. And I was calling for people who were speaking in favour or for the resolution at the time. Councillor Eastwood, you're speaking against?
Maybe one of the reasons we've waited eight months is that we didn't deem it important enough. I believe that we'd be wasting our money to go ahead now and put up boundary signs, locality, well, not so much locality signs, but definitely boundary signs. We're on the verge of a boundary review, and to do that would be throwing away $100,000, possibly, or part thereof. I think we need to wait. I think boundary signs are a great idea. I think we need them, but it's just not the right timing. The only other thing I can say to Councillor Mather is that they're ugly ducklings, Councillor Mather, they're pelicans.
Thank you, Councillor Eastwood. I missed that last bit.
Councillor Mather commented on the aesthetic quality of the ducks at the lagoon.
Thank you, Councillor. All right. Anyone speaking for the resolution?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you, I will. I'm going to vote for it because we've waited 8 months for this to come back to the table. Will we change our name in the future? We don't know. We haven't been briefed. As Councillor Hutton said, we've had informal discussions, and from memory, it was quite a brief informal discussion. But by the time we obtain the services and a tender for the designer, for them to come back to the table with the designs, by that time, the Boundary Commission may have made their decision. We know that it was going to happen in this second quarter, I believe, of this year. So that's where it's upon us. So within that time, we know how slow the cogs in the wheels turn. And therefore, I'm going to vote for this to get at least the process started for some sort of boundary sign. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Friend. All right, councillors. Councillor Bello, did you want to make a comment at this stage? I think you're the only one who hasn't.
Yes.
I have withheld my comment mainly for the reason that I would like to propose to the mover some alternate wording that incorporates that the signs be designed and be returned to council for consideration, first and foremost. So that way we basically understand what the signs will look like, what they'll say, and that the signs will be delivered outside of the subject areas of the boundary review.
All right, so we'll treat that at this point in time as an alternate motion. We'll deal with this one first, if that's okay. All right. Any other comments, councillors? Councillor Mather, do you want to wrap up on this one?
Yes, please, Mr. Mayor. I think I'll answer the last two questions first. To Councillor Watson. This was the original motion back in 4th of June last year. Further, once preliminary design and wording has been finalised to be placed before the council for approval and adoption, it's coming back to the table. That was carried unanimously back then. As Councillor Friend says, the wheels turn very slowly in local government, or any government for that matter, depending on how high you go. And by the time these signs have been identified, designs made, and I think there is somebody out there in the wings who've actually responded to the expression of interest, that's the price. By the time they've come back to the table, the Boundaries Commissioner may have made his decision. If they were to be placed on the existing boundaries around the subject land in question, and if there is a boundary review, move the signs back. It's as simple as that. You won't waste it. That's if we've still got the rest of the Shire that belongs to us. Because I'm not convinced now that we're not heading for another amalgamation. That's how serious this is. And that's what I'm very fearful of. We haven't fought hard enough on this matter. We've sat back and let the Commissioner do his job, let the Minister have his say. We're not going to that debate now. But we have been silent too long. So I believe it should go ahead, and if it says throwing away $100,000, do you think $24,000 for 3 ducks is not extravagant? That's 1/5 of the price of your whole identity. And if you don't think Livingstone's worth it, you shouldn't be running for council for this Shire. I'm glad you did, but think about it. If it's not important enough. 3 words, not 8, on a sign. That's all we're looking at. Welcome to Livingstone.
Just all I'm saying,
I know what you're saying. I understand that.
say nothing. We don't
Yeah.
know what we're asking for.
This is why
Sorry.
why it's coming back, Mr. Mayor. This isn't extravagant. This Shire deserves that, and it deserves a lot more, and it deserves a lot more compassion than what it's had over the years. We haven't really owned it. We haven't promoted it like we should have, and we certainly haven't fought for it like we should have, and we're still not fighting for it like we should be.
All right, thank you, Councillor Mather. No worries, we can do that. All right, so the recommendation before us is that council resolve to proceed with the design and delivery of boundary signage, notwithstanding there's an alternate motion coming from Councillor Bello if this one doesn't survive. All right, so moved Councillor Mather, seconded Councillor Friend. Those in favour? Yep, division, all right. So in favour are councillors Mather, Friend and Watson. Those against? Councillors Eastwood, Ireland, Hutton and Bello. The motion is lost. So Councillor Bello, we'll entertain your alternate motion now.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Look, I don't have it written down before me, but perhaps our capable staff may be able to put something together that reflects basically that council resolved to proceed with the design and then pass that by councillors for their approval, and then be placed in areas outside of the subject boundary review, which I believe Mr. Bacon has identified that 2 signs would be omitted from that on the basis they're subject to the boundary review. So that's the essence of what I would propose.
Perhaps, Councillor, you can help with some wording here. So we've got at the moment council resolved to proceed with the design of the boundary signage to be brought back to the table for resolution. You happy with that bit?
Yeah.
With the design of which will be brought back to the table for resolution. And 2, Councillor Bello.
Yeah, that the boundary signs to be installed in areas outside of will be installed
will be installed. Yeah.
Yeah, approval, should be approved by council as well, so it would be good to know, you know, the officers come and say, right, this is where we believe on that, they can work well for these reasons, the council will go, yep, we're happy with that.
Oh, Councillor Bello, can I make a suggestion? Rather than having in the areas outside of those subject to the boundary review, you just say that the boundary signs will be installed in areas approved by council. That way, if we have those suburbs still remaining within Livingstone Shire, fantastic. If they're not, we can still make the decision as to where those signs go anyway. Is that okay? Installed in areas approved by council, or in site, at sites approved by council. Yeah, yeah. They're installed at entry sites, at Shire entry sites, approved by council. All right. All right. Well, it's actually the motion before the table now, Councillor Bello. All right. So moved, Councillor Bello. Seconded, Councillor Friend. You want to speak to that, Councillor Bello?
Just briefly, I do believe that boundary signages play a big part in identifying that you are entering the wonderful domain of the Livingstone Shire, which it is currently called, and we're all very proud of that. That's why we sit at this table, and the opportunity to develop appropriate signage at those entry points is something that has been supported by this table through the previous resolution. However, furthermore, I'm supportive of carrying that out in areas where I know that those signs will be able to sit proud and tall for many, many, many years to come in those other nominated areas that are under the review of the Boundary Commissioner. I would not be prepared to spend $20,000 at this point in time on each of those signs, only to have them possibly, and I underline that word possibly, removed if in the event the decision went against our will. So that's the motion that I'm prepared to support. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bello. Is anyone speaking against?
You betcha, Mr Mayor.
Councillor Mather?
You betcha. We've already resolved to do what we have to do. We've already resolved. The second one is a fait accompli anyway. We would not be putting him in places that we're not approving. I mean, we look idiots. We really do. This is making up things on the run. Nobody's thought it through. I sat there and thought about it, and I knew the consequences. But here with everybody scrambling for words to try and put something together that looks sensible, I'm insulted. I really am.
All right. So anyone speaking for the resolution? Councillor Friend?
I'll speak to it, Mr Mayor. And with respect to Councillor Mather, I'm all for signs. I'm all for signs, and what I've learnt is with council, it's 2 steps forward and 1 step back. And if that happens a lot, we're still moving forward, be it slowly. And this is better than the alternative. So I do think that at least we're moving forward, and we will get those boundary signs, be it a changed resolution, be it different wording. It's still 2 steps forward, 1 step back, but we're moving on. We're moving forward still with these boundary signs, and that's why I seconded this, because at least we're moving, and we need to move on it. It was 8 months ago you put your original notice of motion in, and we need to move on it. It is not what you intended, but at the same time, it's not negated. We're still moving forward on these signs, and that's why I've seconded this motion.
Anyone else speaking against the resolution?
May I just say something? I think this council's rolled over, because they're not prepared to put the signs on the boundaries as they are. You're waiting to change it because you know that you've lost.
Well, Councillor Mather...
Mr Mayor, I won't say any more, except that's what I see. I see it. I've seen it for 20 years, 2 steps back. For 20 years. And I see it again today.
Well, councillor, you're entitled to your opinion, I guess, but unfortunately, I think you're skating close to being disrespectful to your colleagues, and I don't want to have to caution you about that, but I will if you persist. So, councillors, is anyone speaking against this particular resolution? Councillor Bello, did you want to wrap up the argument on this one?
No, thank you, Mr. Chair.
So we've got a resolution before us, councillors, a two-part resolution, moved by Councillor Bello, seconded by Councillor Friend. So we'll go to the vote on this. All in favour? Those against? Councillor Mather wishes to vote recorded against it. Thank you, councillors. That's carried. So we're up to 11:12, councillors, which is the response to the notice of motion from Councillor Hutton in relation to sister city relationships. And Sonia is here to talk to the report. Thank you, Sonia.
Good afternoon, councillors. As discussed at the 2nd of March briefing session, it is now a requirement of council to actually declare sister city relationships. So this is part of the Minister of Foreign Affairs, and it was, the context is under the Foreign Arrangement Scheme, which commenced on the 10th of December 2020 and requires councils to notify the Foreign Minister of pre-existing non-core foreign arrangements such as sister cities prior to the 10th of June 2021. We currently have a Friendship City Agreement with Yangzhong in the People's Republic of China, and also a friendship town agreement between Xingba and the town of Yupun. The only one in question at this moment is the one with Yangzhong, and the actual recommendation is just that council continue its participation in our existing sister city relationships with the People's Republic of China and notify the Minister for Foreign Affairs of its non-core arrangements. There are no ongoing costs to the community in continuing this arrangement and its participation at this point in time.
Thanks, Sonia. Any questions for Sonia, councillors? Councillor Friend?
Yes, thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Sonia. With the sister city in Yangzhong, is that how you pronounce it? What has been the most recent collaboration or correspondence that we've had with them?
Councillors, since the new council, we have had no recent collaborations or engagement with the sister city. Prior to that, it was the schools, so our 3 schools and former councillor travelling over to Yangzhong to sign school arrangements with each of them. So that was the last participation. There's no budget either for this financial year at this point in time.
Councillor Watson?
Sorry, through the mayor to Sonia, sorry. Do any of our schools teach Chinese?
Not that I'm aware of currently, but our schools were having some very good relationships, I believe, formed from the agreements between each of the schools on differing levels. They all had different engagement activities and were doing different things with the schools outside of council's purview, I suppose.
And do you know if there's been any economic sort of stuff going back and forth between the 2 areas?
Between the schools or council?
Between the councils, between at their town and our town. I'm just wondering if there's more than just communication, that's all.
Well, I believe not recently. There was more activity and budgeted, I guess you would call them collaborative trips between the two areas in the years prior to the new council being formed. Also, it's important to realise that obviously since COVID, we're restricted with travel and that type of thing, and we were going to host the representatives from Yangzhong here in 2019, and that trip didn't eventuate, so there was meant to be another participative arrangement with that as well.
Thank you.
Any other questions, councillors? All right, Councillor Friend.
Yes, so moving forward, if we were to continue this relationship, what benefits could you see as a senior officer in economic development be put forward for Livingstone?
Thank you. I think in the future we need to obviously maintain contact again with the representatives that we were talking to. I see a lot of benefit with the schools, with exchanges and relationships building there. As far as economic benefits, I believe that the relationship with Mr. Ding that purchased the property down at in Zilsey was one of those connections that was made because of the sister city arrangements and friendships with participants in that. We have not got budgeted expense. These things do cost if we were looking at hosting. So at this point in time, I believe it would more be, engagement again. At the moment, as the council table would realise, things are quite tenuous in relationships between Australia and China, and that has also put a hold on any formal type of arrangements.
All right. Thank you, Sonia. Councillor Miller?
Yeah, just one question. Is there any scope for councils or any other examples where they have a number of sister city relationships? Like, is there other markets also that perhaps, picking up from Captain Enterprises presentations in the past where our major, or would you say that there are other major markets that we certainly attract more investment from as opposed to China there?
Yeah. Councillor, I think one of the reasons that Yangzhong, I'm probably not pronouncing it properly, was originally chosen to was that relationship with the fact that Rockhampton City Council has a sister city with a neighbouring province, and so it was forming that regional, cross-regional, and the CQ Rock did talk about, other councils also engaging with provinces in nearby areas of that to build that into like a central Queensland type arrangement, which didn't come to fruition at this point in time. Again, I think since COVID has impacted, obviously there's a lot of things that have changed, but there's definitely nothing outside of council considering things like relationships with, for example, Singapore to strengthen that alliance or that type of arrangement, or other countries.
Thank you, Sonia. So, councillors, the recommendation is that council continue its participation in sister city relationships with the People's Republic of China, notifying the Minister of Foreign Affairs of its non-core foreign arrangements, noting there is no ongoing cost to the community in continuing its participation. May I get a mover and a seconder for this one, please?
Sorry, I just noticed that I've been off. It talks about council seeking to have a community-based committee that might have council engagement, might have community engagement, so that it doesn't have to be necessarily just council doing things in this space, but it could be community groups or it could be cultural and arts groups. So I wonder if we can heighten. I always felt that there was a need for us to give the new council time to get their feet under the desk before we had a conversation around this. But if we wish to play in this space or be engaged, I think we need to bring the community on that journey, and our policy already allows for some sort of community committee to at least look at how they can lift that relationship. And I just wonder if maybe that might be something that we commit to in progressing this, or whether because it's already in policy it's an unnecessary burden to add it into the recommendation.
Comments, Sonia?
Councillor, I see no reason why you couldn't add that to the resolution. This really is about, well, in particular, obviously noting the merits in the past of council's engagement. This particular resolution is purely a requirement that's been brought to council. It does exist in the policy that we can enact those community, as you say, groups and have more advocacy. To be fair, we haven't, as I said, in the last probably 12 months worked in that space post-COVID. But if council, is that something they wanted us to do, we would definitely take that on board and do it within the resourcing that we have required.
Mr. Mayor, I'm happy to move as is. I I take on board the feedback from the officer.
Thank you, Councillor Hutton. So we've got a mover and Councillor Hutton. I'm happy to second. So, Councillor Hutton, did you want to speak to the report at all?
Yes, please. And can I start by thanking the officers for all of the detail that they've provided. As I said, I didn't believe that when the new council was formed that a top priority was in regards to looking at sister cities, especially in a time of COVID where there was no international travel and very limited economic activity occurring internationally. But as we see the first signs of the recovery and the decision of the Australian government to bring about the required reporting, it was an opportunistic time for us to actually deal with what does our participation, what's it look like in the past, and where would we like to take it. And I think it's up for this new council to decide that, and hence my desire to see through a notice of motion a report providing us the background, providing the connection into schools provided to us so that we could make a conscious decision. There are more than 600 sister city relationships across Australia between local governments, with the top 3 countries internationally being Japan, the USA and China. Japan, obviously, we recognise is the 1980s, very strong influence of Japanese both to the Queensland education system as well as to the marketplace, with a lot of Japanese tourists becoming more wealthy and more able to travel internationally. The USA, particularly in the energy space, is somewhere that Gladstone is engaged with, but more across the country, and obviously Queensland and China has been obviously a country that much of the world, and especially acknowledging Australia and Queensland, has actually looked to, saying, okay, there's a future there, and if we want to be part of it and if we want to develop those relationships, it's better to be in there at the start rather than at the end. Some relationships in Australia have lasted more than 40 years, and admittedly ours is rather young, but it was based on a foundation of looking at bridges between Australia and China, economic, social and cultural. It was in its very infancy, which is why there's not a lot of runs on the board either for it or against it, because of the fact that it was just starting out and the new council needed an opportunity to review it. The relationship with schools is something that I was very keen to push, knowing that 2 of the 3 schools currently have the potential to teach Mandarin, even if they're not teaching it currently under their curriculum. There are teachers both at Yeppoon High and at St Brennan's College with the capacity to. When the 3 schools were engaged and ultimately travelled over to sign sister school relationships with schools in Yangzhong, the intention was that they would look at doing transfers between schools, so that they might do cultural exchanges of teachers, they might do cultural exchanges of students. St Brennan's in particular was keen to look at the market for international students coming from China and accessing education, particularly for grades 10, 11 and 12 here. And these are all opportunities that have not been lost, but at this point they're not opportunities that have been able to be garnered due to the changing circumstances that we find in the world, both prior to COVID-19, with the nature of the relationship between Australia and China and the interesting dynamics of the South China Sea, but more recently because of COVID. The Australian government talks about hard and soft power being part of Australia's foreign affairs arsenal, and I think that we all play an important role. In CQ Rock, having Rockhampton being the provincial relationship, having our relationship next door means that when we look at doing things in this space, we don't need to look at doing it independently, but could be looking at doing it in collaboration, which reduces our costs and enhances the participation that we can achieve. While that previously wasn't necessarily practical due to relationships, interpersonal relationships, I believe that we can move on and beyond moving forward. I don't think that we should be investing $100 million or even necessarily $100,000 a year in this project, but do I believe that there's the potential to do good and to have economic, social and cultural returns to our community? I believe yes. And is it worthy of us filling in a form to continue that while we explore with our community and bringing them up on the journey, so that it's not a council to council or even just a personal relationship between one mayor and a mayor over there, but rather community to community every day of the week. But it's only worthwhile if we're invested in saying that that's something that we want to do, and that's why this is an important motion for us to deal with and have this debate about today. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hutton. All right, councillors. Anybody speaking against the resolution?
Yes, Mr Mayor.
Councillor Mather.
it's important for us to teach our kids Mandarin. I went to Singapore once. They all spoke English. While we're losing our cultural identity as an Australian nation, we're quite prepared to learn others. And there's nothing wrong with that. But we're losing our identity. I'm looking at it on another level. As we just acknowledged, there is some, shall I use the word, friction between the Australian government and the Republic of China. And I know Singapore and Chinese have just shaken hands on an arms deal. I've confirmed, at least at this point, that we're not having any Chinese in Shoalwater Bay. But I think there's a plan bigger than this. Maybe COVID's given us a little chance to think about what we're doing, where we're going, who our friends are. I have Chinese artifacts all over my house. Nothing wrong with that. I like their culture. I don't like their politics. I feel threatened by their politics if ever they came to Australia. When you look at the 2 letters that we signed in China, our representatives on the day, it talks about culture, sharing culture. I can't, Mr. Mayor. I don't think the time's right. I wonder what the future brings for our... It's not about trade. That happens at federal level. But there are problems between the 2 countries at a federal level. And us tinkering around the bottom is not going to help it. We just might be playing a part unbeknown to us.
Thank you, Councillor Mather. Anyone speaking for the resolution? Councillor Eastwood.
I'll only be very brief, Mr. Mayor. I'll speak for this resolution for just a couple of reasons. One, it's not costing us anything, which I think is very important. And regardless, Councillor Mather's comments about our relations with China or world relations with China, government's relations and maybe hostile governments, I think the best way to overcome that is friendship and peaceful grassroots communication, and I think this is a really good step towards that sort of thing that we can do as a small community.
Thank you, Councillor Eastwood. Anyone speaking against? Anyone else speaking for? Okay, I'm going to close debate, councillors, so we'll go to the vote on this one. We've got a mover in Councillor Hutton, a seconder in myself. All in favour? Those against? Okay. Thank you, Sonia. There we go. So up to 11:13, which is the Capricorn Coast Mallet Sports Club Inc. Financial Hardship Report. And we'll pass to Molly on this one. Molly, welcome to the table.
So this report discusses the Capricorn Coast Mallet Sports Club Inc., who have requested additional relief. So they already receive a rating and remission concession as they are a not-for-profit incorporated group. So they are requesting further relief on the charges that council is levying. They currently pay a tenure fee as per council fees and charges, and they have recently been issued their first rates notice. So as per the report, they have held a lease with Livingstone Shire Council since 2008. That lease and every lease since 2008 has stipulated that they will pay the appropriate rates and 100% of outgoings, which includes water, power and internet. However, for reasons unknown, they have not previously been charged this fee. So understandably, it was a shock to them to receive that first bill, and they are investigating alongside the community development team in regards of how they could fundraise, alternative grants that may be able to help them out. But in the meantime, they are requesting a further fee relief from council. As referenced in the report and as we have spoken about before, they are not the only not-for-profit club in Livingstone that finds themselves in this position, and it's expected that further requests may present to the table. But also, as we've discussed before, the Community Development, Sport and Recreation team is currently undergoing a review of the policy and procedure for community organisation tenure, and associated fees and charges with that. And that, of course, will be brought to the table. Happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Molly. One question I had was, I noted in the report under engagement and consultation that you've met with the club to discuss potential opportunities to increase their income. Can I just get some idea as to what the outcome from that discussion?
So they're still investigating the best way to move forward and which potential option may be right for them. We've discussed raising membership fees. We've discussed them hosting come and try days where people, pay $5 to come in and have a go at the mallet sports. We've also recommended them investigating whether they may share the building with another group or another club to help offset their costs. And then alongside that, we've been investigating potential grants to offset some of the ongoing costs. So then the money they're getting from membership is being used for fees. I believe they have raised their membership fee, but we haven't got any further than that at this stage. But there are ongoing discussions, and we're supporting them as best we can with the options that are in front of them.
Molly, any other questions for Molly?
If I could,
Councillor
Mr. Chair, just very quickly, there are a number of options there that have been put before us, so thank you for that. Taking into consideration that we have afforded some other sporting clubs relief of some sorts, is there any there that are consistent, or what would be the most consistent approach out of them that we've already applied to the previous decisions we've made? I guess that's the direction I'm looking for.
Sure. So through you, Mr. Mayor, the previous decision that was made by the table was to grant a 1-year total fee relief. So that would be the most consistent in terms of previous decisions made. So that would be number one. However, the table may like to decide if it's just for the term of the current lease, which expires at the end of July this year, or for the term of the next lease, which officers would suggest would be for 1 further year.
Just a question, Molly, through the chair. Oh, sorry. The amount of rates, what are we talking about?
So it is on one of the attachments, which I actually don't have printed out with me. I'll thank you.
Net $1,735.10.
That's for 6 months, isn't it?
Correct, that's for 6 months.
Yeah.
And that's with the not-for-profit rate and remission applied. So that's after the remission is applied. So that is their total.
Thank you.
And that doesn't include water usage, which is estimated to be $1,500 a quarter.
Sure. So through you, Mr. Mayor, to Molly, they pay their water usage.
They haven't previously, so they are yet to receive their water bill. And again, it is expected it will be a shock to them because they have never been charged that previously. So since 2008, when they first had a lease, they've never been levied water usage or rates charges.
Sure. So the access charge is the largest charge for 50 millimetre connection, $2,122. So, okay, so they've never paid the rates, and the options that you've given to us is waiving all rate fees for just until the 21st, till the end of July, or the next term lease issued? It's it.
Either or. So for the table to decide whether you would like to waive until the end of the current lease, which expires in 2021 July, or for the next lease. They may renew the lease, and then that's still, halfway through 2021.
And certainly, so we haven't received any funds from them since 2008. And if we were to give them that, I'm just throwing it out there, if we were to give them the fund relief for their next tenure, then that would give them time perhaps to sort out their finances.
So that's the officer's intent in terms of we will continue to work with them. They have always paid their tenure fee, which is the rental. So they have always paid that. It's just the rates and consumption that they haven't been paying because they weren't charged. I just wanted to make it clear that they didn't choose not to pay. They hadn't been charged, despite the lease saying that they would, which is consistent across all of our leases. And there are some others that have not been charged that will be charged in the near future that will have the same shock.
Councillor Watson.
Sorry, it's through Mayor. I'm still getting used to this bit. So what is the cost of actual water going to likely to be? Do you know that?
Approximately $1,500 a quarter. So we've also discussed water saving measures, weather, artificial turf, recycled water. So we're working through those options with the club at the moment.
$6,000 a year.
Just for context, they have 13 members.
Yeah, this is a tough one, councillors, because you've obviously got a very small club here that's financially limited in terms of what it can afford, with the very best of intentions, trying to provide a sport to the community in a sense. But I guess the question remains is how long does council continue to support them with the very best of intentions? And that's the conundrum at the moment. Not yet, no. All right, so councillors, any other questions?
Just a question there, Molly. In terms of number one there, which you've identified is more consistent with what we've applied to other clubs, is that correct?
It is more consistent, but right. I wouldn't say it's exactly right.
No.
I would suggest a further amendment if that's what you're looking for.
Well, I'd be certainly seeking your input if there's any further that you want to contribute to that, and on the scope that is there, the basis to renegotiate with them moving forward in terms of establishing the next lease, because clearly it may be, as the Mayor's said, is not viable under the current lease. So is there any scope to apply number one with the intent to renegotiate the future of that lease? So future viability?
Sorry. Their lease is due for renewal. So because it expires in July this year, we'll start having discussions about first of all, whether they would like to have another lease, and then we go alongside the property team into negotiations. So one of the important issues that we're facing is the fact, and what's triggered the policy and procedure review, is that we haven't had a policy and procedure direction to talk about how we do business with not-for-profit groups that hold tenure with council. So the aim of officers across multiple departments is to establish that policy so that when we go into negotiation, these issues don't arise. I mean, they always might, but we're looking for a policy and procedure that sets that framework so that every club, not-for-profit club, knows exactly what they're entering into, and we have a clear direction from council about how we manage that tenure and how we charge those groups.
So when a group is entering into either a new tenure or a renewal of tenure, they will have the clear understanding that it's based on that policy, and that will form part of the negotiation. So we're really hoping that the development of that policy and procedure aids a lot of these groups be more sustainable, but also reflects council's position in terms of how best we can support them and whether that's financially or otherwise.
Hutton.
So I suppose one of the great challenges that they face is not having a permanent presence, being a group of volunteers that meet once or twice a week socially, that they require longer than if we were talking about a business party where we expect them to be behind their desk ready to work each and every day. I wonder, councillors, if we'd consider amending the form of those words. I think that it's important for both a reflection of their responsibility, but also for their self-understanding that they continue to pay their tenure fees, and I think that that's over the term of this lease and the next that they pay that. I would like to see us waive their rates and charges, their rate charges and levy for the term of this and the next lease, and look to actually, if we were to do the water, we'd be looking at an 18-month period. So I'm wondering if what we can do is provide a gradual return. So if we're saying that we're rates and charges for the next 18 months are out, that saves them. Tenure, they've always been paying it, so it makes sense that they continue to pay that as the first step, and that in 12 months' time, because every quarter they get a bill for water, so if we give them 12 months' notice on their water bill so that they pay, so they've got 12 months to raise money so that they can afford to start paying water charges, which means that by then they'll be in discussions with us, hopefully around the future year's lease, which will be in a year and a half's time. So a gradual return to where we currently are pegging all other organisations, and that gives them a good 18 months to truly find their feet, 12 months to see some change, and 18 months to get to a place where they're sustainable. And I think that gives them chances for grants, it gives them chances for renewal of memberships. I love the idea of them partnering with other organisations, so if councillors would...
I think you're actually proposing pretty much option one there, Councillor Hutton, is that right?
The only differentiation being that the water, on option one's, the water's not charged for 18 months, where I'd like to see the water apply in 12 months' time, so that we've got a gradual increase of where they're coming from to where they're going to.
That's it. All right. Councillor Watson?
Can I make a suggestion that we talk to them about actually moving down to Barmy East football ground and giving them an area where the water already is and the costs are reduced? Pick up their shed, move it down there, the whole lot, put their fencing there, and help them that way. Then there is no cost for them, because we really can't afford that ourselves.
So there would still be a licence fee to occupy a space at Barmarie.
Yeah, but it wouldn't be as bad as it is now. And you've already got sewage water down there and everything else, and there's plenty of space. I'm just wondering if that's an option, that's all.
We can certainly investigate it.
I just, you know, you don't want to stop them from playing this sport, but how do you make it viable when there's only 15 members and they're not likely to grow?
Well, Councillor,
they've been going for many years now.
Can I suggest perhaps that we lay this on the table to allow Molly to go back to them and discuss the option Councillor Hutton's putting, as well as the option Councillor Watson has put, and then come back to the table. Councillor Hutton?
Can I suggest then, Mr Mayor, that we deal with this immediate period now today, so that when we come back that we're not, like, I can imagine being the not-for-profit coming, it's now March, and if you told me that I've got this cliff that I'm coming towards that I haven't quite found out if the car's going to be all right or not, would be quite daunting. So if we could today deal with the waiving of all rates and charges and water consumption for the term of the current lease, that means that they're not going to think that in June, July that they're about to, and then we can deal with the future, you know, in forthcoming months.
What's the total of that? 1,700 for the rates and charges?
Plus approximately 1,500. So,
What about the water as well?
So about $3,200. Yeah.
Won't it be 3,000 for the water then 2 quarters?
yes.
So what about 4.5?
4.5.
Which we haven't received as revenue previously. So
Can I just say though, if we set up something like this, what about all the other non-profits? Oh, sorry, are they going to start rushing us with the same question?
Well, that's to an extent that's been happening, and we're dealing with them on a case-by-case basis.
And I know it's no easier for non-profits now compared to 12 months ago too.
No, that's right.
and hopefully our policy and procedure will aid the process.
Okay, so we've got the recommendation there, councillors, that council provide financial relief to the Capricorn Coast Mallet Sports Club Incorporated by waiving all rates, charges and levy, only tenure fees and water consumption charges for the term of the current lease.
So can we adjust that to have the water consumption charges included with the waiving section? So only the tenure fees be paid up until the end of the term of the current lease.
Waiving of all charges and levy and water consumption charges. Yeah, we're saying that. Waiving all. By waiving all rates, charges and water consumption charges and levy only tenure fees. That's correct?
Mr. Chair, whether there could be something perhaps.
Sorry.
No, Councillor Bello has the floor.
Sorry.
Whether there could be some reference and future negotiations be undertaken to consider future lease arrangements. Clearly, the way it currently is probably not how it's going to stay forever. So, I understand the negotiations will need to take place. Some reference to that, so that they're aware that hey, things will need to change in the future.
So we do negotiate at the end of every lease period for any club, and we do have an extensive discussion. That's kind of standard already, but I take your point. We're certainly continuing to work with them, to help build their capacity, but also allow them to continue providing the service. So it's a real balance.
Well, Councillor Watson.
Right, could I also suggest that we speak to them and say, because they've never had to pay water in the past, it's just this, turn it on, maybe they start thinking about that in the meantime to help us as well.
Absolutely. So we've discussed potential water saving measures already, and we're looking further into whether the option of using recycled water is a possibility.
All right, Councillor. So, Councillor Bello, notwithstanding your previous comment, are you happy with that recommendation?
Based on the officer's comments, yes.
Okay, awesome. All right. About 4,000, 4,500 till July.
Plus the previous costs.
The boundary is what they will pay or would have paid in their water charges, what they would have paid in rates. Yeah, but to the term of their current lease, which will be, it expires in July.
There you go. It's been a year, so their current lease is only a year. Thank you, Christine. So that's a 12-month period. They've only been levied that one rates charge that's attached to the report, and they have yet to be levied their water consumption. So the estimate per quarter for their water consumption is 1,500.
Is that 12 months? 3 months. So it works out 4,500 for 6 months plus the connection.
I'm not sure what you wanted to include, Councillor Mather. You want to include a dollar figure there, or for the term of the current lease? No, 12 months.
The report says that they're on 12-month leases. That's how you know it's going to.
The full term. Yep.
Through you, Mr Mayor. So would it help if we put for the term of the current lease expiring July 2021? Would that assist?
Well, I'm happy with the current wording, councillors. Yeah. All right, so we've got, can I get a mover and a seconder, please? Mover, Councillor Eastwood, seconded, Councillor Hutton. Thank you. All right, Councillor Eastwood, do you want to speak to it?
Only briefly, Mr Mayor, that under my sports portfolio, I think it's really, really important that we give every sporting organisation a go, and that's what we're doing here by moving this motion. And obviously we're aware that they do need to stand on their own 2 feet, but this just gives them a chance to, I guess, to get their things in order and to work out how they can proceed into the future. And it's fair, and I'm just happy to support it on that basis.
Thank you, Councillor Eastwood. Anyone speaking against? Councillor Friend? Not Councillor Hutton, I beg your pardon. Thank you.
I commend it to the table councillors, recognising that as circumstances have changed, the circumstances of this club have changed, and all the work that our team is doing is around supporting them finding sustainability. Now, they are going to be hard discussions for them to have as a club about their future, what it looks like, where they end up. But the fact is that they're up for it. They're coming to us and having that conversation. That's all we can ask, is we can ask for them to step up, and they are. And I commend the council for the fact that our officers are stepping up and saying, hey, how can we support you find sustainability? But just as importantly, the action that we take today on behalf of the community, instead of saying, hey, you know what, we know you're struggling, but there's not a lot we can do. By us taking this opportunity to give them a hand up, we're actually providing for a future for this organisation, for this group and its members, who have over a length of time have been incredibly committed to providing both a passive recreational sport to our community, but also each and every year opportunities for the broader community to come in board. They've invested in significant infrastructure through grants, which has got them to a great place. But now it's about finding a future, and I think the actions that we take provides space for that future to be found, and acknowledges that unlike businesses who, you know, we can expect there to be fast movement because they're in the office and they're thinking about it day to day, when these guys are not-for-profit and they're people who are retired, or they're people who work in other roles, this is something they do for recreation. So providing them that extra space gives them the headspace, gives the community the headspace to make sure that the best outcome's achieved, not the fastest one. And that's why I'd commend it to the table.
Thank you, Councillor Hutton. All right. Any other comments, councillors? All right, we'll close debate on this one. We'll go to the vote. We've got a mover at Councillor Eastwood, seconded Councillor Hutton. All in favour? Those against? Got your votes recorded, councillors? Okay. Carried. Councillors, I'm going to move a procedural motion. We have a 10-minute break. All in favour? So welcome back, councillors, and to the members of community viewing on live stream. We're up to 11:14, which is the Central Queensland Hospital Foundation request for financial support. And as I stated during the declarations in relation to conflict of interest, I have a declarable conflict of interest on this one, so I shall vacate the room and hand the chair to Councillor Bello. Thank you, Councillor Bello.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Okay, councillors, you'll see the recommendation before us there that the council resolved to provide advocacy and in-kind support to the formation of a Central Queensland Hospitals Foundation. Is there any questions that councillors would like to ask of the officer, which I believe is Molly in this case?
Yes, through you, Mr. Chair, to Molly. Is this a one-off goodwill goodwill payment, or is it something that will be expected yearly?
That's a great question that I don't know the answer to. None of the correspondence indicated whether it was a one-off or ongoing. However, due to the wording of it being for the formation, it sounds like that it is a one-off for the formation. However, I can't be confident that it won't be a request that comes again.
Question, Councillor Maida, is you were moving? It looked like you were moving.
Look, I'm of two minds. We need the hospital and they do a wonderful job. I've been to them AGMs and there's a lot of people do a lot of things to make them successful. All the donations that they've got, the equipment that they've got. I'd like to think that we put something in to kick them off, to be able to be part of that success. I am conscious of the budget, how it's going to be very difficult. So if they're looking for 5,000, I'd be willing to put in something, but I don't know if I'd go to 5. Because we just don't have it.
Yeah, Councillor Maida, if I could, the recommendation officers have put forward is to purely provide in-kind support through advocacy, is my understanding of it at this point in time. So there's no monetary value that has been attached to that.
What does the advocacy consist of?
So advocacy would be support in promoting what the foundation is doing. If the foundation was looking for wanting to join in on any events that council would have, if the foundation was applying for funding and would like a support letter from council to support their application. So advocating on behalf of the foundation in a formal way would be some examples.
Is this apart from the, just a question, Mr. Mayor, is this apart from the group that actually supports the hospital? Is another separate group?
Yes.
Yeah, Councillor Mayor, I think there may be some confusion. So the group that you and I have been to AGMs for is the Capricorn Coast Hospital and Health Service Auxiliary Committee, which is based here in Yeppoon, where this group that they're talking about is actually the Central Queensland Hospital Foundation. So this won't be the group that's provided those goods to the Yeppoon Hospital. This is a separate entity.
Councillor Hutton, through you, Mr. Mayor. Is this another one where the state government's allowing us to shoulder some of the state responsibilities if they need things? I have to ask the question, because these are state hospitals. And anything state these days is pretty well starved for funds, one way or another, toilet paper, car parks, you name it.
Thank you, Councillor Maida. Just remind us.
I'm just asking, is this another one of those where, look, I don't mind helping anything that helps the people, but at the same time, are we taking on something where the state government will allow us to step in and do these things when the state government steps back?
Thank you, Councillor Maida. And I suggest that could be certainly relevant in the debate. The motion we have before us is the officer's recommendation. If there's no further questioning, is there a mover for that motion?
I do have a question.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Freeman.
Very quick, off the mark. Thank you, Molly. Through you, Mr. Chair. So the commentary on this particular report that we've received is that the Central Queensland Hospital Foundation formation and requesting a contribution of $5,000 from Livingstone Shire Council. And the officers have looked at that and decided to provide advocacy and in-kind support instead of financial contribution. Is that right?
So based on discussions that were held during the briefing session, officers reviewed the request and thought that we could commit to that level of support at this time.
Good. Thank you.
If there's no further questions, is there a mover for the recommendation of Councillor Mather and seconded Councillor Friend? Would you like to?
I think I've said it, Mr Mayor, a very worthy cause, and I'm sure we'll help anybody who helps the people.
Thank you. Any speakers against the resolution? Any speakers for? Councillor Hutton?
Yeah, I'll speak for the resolution, if only to raise that I think that the Central Queensland Hospital Foundation is a great concept and obviously has great application, particularly for those rural areas where they don't have existing health services that are providing direct support within their community, and therefore their investment is in that regional infrastructure that supports their time of need. For a community like ours, where we do have the Cape Coast Hospital and Health Service Auxiliary, which since 2019 has donated over $114,000 worth of infrastructure directly into our local hospital, the foundation probably has not got as much application to our local community, and I think that's where our council is looking to make a conscious choice to say, hey, we're more than happy to support advocacy for it and in-kind support, but recognise that if we were to make a financial contribution, surely our investment would be best made in our own backyard in supporting the group of volunteers that are operating our local hospital, providing the television screens, providing the beds, providing chairs and things for family members. They even actually provided a roll-out bed for when someone might have to sleep over so they can stay with a loved one who's in palliative care. So I don't want the Hospital Foundation to consider us denying the benefit that they provide to our community, but I also think it's really important that they understand that for us, this is not providing them support means we don't support their endeavours. It's more that we actually have a group locally of volunteers who are undertaking such endeavours that if we were going to invest, I would recommend that we invested locally. So I think the compromise position or the pragmatic position taken by officers in saying, hey, we're going to provide advocacy and in-kind support is a great place for us to start, but I would strongly dislike for the Hospital Foundation to think that we're not interested, but also for them to understand that we do have that on the boots, on the ground support occurring here in our community, that Councillor Mather and myself, and I think some of the other councillors have probably attended AGMs in the past for, and will continue to provide support to that community-based committee.
Councillor Mather, would you like to wrap up?
Question first. I don't know if anybody knows whether there is a charter of what this foundation actually is responsible for, or who they're responsible to. Do we know that? I mean, if people are donating financial assistance, we need to know what they're planning to do.
Could we take that as a question on notice, Molly, that you'd be able to provide that
Absolutely.
at a later stage?
I believe it is in the attachments, Councillor Mather.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes, if you can get that for us, that'd be good, because we don't know where this leads, but we're here to help anyway, so
Yep.
that
Absolutely.
goes without saying. Thank you.
Thank you very much, councillors. Certainly endorse Councillor Hutton's comments that we would like to send the strongest message of support we could, and I would ask whether the CEO, would that include perhaps a letter of response based on the outcome of today's discussions?
We'll certainly be drafting. Acting Chair, we'll certainly be drafting a response in accord, and we're happy to communicate not only the wording of the resolution but the intent that was expressed today.
Right. Thank you very much. I'm sure you'll do that very well. Okay, councillors, we'll put that to the vote. Those in favour of this motion? That would be unanimous. Thank you. Okay, we can get the mayor back in. Great.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Councillors, this particular matter is to redress a Minister of Anomaly from back in about 2008, which has carried through until this year, in which these matters were identified. This is to do with the land which is the current Yeppoon and District Show Society lease area, which is the current showgrounds. So at the moment, the lease that we have in place with that group doesn't cover all the land which is part of the showgrounds. That was, as I said in the report, a result of some land being left out of both memorandum of understanding and also a lease which was executed back in 2008. We've identified that. We've just bringing it to council so that we can fix it. It makes no difference to the way the Show Society operates, only insofar as it now gives them legal entitlement to be on the land they're currently using. I have had it just brought to my attention 5 minutes ago that in addition to the 3 lots you see before you, that there is a 4th lot as well, which they're currently putting into that recommendation, so that council has, we get it right this time, unlike 2008.
Any questions for the Executive Director, councillors?
Yes, through you, Mr Chair, to Mr Bacon. What happened in 2008?
When they did the lease, they just left some land out of the lease. I see no utility going back to see how or what, because it was done by the Rockhampton Regional Council days. Chances are the officers involved probably aren't here. It's just one of those things. From time to time, things get missed. The issue with that particular area was that whilst you see large land masses there now, back then it was probably about 40 odd titles. So I could see how possibly in trying to arrange that number of lots on plans, some may be missed out.
Any other questions, Councillor? Councillor Mather?
Can you please just tell us in simple language what they mean?
I'll endeavour to do that, councillor. I don't specialise in simple language, I've been told. I guess under the Local Government Act, there's requirements for how council may deal with disposal of land. Now, disposal of land doesn't mean the sale of land necessarily. The definition also includes leasing, licensing, etc. Normally, that requires you to go through an open tender process as such. However, there are circumstances in which you can choose to deal directly with one individual. So this part of the Act is what we're using to allow us to deal directly with the Show Society and not have to go through this process of tender where other people might be able to.
That's the dispensation you're talking about.
It's right. Essentially
right.
Any other questions, Councillor? Councillor Watson?
Sorry, just glad I got this right. Through the Mayor to Brett.
If I announce you, Councillor, you can do it.
I can just, okay. Brett, I'm just wondering, I can see a date here, the lease finishes in 2024. Is there a date of when the whole showgrounds leases do come to an end or something like that? For the whole showgrounds?
That will be 2024 is my understanding. That's correct, yes.
And is there any planning after that?
Currently, the Show Society also has a lease over another site, which they're doing due diligence on and some business case and design work on. If that is still progressing at the time and they need more time at their existing facility, then sometime in probably 2023, we would have those discussions with them about a further lease and what that meant for timing. Yeah.
Have we still any questions on what we're going to be doing with that land afterwards?
Not at this juncture, and I guess the reality that council will need to grapple with is if the Show Society vacates that premises, that doesn't necessarily mean all the other users go with the Show Society. So it's something that we will have to work our way through.
Thank you.
Mr Mayor, that the whole showgrounds, it's a dog's breakfast as far as land tenure goes, who it belongs to. In some stage, while we're looking at relocating the showgrounds. Be on the lookout there because it has been.
Yeah, noted, councillor, and I know there have been discussions at officer level about that exact topic and how it could potentially be dealt with. And also, on my understanding, Mr Executive Director, there's been some preliminary discussions with some of the tenure and leaseholders on site as well, in terms of progression of leases going forward.
There have been some very preliminary discussions, yes, Mr Mayor.
All right, councillors, any other questions of the Executive Director? All right, so we'll go to debate on this one. We've got a three-part recommendation. Moving Councillor Bello. Can I get a seconder on this one, please? Councillor Mather, thank you. Councillor Bello, did you want to speak to the report?
No, thank you, Mr Chair.
Okay. Anyone speaking against? Anyone speaking for? Councillor Mather, do you want to speak for it? Okay. All right, so anyone else wish to make a comment on the report? All right, then we'll go to the vote on this one, councillors. We'll close debate. We've got a mover in Councillor Bello, seconder in Councillor Mather. All in favour? Thank you. Carried unanimously. So 1116, councillors, is the Coastal Hazards Adaptation Strategy under QCO's 2100 program. And we'll hand over to Mr Baldock, our Principal Sustainability Officer. Welcome to the table, Matthew.
Good afternoon, councillors. Welcome, Councillor Watson. Councillors, I'm very pleased to be able to present to you today our Livingstone Coastal Hazards Adaptation Strategy for adoption. I guess the strategy has been a fairly long time in the making, but we now have a long-term strategic plan for the Livingstone community which addresses climate change related coastal hazard risk. Now, the development of the strategy has been made possible through Queensland Government funding of just under $500,000, and this has come under the QCO's 2100 program. Councillors, I'd like to, I guess, just make a few points just to clarify, I guess, what we're asking you to accept in the adoption of this strategy. And I guess it's really positive, really, because this is a key tool for us to move forward and to address the many coastal hazard risks that we do have in our community. So firstly, the strategy is a high-level strategic document, and it's also a long-term strategy. So the planning horizon is out to 2100. The strategy takes a whole of organisation and also whole of coastline approach. The strategy has been informed by fairly substantive technical input and also community and stakeholder buy-in. The strategy also directly supports the community plan and also aligns with other corporate governance. And ultimately, the strategy, it gives us a tool which provides certainty with our decision making. It also provides leadership to our community, and it also, I guess, gives us the opportunity to be sustainable, not only financially but also socially, environmentally, culturally, and also in governance. Councillors, the recommendations are options, and as you can see in the plan, there's plenty of them. Now, it doesn't mean we have to go and carry out every single action. And you'll also note too that particularly under each locality, there is a recommendation there for us simply to take no action, to retain the status quo. However, it's certainly in our interest, I think, to be proactive in dealing with these actions and to really get onto the front foot. And I guess ultimately it's about undertaking the right option at the right time. Councillors, I think we've probably addressed in the various workshops that we've had with our consultants that we've really endeavoured to take a pathways adaptation approach, and really that's about undertaking those easy win strategic options first, that don't necessarily require a lot of resources. And then I guess as we progress in time and we do see some changes to our coastline, then we might be in a position where we start moving on to some of these softer engineering options, sand scraping, beach nourishment, those types of things. And really, if we need to, and I guess as a last resort, then we can turn to those harder engineering options, such as revetment walls. Councillors, I think we have mentioned previously that we have been lucky enough to get another position, and that's our Community Coastal Hazards Resilience Officer. And I guess this position will play an important role, I guess, in laying the foundations for the implementation of this strategy. So that position will really be involved over the next 16 months, in particular with things like community and stakeholder engagement. So one of the important things that we've identified with the strategy is that we really need to work with our community to provide some fairly good information and also education on our coastal journal systems, because really that's our first line of defence. This position will also be involved in establishing monitoring and evaluation frameworks. It will be engaged in citizen science, so for example setting up these I guess photo points. Coast Snap is one example of it, so people can actually take photos at fixed point or at fixed points. It's a bit of I guess a tourism and economic draw card, but at the same time it's also helping us with monitoring. And lastly, data management. So the position will really be out there collecting a whole stack of baseline data, which will help us in the future. Another important, I guess, task for this position is really to work with the relevant business units of council to develop detailed action plans and forward works plans, and this will also include doing project business cases, as well as developing short, medium and long-term costing. So really the body of work that this position will carry out will really prepare us for what lies ahead and hopefully ensure that we're not going to have any surprises. And like I said, it's really about getting out on the front foot. Lastly, councillors, I guess the final point I'd like to make to you, and I think the bottom line here is that some of the options in this strategy are going to cost. Particularly when we start talking about revetment walls, there's millions of dollars involved with some of these structures, so it will cost. But I will just read to you, and this sentence is actually contained in the report, but the long-term horizon of the strategy provides council with time to manage implementation costs over many budget cycles and to implement interventions at early stages that are low cost rather than us having to respond when options are limited and costly. So I guess in saying that, the point here is that we do have a little bit of time to play with. I don't believe that, based on what we've found with the study, that we really have any, red light danger issues. We've certainly got issues out there that we do need to address, and we do need to start planning for now. But I guess unlike some of our other shires here in Queensland, they have problems right at the moment where they really need immediate action. But I don't believe that we've actually got that in our shire. So, councillors, there will be plenty of conversation to be had with yourselves, but also with our community and our stakeholder group. And we'll certainly be talking to you about budgets and project proposals. And the other thing that we will actively do is to really start seeking funding, because I think the reality is that we will need to rely on external funding to fund some of these projects eventually. And the other thing I think we're going to have a look at too is really forming partnerships with other organisations. because when we come to do, for example, I'll use Vinnie Jones Drive as an example. There will be a time where we will need to act on that because of the coastal erosion that is occurring there in the long term in particular. So that might be an opportunity where we need to work with the stakeholders who have an interest in Vinnie Jones Drive and obviously the harbour and partner with them to come up with a suitable mitigation option. And finally, councillors, I'll leave you with the recommendation, which is simply for council to adopt the Our Livingstone Coastal Hazards Adaptation Strategy. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thanks, Matt. Any questions, councillors?
Move, Mr. Mayor.
I'll repeat. Any questions, councillors?
What did you say? Yes.
All right, so we have a mover in Councillor Friend, seconder in Councillor Hutton. Thank you.
I had a couple of questions, Mr. Mayor, please.
Oh, okay, sorry, councillor. I thought the questions were done.
The mover just got in a bit fast. Quick straw. Matt, budget. What have you got in the budget for us, or what are you putting in the budget?
Well, the budget is something that our position will be working with our business units to develop. I can tell you that probably for the next 12 months, that position is a bit of a bonus. So that will keep us going for the next 12 months.
So you've got money in there now?
That's right. Yes.
To last you 12 months?
Well, yep.
Because looking at this, we're in the vicinity of $500,000 overall the project. That's
well, that's been funded. So we've received external funding for that, and
yes.
we have expended that funding. So that's gone. So now we're looking at to implement some of the recommendations. We will need funding for some of it, but as we said, we will take that pathway approach where initially the cost will be fairly low, but then as we move forward in time, and also I guess the adage here is that as long as some of these the climate change predictions actually happen, and when we do need to make a move and implement some of these actions, then we're going to have to start looking at
Well, you need to be ahead of the game, don't you?
And that's exactly what this position will help us do.
Yes.
Councillor?
Well, when you go back and work out your budget, you need to be quick on this one, but you say this 12 months is okay.
Yep.
I'm nearly finished, Mr. Mayor. But, you know, we're looking at projected budgets. You need to give us what you need to project your progress.
Yep. Sure, okay. Councillor. And again, once we sit down with our business units and work out exactly what we need to do and when we need to do it, we'll have a bit more of an idea of what we're going to do. Absolutely, and that's what we'll be looking at.
Councillor Watson.
Right. Matt, can I just ask a real quick question? Is there any key areas that you know that really requires this, other than Vinnie Jones Drive?
Yeah, well, I guess that Kent Beach as a whole is probably something we're going to have to look at, and I didn't, and I think we've probably discussed previously, councillors, that open beach erosion is probably our biggest risk in this shire. So Kent Beach is probably a beach we need to look at. We're probably also looking at, and through our consultation, it's been raised with us that Fisherman's Beach down at Emu Park is another spot. Keppel Sands and Joscalee, there's some fairly low areas there, so we need to have a good look at that. Farnborough Beach is another one, particularly up around Barwell's Creek, so that's another area we'll need to have a look at. Previously, Putney Beach and Muskers Beach have been beaches that we have targeted, and we have seen some fairly extensive erosion. However, they now have revetment solutions on them, so I think at least into the medium term, they're probably okay.
Is Kinka Beach included in that? So it's supposed to be a storm surge area?
Yeah, Kinka Beach and particularly the outlet of Causeway Lake, yeah, that's certainly an area as well. So they're probably the main areas that we'd be looking at. But again, we'll see. As we move forward, we may find that either some of these areas will settle down, or we might find new areas. So I guess we have to be a little bit flexible with it.
I just know years ago I wrote a story about Kent Beach.
Yep. And
the biggest issue we had then was the land was owned by main roads. Are we still in that problem? Or? Was with beach protection and everything else?
Yeah, well, I guess we have been working with a whole series of partners with this, and we will need to work with different people because there are, the whole coastline, we've got a number of different tenures. So, yes, we will need to...
I remember them saying basically they weren't going to touch it until the road started disappearing.
Yep.
Okay, thanks.
But, yes, we have been working.
Thank you.
Any other questions for Matt before we go to debate? Okay. Councillor Friend, did you want to talk to the report, please?
I'll talk last, thank you, Mr Mayor.
Okay. Anyone speaking against the resolution? Anyone like to speak for it? Councillor Hutton, thank you.
I'd really like to commend the work of Matt and say what a journey. If we think back to when we first started looking at the coastal hazard adaptation strategy and the talk about the CHAS, we had councillors at the time who thought that we were talking about something from TV. We had members of the development community who said, oh, you're just trying to lock up my land. You had members of the greening community who said, oh, I think I like it, but I'm not sure I do. And yet, through a process of education, a process of engagement with both people in shopping centres, people at markets, people in community reference groups, what we've really done is we've engaged them in the science. We've engaged them in the science in a way that's been understandable, a way that they can see that this wasn't about locking up their land, it wasn't about providing a carte blanche, but really about looking for practical, pragmatic responses to the challenges of our time. We know that our coastline is changing and we know that we need to consider this when we look at our town planning, when we consider other items, and we have the opportunity, and we could metaphorically put our head in the sand, but that completely leaves us to being reactive in the situation where we've found ourselves in the past with some of our projects, where taking this proactive response means that we're setting our community up and setting for future budgets, as Councillor Maver referenced, setting a plan in place which means that when we're looking at both these soft and hard solutions to these challenges, we've got options, and options are something that when you're being reactive you quite often don't have. When you're being reactive, you've waited till after the horse has bolted and now you're trying to work out how do we put it back in its box, or how do we deal with the damage that it's caused. But by having a proactive response, by collaborating with partners, as has been said today, and through our funded officer, which is a fantastic opportunity, it means that we're going to be able to live and breathe the CHAS and the work that our council does, but also, hopefully, because of the education and the engagement work done, our community is going to be able to be part of that as well. And I think that that's a testament. Like I said, when we first started, there was probably a lack of understanding and appreciation of the positives that this could provide, or even just oh, this is one of those bureaucratic things that they'd really like to do. Isn't that nice? But not only did you bring the councillors on the journey, you brought the community on the journey, and I think the organisation has responded really positively to the desire to see this embedded in a way that's practical and useful, efficient, while achieving the outcomes in response to a changing world. So I commend it to the table, but most importantly, commend the efforts of Matt and our wonderful consultants that we've had for the last period working on this project. It's been wonderful to see the evolution, it's been wonderful to see the growth in our community and understanding this, but also recognising that because it's a living document, this is not something that sits on the shelf, it's going to be something that's going to affect the way we work, but also provides opportunities for us as we look to the future. So thank you so much for your efforts, and I commend it to the table.
Thank you, Councillor Hutton. Anyone else like to speak to the report? Councillor Eastwood?
I'm going to be very quick because I want to go home eventually. Look, I found it to be a really easy reading report, and I think that's the beauty about something like this. It had a lot of information, but it was easy to read, and just to have something that we can go to that helps us to manage, respond, and to even prevent damage to our coastal regions and to our infrastructure is so important, and yeah, I just recommend it to the table. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Eastwood. Before I go to Councillor Friend to wrap up, anyone else want to make a comment?
Yes, sir.
Councillor Mather. No, you're actually, Councillor Hutton is the seconder.
Did you get in before me? Oh, I'm sorry. I thought I beat you, but that's okay. That's okay. We're dealing with a moving target here, as you know. This coastal erosion, it's just not familiar to us. It's all over the world. You're not going to beat it, but you've got to be ahead of it where you can. And that's what it's all about. Doing your studies, identifying your weak and vulnerable locations. It's changing landscape. And if you don't have a lot of money to have it on hand to try to correct something before it happens, the risks are too great. The planning scheme plays a major part in all of this too. Not allowing people to get down there by the seaside where they have to have that absolute view. But then when you see it on the news where you've got slides, houses falling into the beach, surely that teaches us something. So the planning scheme plays a major part. So I think we've got to be a little bit tough sometimes, tough love, to protect people from themselves and their desires, to protect our budget. We don't need any more risks attached to us. We need to teach the investors when they come here that you can't have what you want unless it's within our interest too, because all these studies come at a price. A lot of contribution from a lot of people, well deserved and well informed. And we've got all that in our back pocket, and we've just got to make sure that nobody takes it off us. They learn by our rules. I remember Kinga Beach going back some time ago. You might remember that, Matt, if you were here then. No? When you talk about Kemp Beach, what do we do when it gets to the road? Is that we do a revetment then? They said that about Kinga Beach back then. And people were very fearful because it was just over there, wasn't it, Rhodes? You remember that? Yes. And we tried something back then with a very innovative engineer. I'm not saying they're not now, but we had a really good one. He said, I think a sausage groin would do that. And it has. And it's just built up ever since. It doesn't have to take mandrake to put something expensive up there. Just some good engineering nous and a bit of education behind it and a little bit of history is where it's worked before. Thanks, Matt and the team. Please pass it on. You've done really well. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mather. Councillor Bello, I saw your finger poised on the microphone there.
Yeah, and look, very briefly, to Matt and your entire team and the consultants that were involved, if you could pass on that I read somewhere once that predicting the future is fraught with danger, yet not planning for the future is just downright irresponsible. And I honour the efforts that are endeavouring us to plan for the future, so with the best possible information we can. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bello. Councillor Friend, would you like to wrap up, please?
Certainly. Thank you, Mr Mayor. Exceptional words by all of the councillors here at the table, and more so by Matt. Living on or near our coast is such a privilege, and we all enjoy it. The fresh, salty air, engaging in water sports, walks like no other, feeling the salt and the sand under our feet, gives us a grounding to this very Livingstone, an ample supply of fresh seafood, a health and happy lifestyle. You've heard me say in the past that our beloved Shire has the second longest coastline in Queensland, a coastline home to a diverse range of marine life and bird life, along with localised species of vegetation. As our population grows and the effects of atmospheric warming occurs, we must be very mindful of sea level rises, coastal erosion and storm tide inundation. Our Living Coast strategy placed before us today has been 4 years in compilation, including public consultation, and with the aid of QCOAST 2100 program funded by the Queensland State Government, I wish to today formally thank the Queensland State Government for their contribution. I wish to publicly acknowledge and thank both Mr Matt Baldock, Council's Sustainability Officer, Mrs Lisa Charles, our Natural Resource Manager, for their unwavering care and hard work in progressing and undertaking this project, along with the consultants. I also would like to acknowledge today Laurie Rainbird in her role as Community Coastal Hazards Resilience Officer. That's a mouthful. Our Living Coast strategy forms a foundation for the support of consistent decision-making and for the implementation of Shire-wide tailored strategic actions in each of our localities, protecting people, property and the environment for generations to come by building awareness of risk and resilience, seeking evidence-based solutions, prioritising natural eco-based options for those solutions, reducing the risk exposure for settlements in higher risk areas using sustainable and cost-effective options, and protect biodiverse habitats. I will finish today by stating our vision. Our living coast is who we are and underpins our lifestyle. Everyone in our community works together to look after our coast. The decisions we make today support us to be resilient to coastal hazards now and in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Friend. Okay, councillors, we're at the point here now. We're going to the vote. We'll close debate. So mover, Councillor Friend, seconded Councillor Hutton. All in favour? Those against? Carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. Thank you, Matt, and thanks to your team. Right, councillors, on to 12.1, unless I'm mistaken, which is a notice of motion from Councillor Friend in relation to no plastic straw policy in Livingstone. Councillor Friend, would you like to talk to your notice of motion, please?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Last week, the Queensland State Government passed legislation that from the 1st of September of this year, for one-use plastic straws, polystyrene foam food containers, plastic stirrers, cutlery and plastic plates to be banned, with the exception for those requiring such items due to permanent or temporary disability, such as aged care or who may have other health care needs. There has already great benefits from the ban on single-use plastic shopping bags, and evidence has shown a 70% reduction in this type of litter, making way for healthier waterways and our reef. Livingstone Shire Council partner with What's Down Our Drains project called Drain Buddies, coordinated by Fitzroy Basin Association on behalf of the local marine advisory committees. As a collaborative community-based project, the data produced finds that single-use plastics are the most common items found in our Drain Buddies trap. Council officers are currently committed to the completion of a new waste strategy, and these one-use plastics will certainly be noted. However, my notice of motion is that Council resolved to commence public consultation for consideration of a no plastic straw policy in Livingstone Shire. Having been approached by community members, it has come to my attention that Council doesn't have a specific single-use plastic policy. This public consultation is not only an ideal way to engage them in the community, it's an ideal medium for passive education. We're certainly privileged to have a deputation this morning from a passionate waste warrior, young Charlie, discussing Straws No More. We know that plastic straws simply break into ever smaller particles, releasing chemicals into the soil, air and water, and they're harmful to animals, plants, people and the environment. It takes many decades, if not centuries, for plastic straws to degrade. Over their lifespan, the straws break down into smaller and smaller and even microscopic pieces. Pieces so small that single-celled organisms and other marine life eat them. The plastic remains forever and then starts back up into the food chain. Central Queensland is home to 6 of the world's 7 marine turtles. All 6 of these species are threatened with extinction, being listed as either vulnerable or endangered under the Queensland and Australian legislation. The flatback turtle, green turtle and loggerhead turtle nest on central Queensland beaches. The 2020-21 turtle season has seen 282 marine turtle tracks across the Capricorn coast, and that equates to approximately 1 turtle track per every kilometre of CQ's coastline. It is absolutely imperative that Council sets the standard of a plastic straw-free environment. Councillors, officers and community, let us stand with the Queensland State Government, Straws No More, Waste Warrior Charlie Irwin and Boomerang Alliance to obtain consultation and shout to the world, Livingstone Shire will not use plastic straws anymore.
Thank you, Councillor Friend. A very impassioned plea. All right. Any questions of Councillor Friend, councillors? Councillor Watson.
Just a quick one. Okay, you're getting rid of the plastic straws. We got rid of the plastic bags. I had to print 7,500 calico bags made as an alternative because there hadn't been anything offered. Is there an alternative that the organisation is coming up with?
Certainly, at this stage, those type of plastic bendable straws that are needed by those with perhaps a permanent or temporary disability will still be used at this time. Otherwise, as you can see, there are these type of options, and all they need to do is be cleaned, a bit of a wash, so those options are out there. I believe Boomerang Alliance has other options such as I was going to say waxed paper straws, etc. Bamboo straws, those that don't break down into microscopic pieces. So there are definitely options out there, Councillor Watson.
Any other questions for Councillor Friend? All right, so Councillor Friend, I'm assuming you're moving this one.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor.
May I get a seconder, please, for it? Councillor Watson, thank you. All right. So, Councillor Friend, I'm assuming you don't want to speak to this one any further?
No, I think I've said enough. Thank you.
Okay. So we'll go to the vote on this one. Thank you, Councillor. So moved Councillor Friend, seconded Councillor Watson. All in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you very much, councillors. So we're on to 12.2, councillors, which is a notice of motion from Councillor Mather in relation to the Mount Charlton Reservoir and Pipeline. Councillor Mather, do you want to speak to your notice of motion, please?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, unless anybody has any questions beforehand. This should be straightforward, Mr. Mayor. That due to the age and current condition of both the Mount Charlton Reservoir and the supply pipeline from Ramsey Creek, staff be asked to provide planning options, estimated costs and timeframes in preparation for their replacement.
Thanks, Councillor Mather. Any questions, councillors? All right. So, Councillor Mather, you're moving?
So moved, Mr. Mayor, yes.
Okay. Seconded? I'll get a seconder, please. Councillor Eastwood, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor.
All right. So, Councillor Mather, do you want to speak further to your report?
Just very quickly, Mr. Mayor. I'm not saying that it'll be done tomorrow. We've already got something in place for that. Between the pipeline and the reservoir, the reservoir's about 97 years old, and the other one's about 101, pipeline. And they're both showing signs of deterioration. So the whole idea is to get ahead of the game and tell us what they see that needs to happen and what sort of money we're looking at. Is it $500,000, is it 20 million, or is it more? And how long it'll take us to get to that point. That's all. A broad brush picture to give us an idea what we're looking at, because they are a risk. Because in that area there's hundreds of people there who rely on us to make sure that that critical infrastructure is in good hands. It's, we both walked that pipeline and saw the leaks. We saw the problems, and we just can't let it sit there until it happens again. And we all know that during the election we were promoting that as the corridor for growth for the western areas. That is our corridor. We've got to have reliable water and reliable supply and containment there. If we don't have that, there's no sense in going out to the public and asking them to come in and invite them to invest in our shire. We've got to make sure that we've got the roads, we've got the rail, we've got the people, we've got the soil, we've got the connectivity, north, south, east and west. And we just need to make sure that critical infrastructure is safe enough to contain and provide that essential service at this time. Like I said, I don't need dollar for dollar thing. I just need an idea what the plan is, if there is a plan, to tell us what it is, please. Because we need that assurance. Otherwise, this is going to be top of the list on the risk register.
Thanks, Councillor Mather. Any other questions of Councillor Mather? All right. So we'll wrap up debate on this one, councillors, and we'll go to the votes. So moved Councillor Mather, seconded Councillor Eastwood. All in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. So 12.3, notice of motion from Councillor Mather in relation to the Northern Development Corridor. Councillor Mather, you'd like to speak to your notice of motion?
This is a short and sweet one, Mr Mayor, I promise you. As you can see, that as a matter of some urgency, Council set aside time for discussions and planning on the advancement of growth in the Northern Development Corridor.
Any questions of Councillor Mather, councillors? All right, so you're moving, Councillor Mather?
Yes, thanks, Mr Mayor.
Seconding Councillor Friend. Would you like to speak to your report?
Just very briefly, we went to the election promising the people this is the corridor that we need to grow. We want to offset your rates, but we need to grow the Shire, grow the population. We've already got one developer there who has been rezoned and has many blocks. I don't know the exact number of the blocks, but there are many blocks. And that's why we need those suburbs to anchor this and move forward up there. This is our sweetener to lower our rates. It's there, it's waiting. People are waiting to develop, and it's just there for the pickings if we want to treat it right. But we need to talk about it, how we're going to proceed with this. We can do it, we will do it, and we should do it. But we need to have the time to talk about it, how we'd go about it. That's really what this is about, discussions.
Thanks, Councillor Mather.
Thank you.
Anybody speaking against the resolution? Okay, anyone like to speak for it? Councillor Friend?
Certainly. Thank you, Mr Mayor. I back Councillor Mather up on this through campaign. There was a lot of discussions and platforms in relation to building the northern suburbs. I completely understand that we're awaiting a decision from the Boundary Commissioner. However, that should not stop us from still moving forward with planning and discussions in relation to this. So I'm 100% behind Councillor Mather on this one. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Friend. Any other comments, councillors, before we go to the vote? All right, we'll close debate. So we've got a mover in Councillor Mather, a seconder in Councillor Friend. All in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors.
Thank you, members.
12.5, notice of motion from Councillor Bello in relation to GKI access. I beg your pardon if I skip one of it. Sorry. Here we go. Councillor Hutton in relation to recording of votes. Councillor Hutton, would you like to speak to your notice of motion, please?
Yes, thank you, Mr Mayor. And I start off by acknowledging and offering an apology that I didn't provide a track changes copy to note where the change was in this. The desire that I've sought to express by providing an updated section 2.16 was simply in regards to the recording of votes. It has been asked to me previously by the community around, well, who voted for this one or who voted for that one? And as unlike things that occur in other levels of government where there's a roll call or record of who's voting in the affirmative and negative, unless someone actually seeks a division or someone says record my vote against, very rarely does there is no pathway for them to know who voted against or for something easily in their general movement. So in seeking to provide that level of transparency in our decision making and also to enhance the historical record for our community, what I've sought to do is, if you look at line number, my apology, 2.16.6, it says that the Minute Secretary shall record the names of councillors voting in the affirmative and those voting in the negative on all non-procedural votes. So not obviously when you're going to lunch and things, you don't need it. When you're going into committee and out of committee and those sorts of things, it's not a necessity. But when we're dealing with the recommendations of reports, it takes all of an extra second because ultimately you've got the people who are moving it already identified, hopefully in support of the motion because they've spoken to it, that we have the process whereby it's recorded saying that these councillors voted for the item, these councillors voted against, and then we move on. So it's up to obviously the council table to have a discussion to see if there's a desire to see this taken on board, but it was a suggestion that put to me, and I thought, yep, in terms of transparency, it provides that to the community, and it means that while we'll still have the right to declare divisions should the need occur for some of those other procedural facts, it means that divisions won't be simply called because there's some desire to. It means that, as a rule, we will record the names of those people voting for or against a particular motion.
Thank you, Councillor Hutton. Any questions of Councillor Hutton?
Yes, certainly. Actually, my question is for Councillor Hutton, but through you to the Mr. CEO. On the 17th of November of 2020, which wasn't really that long ago, Council resolved unanimously to adopt the meeting procedures policy. So should this previous resolution that in saying that we've adopted this policy, should it be rescinded or repealed before we can debate Councillor Hutton's motion?
It's an interesting question you pose, Councillor Friend. The advice that I recall reading some years ago in the commentary to the Local Government Act is that whilst the legislation prescribes the manner in which you go about repealing or rescinding a motion, and therefore adopting a policy in this case, it doesn't actually contemplate where that becomes necessary. So the passing of a subsequent resolution that amends something done previously, and that theory of not being able to bind a future council, even if it is the same council, comes into play. So as I understand it, the council is free to amend its own policies from time to time as it sees fit, without necessarily rescinding a previous decision.
Thank you, I accept that.
Any other questions? Councillor Eastwood.
My question was just in regard to Councillor Hutton. Does that mean 216(7) needs to be there or not?
My thinking behind retaining that was that there may be procedural votes where councillors may wish to have it recorded anyway. So I didn't wish to unduly hold up the meeting by having additional time taken for votes on every time we, like I said, if we move to have a 10-minute recess or whatever. But should a councillor desire the chance to have their vote recorded for whatever purpose, I didn't want to actually withdraw any rights that a councillor existing has, rather just enhance the recording of that data. So that's why I didn't tamper with anything else. It was just trying to word that to allow for non-procedural votes to have the recording of votes' names.
Yes, go ahead, Councillor Watson.
Mr. CEO, was this going to take longer for the girls who are doing all the, the work in the background? It's like, is this going to double their workload? I'm just asking because I'm not sure how your systems work.
Councillor Watson, it's an easy question for me to answer given that I'm not the person that's doing it, but that would be a very marginal consideration, I think, in this circumstance. It's really, if the council is of a mind to have its minutes produced in this way, then we will accommodate that.
Any other questions, councillors? All right, so Councillor Hutton, you're moving this, I'm assuming?
Yes, please, Mr. Mayor.
And I get a seconder, thank you. Councillor Bello, all right, thank you. So Councillor Hutton, do you want to speak any further to the report?
No, thank you, Mr.
All right, thank you. Anyone speaking against? Councillor Friend.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And with all due respect, Councillor Hutton. On the 17th of November 2020, Council resolved unanimously to adopt the meeting procedures policy. 4 months later, Councillor Hutton, you wish to change the wording. Your notice of motion today gives minor changes and changes that, in my personal opinion, are not required. I'll just go through a couple of them. 2.16.1 already states the chairperson will call for all councillors in favour of the motion to indicate their support. The chairperson will then call for all councillors against the motion to indicate their objection. You have no change for this procedure. 2.16.2, without reading it, councillor, you have no change for this procedure. 2.16.3, once again, No change for this procedure. That's fine. 2.16.4 is the same. 2.16.5, you're quite happy with all of these procedures until we get to 2.16.6, where you've asked for, instead of a councillor may call for a division to ensure their objection to the motion is recorded in the minutes. If a division is taken, the minute secretary will record the names of councillors voting in the affirmative and those voting in the negative. And you've changed it, as you've said earlier, the minute secretary shall record the names of councillors voting in the affirmative and those voting in the negative on all non-procedural votes. The chairperson already does this by asking if you want your vote recorded, and with all due respect, councillor, more often than not, in this last year, you've declined to record your name. You've also swapped around 2.16.7 and 2.16.8 for reasons quite unknown within your notice of motion. So I suppose with the addendum of the words on all votes, we unanimously adopted this policy 4 months ago. The meeting policy was written and scrutinised by the Acting Coordinator of Governance and the Chief Financial Officers, and I believe that these officers are extremely experienced and know the legislation. Theirs was a clear and concise report that we all adopted unanimously. Councillor, I do feel that by muddying these waters and changing words that have and are working well will weaken Council's resolve. When the chairperson asks, do you want your vote recorded? We all have a choice, yes or no. And if the members of the public have approached a councillor, I would certainly take on board what they are saying, and I would certainly make my choice a yes for the recording of your name.
Thank you, Councillor Friend. Anyone wish to speak for the motion, please?
Look, in speaking for this very briefly, I don't see any real major detriment if we were to adopt this today. I've heard in the past that it's just council's policies are described as living documents. They can be changed back, and I'm not into change for change's sake, but it would be interesting to apply this this change for some time. I'd be prepared to give it a go. The only intriguing thing is that divisions are often used at times as a weapon, in a sense, to ensure that transparency is provided to the public. This virtually removes that as a strategy and a tactic that councillors can use, and that's ultimately, let's be frank, that's why divisions are used. We want to make sure the public know exactly who voted which way. For any of us that are called division, that's what it's about. This actually removes the power of the division and provides the ultimate transparency. So if it's not overtly difficult to implement, then I'm happy to give it a go. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bello. Anyone speaking against?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I don't see what it will gain, to be quite honest. No doubt meeting procedures have been tried, retried and refined, changed and tried again. And I think what we've got is probably as close as we can get to being clear, precise and transparent. Give it a go. We're not going to be changing legislation just to give something a go. There's the old saying, if it ain't broke, don't change it. Unless somebody can convince me that something is terribly wrong, I don't see any reason to go there and make change. The power of removing a division, well, we might as well go and remove a whole lot of things because it's all, one's going to impact on the other. If you're going to make a division for everything, well, it is a division effectively by nominating all the votes for and against. It will remove the power of the division. So one thing affects another. I can understand the councillor wanting to try something or put something past us, but I don't see any benefit. In fact, I would concede that there would be people in the public who would be mischievous. And let's face it, I've been through some mischievous councils in the past, and this would fall right into their hands. And I'm looking to reunite the communities, and just to make sure that when the chairperson said there was a unanimous vote, there was a majority vote, unless somebody recorded their vote on purpose, that's the way it is. And that's as good as you're going to get in my books.
Thank you, Councillor Mather. Councillor Eastwood, you're speaking for?
I will, Mr Mayor. And I hope I can convince Councillor Mather, because you've put the challenge out there. I believe this is the ultimate in transparency. You know, like, it means that every vote, every person will be able to see who voted which way. And I must admit, at times I've been glad there hasn't been this, when I've actually hidden behind my vote, knowing that the public don't know. So I actually think that this is a step in the right direction. I can't see any problems with it at all. In fact, if I vote for something, I should be proud to have voted that way. And I'm not worried at all if the public can see it. And I think that that's a great thing. Ultimate transparency. Thanks, Mr Mayor.
All right. Thank you, Councillor Eastwood. All right, councillors, I think all of the arguments have been covered one way or another. Any further commentary from any of the councillors before we go to the vote? Councillor Hutton, you want to wrap up?
I think ultimately the community can go do a series of research steps to see who voted for or against, and in the age of the videos can take further steps to find out that information. So if the information is already available and we can take a small step that simply makes it easier, that makes the processes of local government and our local democracy easier for someone to see and understand, I would hope that this council, as part of its drive towards transparency, would promote that, saying, you know what, we want to make it easier for people to see how people voted, and if it means that we de-weaponise divisions, what's lost in having every person at every vote recorded how they vote for or against an item? I can't see the loss to the community in having that level of openness. That's something that has been a hallmark of the conversation of this table philosophically, both in terms of transparency and openness. When we view the historical record, we're not going to have people who are necessarily, either because of age or digital technology basis, who are going to have the capacity to do all of those things at once. So if they wish to see and have it recorded, and if it's not a huge imposition on the organisation, I don't fear the transparency of having it recorded each and every time. I was concerned about the effect on the organisation in terms of the rising that to that nth degree of asking for recording of votes every time, which is why I considered and said on non-procedural votes, because non-procedural votes are the votes that ultimately truly matter in these things, because that's the place where council's making a decision. I would encourage councillors to see this as an opportunity to provide context and to ease the understanding of the community who may be viewing at home, may be viewing the minutes, so that they can understand and participate or view their democracy in a more easier form locally. We have many living documents, and this is just one of them, and I don't think we should fear updating our living documents when we have suggestions to improve them. And I was not seeking wholesale change of the document, which is why I didn't offer suggestions and things throughout the document. Rather than, I thought to address it, it needed to be in this part, and you needed the context of being able to see what the other parts before it and after it were. Because if you didn't see 2.16.1 and those things in order, it wouldn't make sense to have 2.16.7 or 2.16.6 there by itself. It would be completely out of context. So in trying to provide a level of context for our discussion and debate today, I probably provided more information than was necessary in terms of the internal parts, but I thought it was easier to say, hey, let's update 2.16 rather than say 2.16.6. I would encourage everyone to vote for this step towards transparency and openness.
Okay, councillors, debate's now closed, so we'll go to the vote. We've got a mover in Councillor Hutton and a seconder in Councillor Bellow. So all in favour of the resolution? Those against? The motion is lost. .5, councillors. Notice of motion, Councillor Bellow, and GKI Access Infrastructure. Councillor Bellow, or Councillor Watson,
I
question?
speak. Last night I received an email from Cale about possibility of my conflict of interest. I agree with what you've sent, but I'm concerned that seeing that Great Keppel is on my committee, I'm not going to be able to do my work with future projects, anything else. So I'd like to put it to the table whether you think that I have a conflict of interest. I look at it as my parents' home is a home, just like any home over here. It just happens to be that there's a spread of water between it. In saying that, I also own a house at Bangalee. Does that mean I'm not going to be able to vote on the boat ramp? Now, with the boat ramp, I see councillors Annabella and Pat as having conflict of interest there too, simply because you have a business that relies on the beach. You ran the business before that, and you're classed as friends, which is part of the thing. I'm not having it. It's not being rude or anything like that, but I just look at it as I'm not going to be able to be on that committee when Great Keppel Island comes up if we make a decision today to say that I can't do this today. So it's up to you.
All right, so councillor, you're asking the gathering to determine whether you stay in the room or you're going to leave.
Yeah.
Okay.
I agree with what's been sent to me, by the way.
Yes. All right.
I just know that in future it's going to make it very difficult for me to do my work.
All right. I see a few fingers poised over microphones. I'll go to Councillor May the first, and then
yes,
Councillor Hutton.
I was just wondering if the CEO is able to share with us what his concerns may be.
Sure can.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Watson shared with me last night that his, I think it's reasonably well known that his parents own a property on Great Keppel Island. Obviously, the intent of the motion is to influence investment that may or may not have an impact on that particular asset owned by Councillor Watson's family. The definition of related party when it comes to declarable conflicts of interest makes it clear that parents, child, spouse and various others are captured by the related party intent. So my advice to Councillor Watson was that he should declare that interest to his peers and have you determine whether or not that conflict should preclude him from these discussions. And he has shared with you his, I guess, his future concerns about future participation in those things.
Thank you, Mr. CEO. Councillor Watson, can I just explore or unpack a comment you made there about you won't be able to perform your role if you are excluded from the meeting? In what context are you saying that?
In future committee meetings that I'll be having because of my portfolio that's been handed to me, every time something comes up about Great Keppel Island, I'll have conflict of interest, which means that's, at the moment, if you look at the list of what's going on, quite often, that's quite a big project happening in your area.
Potentially, but I mean, if you only have a conflict of interest on matters that you're voting on, so I mean, in terms of your community voice panel, for example, you won't be conflicted because you won't essentially be...
That just means anything from the future to do with Great Keppel Island, I cannot have any say on. And quite frankly, the last 20 years I've been rarely ever even mentioned the island. It's only since I've had a brother with my family that I've actually started going back there. I know very few people on the island. So it's not like it's literally when I go there, I stay within the boundaries of the land. And I walk down the beach or swim, that's about it. So, yeah, and yes, if my parents do, when they eventually die, my brother and I will probably receive half each or something like that. But that might not be for 20 years.
I would certainly hope not, Councillor. All right, councillors, I'll open the floor at this point. Councillor Hutton.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, I just wanted to confirm I will be declaring a conflict on this item as well. So, am I able to participate in the discussion in regards to Rhodes' conflict, considering he's asking for his to be dealt with first, or should I actually be excusing myself from that conversation because of the fact that I will have a conflict? That means that I will, because under the legislation it talks about the remaining councillors, and at the moment I'm remaining, but I shortly shall be departed.
All right, well, I'll go to some advice I received from Tim Vines-Clinton that I received in relation to the last time this matter came to the table, when Councillor Bello and Councillor Lynch left the room. There is a hierarchy of conflicts of interest. So the prescribed conflict of interest obviously is the one that takes precedent. As you have a prescribed conflict of interest, you probably need to leave the room first before Councillor Watson, if Councillor Watson indeed goes. So that's the advice I received from King and Company.
All right. Well, with the leave of the table, then I'll jump in front of Councillor Watson and declare that I have a conflict of interest in this matter. I am president and therefore executive officer of the Yeppoon Lions Club until July 2021. The club is a long-term leaseholder on Great Keppel Island, and while the club has remained passive and not provided any or participated in any debates around the future of the island, I acknowledge that in line with the Queensland Government legislation, my involvement at this time would be significant conflict beyond the interests of the majority of the residents of our community, and therefore I lodge my interest and inform the council that I shall leave for the remainder of the item.
Thank you, Councillor Hutton. All right, and just as a point of clarification, while Councillor Hutton leaves the room, if anybody is wondering whether Councillor Bello continues to have a conflict of interest in relation to the petition that he signed in relation to Great Keppel Island, I'll pass to the CEO to provide you with the advice we've received from King and Company in relation to that.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. As we did in advance of the special meeting to consider the petition from the Great Keppel Island Progress Association, advice was taken on the circumstances facing councillors Bello and Lynch, and the advice at the time was that they should indeed declare an interest and have that determined by their peers, as happened on that day. We have taken subsequent advice to that for Councillor Bello to present his notice of motion today, and that advice is that with that matter being resolved now, that conflict no longer carries over, and that the way that Councillor Bello has framed his notice of motion to make it clear that he's not trying to distract from the earlier resolution of council passed that is subsequent to, the advice is that he is not conflicted on this occasion.
Thank you, Mr. CEO. So that takes us back to the discussion around Councillor Watson. So, councillors, we might just suspend standing orders at the moment, Mr. CEO, to just open debate on discussion around this around the table. Move Councillor Mather. Thank you. All in favour? Thank you. All right. So, councillors, get your view in terms of, we'll have to vote on this, so get your views respectively on Councillor Watson's position, please. No, that was in relation to Councillor Bello. Yes, that's right. Yeah. So can I go around the table? Perhaps I'll start with Councillor Friend.
Certainly. So I have a couple of questions to Councillor Watson. Your parents own property over there and you occasionally sometimes visit. So you don't personally own property over there. Do you own a business over there or gain any funds from having a business on the island? Are you a part of any committees that to do with the island? Have you signed any past petitions or anything? Do you, so, okay, and it's only... So in actual fact, you don't own property. You do visit your parents' house occasionally. You know, my husband and I have also stayed at the Hideaway. And you don't have a business on the island. You've not been involved with any committees in relation to the island, and you don't receive any financial assistance from anything to do with the island.
No, I don't.
Okay, thank you. I'm happy for Councillor Watson to stay.
Right, thank you, Councillor Friend. Councillor Mather?
Mr Mayor, my questions were almost identical, actually. I know that the closely related person being the parents, and you can't blame your parents for being your parents and what they have and where they live. But as there is no business there, as there is no committee there, as there's nothing that you own, I could see it as he can stay. I can see it as his ability to stay. Unless I'm badly misplaced, I don't see, apart from the closely related person being the parents,
Can I just say,
I don't see how.
that's actually what's in this ruling. A parent, a child, sibling of a councillor.
Yes.
That's why Cale sent this to me,
Yes.
and I agree with it, but I'm just worried about future work, not so much today.
So
I'm worried that if we set something now, I'll be unable to do anything in the future.
All right.
may I ask?
Just if I can finish up with Councillor May the first, please.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Well, Councillor Bello has been cleared to be able to put this notice of motion on today because it disassociates from the previous one. Okay. If you, by caution, were to relieve yourself from the table, what difference would there be in another matter coming to the table? Would you relieve yourself there as well?
That's what I want to know.
You're setting the precedent today.
Yeah, that's the problem. I'm wanting to set a precedence of what's going to happen in the future.
Today's going to set it through.
Yes.
Yes.
That's right.
All right, Councillor.
Can I just ask something? Can it be redone every single time something comes up, or?
Well, essentially every time you have a potential conflict of interest, it has to be either determined to be a prescribed one, which means you do leave the room, or a declarable one where you have the option if you choose to leave the room, or alternatively have your colleagues determine whether you stay or go.
Look, I am happy to leave the room. It's just that I'm concerned about the future. That's all I'm concerned about. Because that is actually my committee, and so how can I speak on its behalf when I come back to the thing after we've made decisions and things like that?
Yeah, I understand that. I understand the point, Councillor, but at this point in time we're determining whether you stay or go for this particular matter.
Okay.
Other matters will be determined as they arise.
I will go then.
Can I just ask a question? What is your committee?
Well, part of it is we've got Bracknell Island.
The voice panel. You're talking about the
community,
community.
Sorry, not the community, the tourism and vibrant communities.
Okay, is that a council committee?
That's the one former Councillor Lynch was the chairperson of. It's now transferred to Councillor Watson.
Okay.
Councillor Watson's concern is that as chair of that particular committee, or that particular voice panel, every time a matter in relation to Great Keppel Island comes up, he's going to be conflicted.
Look, I'd be inclined to go on caution on this one, given the motion, the recommendation.
May I ask a question through you, Mr. Chair, to Mr. CEO? When we're talking LGAQ, or when we're talking LGA and we're talking about parents, is it something that people, I was going to say I'm fortunate, I'm so sorry, both of my parents are deceased, so I'm not fortunate at all, but I don't have to fill in a register of interest for parents or children. So is that something that must be done under government legislation, that we also need to fill in a register of interest for parents as well as children and others?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, not for parents unless they are dependent on you, and in some circumstances people will have dependent parents, perhaps living with them, they might be carers for those people, but generally speaking it's your immediate family, including dependent children, anyone else who's in your domiciled relationship who might be dependent on you.
Okay, so therefore it's still classed as a conflict if your parents own a property somewhere, be it Great Keppel, be it, you know, your Echelon, be it wherever.
So this sorry, again, Mr Mayor, this distinguishes from the dependency issue, and the definition of related person simply captures section 150 EP, who is a related party of a councillor. The effective section, it includes a spouse of a councillor, a parent, child or sibling of a councillor, a business partner, an employer, and there's various other definitions. So it's captured, it doesn't distinguish dependency in that particular circumstance for declarable conflicts of interest.
I just, through you, Mr Chair, I'm just liking it to, say for example, something came across the table in relation to Carve, as it has in the past, Capricorn Coast Adventist Retirement Village, and we've had to vote on a development application or something to do with Carve, and my in-laws have recently moved to Carve. Does that put me at in conflict for voting on a particular issue because they live at Carve?
Mr Mayor, without knowing the specific circumstances, it's difficult to give definitive advice. You could picture scenarios where people might draw that conclusion, but I would think it's a fairly long bow. But I don't know the specifics of your circumstance, so without knowing that and giving it a bit of thought, I'd have to reserve a proper answer for you, but my initial thinking is it would be a pretty long bow.
So would it not be a long bow to say that someone's parents live on Great Keppel Island, and say if my brother bought a property on Great Keppel Island and he lives near Brisbane, that would be a conflict for me, would you say?
As I said earlier, my advice to Councillor Watson is that his parents own an asset on the island that could well be influenced by the investment that we're trying to influence on the island. Therefore, I think a reasonable person, an impartial person, could say that the related parties to Councillor Watson stand to benefit from that decision, and therefore Councillor Watson finds himself in a conflicted situation. He and his colleagues may well satisfy themselves that that's a long enough bow that he can remain in the room. That is the current process for determining conflicts of interest.
I think you need to go.
Well, that's your view, Councillor. So we have Councillor Friend at this point saying stay, Councillor Mather go. Councillor Eastwood, can I have your view, please?
Yes, Mr Mayor, I believe that the councillor should go. As a cautionary step, there's big decisions going on in regard to Great Keppel Island, and they could influence the price of his parents' property or not. And when I look at it, and I know that Councillor Hutton had a prescribed interest, I personally would think that this interest is larger than Councillor Hutton's in relation to the chance of financial gain, whereas that wouldn't have influenced be able to influence Councillor Hutton, even though he was prescribed. I personally don't think you have a choice. I think you really do need to go for your own safety. Yeah.
Thank you, Councillor Eastwood. Councillor Bello. Okay, councillors, now that that's resolved, we'll come back into standing orders. So procedural motion to resume standing orders. All in favour? Thank you. All right, so we've got Councillor Bellow's notice of motion. Councillor Bellow, would you like to speak to it, please?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Before I do, though, I do want to offer an apology to Councillor Friend and to the broader community out there listening today. And that apology is basically for not answering a question that was directed to me the last time this matter came up, which came from Councillor Friend in relation to whether I shared my participation in the petition. And at that point, I must admit, whether I was flustered or whatever the circumstances were, there was no intent to deceive or mislead or lie. That is not something that that I would be proud of at all. But I did answer the question inaccurately and said that I think I signed it, nothing more or nothing less. In actual fact, I did share it on my Facebook page. And for that, I want to apologise to the good councillor for not answering as accurately and not answering it as you asked it. And I think you deserve better than that, and the community does as well. I guess on the basis that I had no problem declaring that I actually signed the petition, so I had nothing really to hide. So I hope that puts it in context.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Bellow. That's something I wasn't expecting, but I appreciate it. Thank you. I believe my question was quite straightforward at the time, and you did use those words, nothing more, nothing less. When you're sharing something on a council, your own personal council Facebook page, and then advising others that, you know, they should get involved and also sign the petition, that is promoting the petition. But your apology is accepted.
Thank you very much. Okay, now the motion is there before us. That's on the screen there. I won't read it out. But I will start with a quote and a passage from the Livingstone Shire Council website on GKI. And it says, the Queensland State Government has committed $30 million in funding to deliver vital common user infrastructure to provide a catalyst for tourism and economic growth on Great Keppel Island. This statement clarifies that the objective is to provide a catalyst for economic growth on GKI. That is the purpose of the $30 million. What is the objective of Council? Does it want to see the $30 million in funding to deliver vital common user infrastructure to provide a catalyst for tourism and economic development on Great Keppel Island? Yes, I believe it does, as is reflected in Council Resolution March 2nd, where Council agreed to spend some of the money on walking trails and the balance should be kept for future spending to achieve the objective. I reiterate, the objective of both the state and local government at this point is to ensure that the $30 million be directed to deliver vital common user infrastructure that will provide a catalyst for tourism and economic development on GKI. Excellent. We both agree. This motion aims to extend and clarify where most of the money should be spent to achieve this objective. Now, clearly, I am not best qualified to know how to achieve this objective. However, there is a strong collective voice of qualified people who are desperate to see that most of the $30 million is spent on the elements within this motion. Transport-related infrastructure that improves the safety and efficiency of people and machinery accessing and leaving the island. Some of those people from within the business community have indicated that these elements could be things like marina breakwaters, dry docks, public sewage pump-out facilities, marina berths, emergency services facilities, provision of associated services infrastructure, public ferry terminals and public barge terminals. Dr. Alison Jones, a highly respected marine scientist, believes that these types of elements would improve the experience for all visitors to the island, whether day visitors or visitors using island accommodation facilities. She believes they would support compatible new and existing ecotourism ventures and businesses, would assist in protecting and managing the natural resources and values of the island. They would be of benefit to the local community and not solely for private gain, and is considered to fill the definition of common use or public infrastructure. Furthermore, they would protect sensitive beach areas from erosion and habitat loss by propellers from barges and ferries. Councillors, any successful mission needs to clearly understand and agree on how it will aim to achieve its objective. I am on a mission to achieve the objective above. Some may say I am biased and that I have a fixed position. And as I expressed earlier, I did sign a petition previously. My only regret, I guess, back then was that I didn't push even harder to have the broader community understand the benefits of this common user infrastructure. However, I'll accept those criticisms from the public, but for me it's not about bias. It's about being committed and convicted that for Great Keppel Island to move ahead, the balance of this $30 million will be best spent on that common use infrastructure that provides safe and efficient and effective access for people and machinery going onto the island. And I look for your support to send a strong message to the Queensland State Government that this is where we think the balance should go. Not to compete with the walking trails which you've already agreed to do, and I support that 100%, but to go further and to dive deeper so that there's no ambiguity about how we think that this island can actually progress into the future and achieve the objective of providing a catalyst for economic growth on Great Keppel Island. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bello. All right, so that was probably more designed for debate. Anyway, we haven't gone to debate yet. So any questions of Councillor Bello, please? Councillor Mather.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. How was this different from the petition?
Understanding that within our guidelines, and I don't have to answer the question directly, ultimately, but I will answer the question by saying that the advice that King & Co have provided is that because this is building on the existing motion, the existing resolution of council, and aims to enhance it, it's not competing with it, it's enhancing it, and it's for the betterment of the entire region that I'm doing this for. Not for the GKI Progress Association, not for Alton developers. This is for the entire region, which is interesting why we have it actually on our CQ Rock #1 identified project. That's how I understand it's different.
Not having the petition in front of me, I could...
Your microphone, Councillor.
I do know there was a division in the community, the lobbying that went this way and that. And that's all very nice. It's for them to have their say. But not having it in front of me, I didn't know what the differences were. I have concerns over it. I don't disagree, but I don't totally. Experienced transport operators should be engaged to, I don't know what that word should, never heard that one before, should be engaged to inform such transport infrastructure investment. I know it was pushed fairly heavily about the ferry terminal having access to get to the island safely. And then that you wouldn't have the ferry terminal without dredging. They have the dredging, you'd have the marina. Am I getting close to the chase? And you'd have a wall. You can't have one without the other. And because there's no figures on these, there's no figures as to what sort of, what's the word you used before? User facilities on the island, you know. Yes, yeah. I mean, I know pergolas and toilet blocks and walking trails. Looking at the roads over there, I mean, it cost you millions if you did the roads up, but I don't think that's the intention. But they're not going to take millions of dollars, but they will take some money. But we don't know how much will come out of the 30 million. We don't even know at this point in time we've got the 30 million still. We need to have that confirmed. That's important. We've got that money confirmed. So once we're looking at those little simple things, as I call them, that make it good for the day trippers to be comfortable and shaded and rested. Once we know what we've got there and how much we can spend on that, we can see what we can do with the rest. I'm happy to do a lot of things with the rest. But I'm just thinking in my mind that the ferry terminal, and just because they've done it on the beach for a long time, doesn't mean to say it's the best way. Ferry terminal is always the best to get it safely in there and the people with it. But you can't have one without dredging. When you do the dredging, you've got something else, and then you have the wall. So you've got what we had before. That's why I asked, how does it compare with the petition? So you don't have to
With
bring it up.
permission from the Chair, I'm happy to endeavour to answer that question, although it'd be good to...
To see how much money we need to spend on the day trippers and all those other little flight things.
Yeah.
We've got them and what you can get with them.
Okay, well, yeah, I understand. So we still haven't gone into debate on this yet, so it is question time. If you're asking Councillor Bello that particular question in relation to the difference, and he's prepared to answer that, happy for you to do that, Councillor.
You did.
Yeah, just to reiterate, this motion is not nominating a particular element. It is identifying that the balance of the money at this point is unallocated, and that I'm putting forward what I believe is the best option to allocate that money towards these elements that will provide safe and efficient access. I'm not nominating a particular element. That's not for me to do. It's to provide those elements that will achieve the objective.
Well, you've got your transport infrastructure investment.
Yes, 100%. 100% clear that that's where the money, I'm asking that the money be directed towards those types of elements.
So, Councillor Bello, sorry to interrupt you, Councillor Bello. My understanding then from what you're saying is that you're not necessarily wedded to a marina or a breakwall. This recommendation could fit just as easily to a jetty, for example, that could yet to be constructed.
Clearly, yes, Mr. Chair, to answer that, yes, that's why it hasn't been prescriptive about elements 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It is identifying that the key issue there is safe and efficient access onto the island. And I've put forward professional people that I believe are endorsing that. How do we overcome that issue? If as a council we believe that is a priority, how do we overcome that? We consult with the experts to provide options, which if we're satisfied with the options, then we can say to the state government, it's great that you've committed the money, but this is where we believe on behalf of our community that it should be going towards. So please get on with the job.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Bello, in your very impassioned and very well said speech, you did specifically mention breakwater, marina, berths, etc.
That's correct. Members of the community have nominated those aspects. It's not something that I'm embarrassed to say. There's people out there that think that these elements, A, B, C, D, would achieve that. However, this motion is not endorsing those things, but it's being prepared to call them out and say, how do we achieve the objective of taking Great Keppel Island forward? In my opinion, the balance of that money goes towards the elements that are nominated that would be captured under access to the island. I don't nominate the elements. That's not for me to do.
Mr. Mayor, or Mr.
Sorry, Councillor, I'm going to Councillor Mather, Councillor French.
Are we in suspension now at the moment?
We're in question time now in terms
question
of...
time,
Yeah.
okay, just continue on for that for the moment. have we heard back, or have we advised the state where we sit on this at the last meeting?
Well,
we needed to have assurances that the state still had that 30 million available to us.
Pending, well, there's two answers to that question. There's two parts to that question, Councillor. The first one is we received notification from Councillor Bello in relation to this motion last week, and that was in time to pull the letter up that was going to be sent to the Minister. In relation to the $30 million, $30 million is no longer on the table. It is $26.5 million because the state has spent approximately $3.5 million on studies and various other elements that has been extracted from the $30 million. So the $30 million is now $26.5 million.
Doing the studies?
Yes, that's correct.
They didn't tell us that. That wasn't a condition, that we deduct the studies from the offer.
Well, the state has made it clear all along, Councillor, that the $30 million, first of all, is their money and they can do what they like with it. But then secondly, they also did make it clear that there would be elements that they'd have to spend money on Great Keppel Island, and that's where the money would be taken from.
So let me get this right. They're telling us we can do these things here, but the state government's going to do things over here. What are they doing that we're not going to duplicate? I mean, if the state's spending things on the island, what are those things? Because if it's coming out of the 30 million, we need to know where that money's going so that we don't duplicate it.
Well, we won't be duplicating it because behind the scenes, Councillor, they've been working on a number of things in relation to leases, in relation to other things that are necessary to progress potentially the transfer of the island, also what's going to happen with the common user infrastructure. So they've undertaken some work in terms of what potential common user infrastructure or community infrastructure could be put on that island. They've engaged some consultants to provide advice to them, and the fees from those consultants have been taken from that $30 million.
I thought they were leaving that to us as to what we thought was best for the island.
No, they sought advice from us as well, Councillor Mather, but it was just, we were one party that they've been talking to. Okay, Mr CEO, you're any wiser than I am in terms of where that 3.5 has been spent?
Not specifically, Mr Mayor, but I imagine a good portion of it was spent exploring the subsurface power and water, I would imagine, and as we know that's not proceeding, but I imagine a good portion of it went to that.
That was in the early days when they put up 25. And then when they realised they couldn't get it out of 25, they put up 30. And they realised they couldn't get it out of 30, something like 70 or 80 million. So they said, well, here you are, you do it. So we needed to make sure that that money, the full 30 was ours.
The full 30 isn't.
We all portion it to the places we feel it would create the best use.
I'm just telling you, Councillor, what the department's told the CEO and I last week. It is now 26.5. It's not 30. Okay. So, any other questions, councillors, of Councillor Bello? So,
I don't think this can progress today, Mr Mayor. In all honesty, I mean, I'm as keen to get moving with this as you are to get some settlement because it's been going on for a long time.
Well, Councillor, if there's not a question, we'll go to debate and you can make a formal statement then.
Yes, Mr Mayor, thank you.
All right. Okay, Councillor Bello, I'm assuming you're moving this one? Yeah. Can I get a seconder, please?
Yes, yeah.
Councillor Eastwood? All right, so Councillor Bello, did you want to speak to the motion any further?
Look, I think I'll reserve my right to wrap up, given that I gave a pretty extensive lead into the debate, Mr Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, so anyone speaking against the recommendation? Councillor Friend.
Thank you, through you, Mr Mayor. So I'm looking at this notice of motion and I thought at first, that's quite benign. That's a benign motion. It's just, you know, everyone needs to be listened to and heard. And as we progress further through and I look at it and I think, okay, well, that's a fair enough statement. Once investment is previously nominated, et cetera, more equitable and more efficient access for residents. We all want that. Everyone wants that. Experienced transport operators should be engaged to inform such transport infrastructure investment. Well, If the state was going to move ahead with what they're going to put in for infrastructure, I'm sure that they would put this out to tender and they would find those experienced operators for sure. All investment should be targeted to maximise the economic benefit of the entire Livingstone Shire and Central Queensland region. Once again, I actually agree with that statement. I also agree that with the $26.4 million that's left, the state government have promised not just walking trails. Everyone's talking walking trails this and walking trails that. People forget that there's a cyclone-rated jetty, a barge slant boat ramp, solar with backup generators, visitor facilities including amenities, shade and seating to rehabilitate existing walking trails with new walking trails, a viewing platform and also water treatment. I think with those particular items just there, I think $26.4 million would be quite put to use with all of those items. Everyone wants tourist and visitor facilities. People go out for the day. They may not stay there at this time, but they want shade, and there's hardly any shade over there. It's quite hot actually, and unless you find a shady tree, you're a little bit in trouble. They want more toilets. Of course they want the walking trails, but everyone's concentrating on that. How about a cyclone-rated jetty and a barge slant boat ramp? That would be ideal. So with due respect, Councillor Bello, and I do respect you very much, I'm going to vote against this because I just think that all of this is not necessary. We already resolved to send the state government a letter in relation to support of GKI and support of infrastructure that is needed, as I've just mentioned, that type of infrastructure. So this is really, I can't understand. It's not necessary, only that if you wanted to be heard and you weren't heard last time, I'm sure that the public have heard you now. But certainly I'm sure that the state government will put in the necessary transport and areas on the island. And when you're thinking about things like groins, marinas, etc., that's much more than $6.4 million. So for that reason, I'm just going to vote against it because we've already committed to sending the state government and giving them a hurry along to do something with GKI. And for the community members, it's not just walking trails. I'm sick of hearing that, quite frankly. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Friend. Councillor, anyone, speaking for the motion? Councillor Eastwood?
I will speak for it, Mr Mayor. And what you've got to remember, this is an extension to the motion that we moved a couple of weeks ago, where we did nominate that there be walking trails, visitor amenities, facilities, shelters, seating, etc. It is integral that we get something happening on Great Keppel Island. And the only way that's going to happen is we have the necessary infrastructure to enable that. And all this motion is stating that we set the grounds for this to happen. It is absolutely vital that we have a safe, well, I wouldn't say port, but a safe marina or jetty facilities, whatever, to get our boats onto that island, to get our visitors there safely. We need to have these things as a priority. If we don't have them, nobody is going to want to develop there. And we're not talking about out, and we're not talking about, we're talking about anybody into the future. These are the things that cost a fortune. We have the state that have already put up this $26.5 million, and it needs to be spent wisely. We need to make sure it doesn't get frittered away. It's got to cover as much as we can of the essentials and the fluffy duck things. It's got to have everything. But we need, this motion is a step forward to making that happen. And, you know, like, our community demands this. Great Keppel Island was a jewel out there. It's no longer what it was. The island's there, but people aren't visiting. We've got a slum area that's just falling apart. And all this goes toward making sure that the island has a future, and a good future. And that's all I can say. I mean, I'm right behind it, obviously, and I hope that councillors that have shown that they're not, I hope that maybe they've been persuaded or will be persuaded. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Eastwood. Anyone speaking against?
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Mather?
I don't like to do this, Mr. Mayor, but I'm not in the habit of having a blank cheque. There's nothing that we have in front of us except the state wanted to do and what the people tell us want to happen. We've got the developer who wants to do what he's always wanted to do. We've got to tie all those together, utilise the money in the best way possible, but we've got no master plan as to how we're going to promote, how we're going to divide this money up. In a real sense, this is public money. We've got to be responsible for it. We've got to be accountable for it. We've got to make sure that when we do put our foot out, we spend it in the best possible way. Just one question before I've got a proposed motion here. Councillor Bello, where does the developer fit into this? Because, I mean, we're talking today ferry, okay? And then there's a possibility we might have a jetty.
Councillor Mather, I think
Yeah,
Councillor
I'm just
Bello...
asking that question.
Yeah, Councillor Bello was fairly clear that this doesn't relate to any developer or any particular entity. This is, in his view, what he wants to propose in the way of common user transport infrastructure. That could be any type of iteration. It could be a jetty, it could be a barge ramp, it could be anything.
Well, I'll do the kick-off then. And this is meant to assist you, Councillor Bello. And I think down the track I'll probably support you, but we need to have a few steps first. The motion lay on the table, pending a draft proposal for a master plan to utilise the state funding in a manner that will maximise the public benefit and the future of the island itself.
Can you just repeat that, please, Councillor Mather?
If you can read my writing, I'll let you have it. The motion lay on the table, pending a draft proposal for a master plan to utilise the state funding in a manner that will maximise the public benefit and the future of the island itself. In other words, let's go away, have a think about what we need, how much money we're prepared to spend in an area, what we need. Transport, shade, tracks, whatever. Toilets.
Right, so we'll deal with that as an alternate motion.
Yes, Mr.
All
Mayor.
right, so
and once we've got something we can put our hand on and say, okay, we have an idea what they would cost. We get costings and these things, but we've got to have a footprint to say, this is what we're looking at. Picture it in our head. Can we see it?
Okay.
Everybody's got a different picture, but we've got to come to something that is going to pick up this 26 mil.
All right.
Or part of.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Mather. So we've got an alternate motion from Councillor Mather, which we'll deal with in a minute. We'll deal with this one first. Councillors, I'm going to speak to this as well. In relation to this particular resolution, sorry, I'll start again. In relation to the previous resolution when we considered this matter and the petition from Great Keppel Island Progress Association, I did not support it at the time for a number of reasons. With this one, I see a slight difference in the sense that there is no hard and fast proposal relating to a marina development. There is no hard and fast proposal here in relation to any particular type of infrastructure. It is targeted towards transport infrastructure that will result in safer, more equitable and more efficient access for residents, visitors and guests, and also to allow freight and equipment to get on and off the island. There is no private gain for anybody in this particular resolution. My issue with it, Councillor Bello, is in point 2. I think that's superfluous, because any state government, quite frankly, who is going to embark on point 1 would, unless they're completely and utterly insane, do point 2 or undertake point 2 anyway. And certainly point 3 I applaud in its totality, but certainly point 1 I would be prepared to support. Point 2 I think that's just superfluous, Councillor Bello. But certainly I agree access to the island for people via some sort of transport infrastructure is essential going forward. And that's been a common message relayed to me through the last 2 or 3 weeks, irrespective of whether people who've contacted me have been in support of the proposed development on Great Keppel Island and Eltham or whatever. There has been a common thread within those conversations around the need for decent infrastructure so people can get on and off the island, because the safety issues, offloading and onloading people from the beaches, etc., are there, they're present, and we're almost precluding people with a disability from going to Great Keppel Island because there is no way or no ability for them to get on and off the island. And so that, to me, is a travesty. I'm not sure what fluffy duck things are you're talking about, Councillor Eastwood, but I certainly support the resolution from the last meeting that common user infrastructure for the community is essential. This comes second, and I reiterate the point there. Once investment in previously nominated community infrastructure has been secured, and I'm buoyed by that particular comment. So the other thing I would remind everybody here, councillors, is that we're not being asked to spend the money. It's not our decision. It's not our decision as to where this money gets spent. We're asked here by the councillor to provide a letter. As we were last time we met about this matter, we were asked to provide a letter of support. You would think, as I made a comment at the time, that we were being asked to allocate the funds. That's not the case. So with all due respect to Councillor Mather's comment around a business case or a master plan, that will be the state's role. They will do that, and I would suspect that any move we make in order to initiate something along those lines, we'll be told quite promptly and probably appropriately what our position on this is and what our role is compared to theirs. So councillors, Councillor Bell, I'm not sure about point 2, whether you're prepared to leave that in. I do struggle with it.
Mr Chair, with your permission, I have no problem removing that whatsoever.
All right.
Happy to do so. If the CEO could make those changes, that would be no problem at my end.
All right. So we now have a 2-part resolution, councillors. All right. So Councillor Bello, would you like to wrap up, please?
Aeroplane. Thank you, councillors, and thank you for your contribution. I'll just read it.
That motion's being amended now with the permission of the seconder.
Yes, definitely permission of the seconder.
As I opened with councillors, a quote from our Livingstone Shire Council website: the Queensland State Government has committed, not 30, but a revised amount of 26.5, I believe, is it? Or thereabouts, in funding to deliver vital common user infrastructure to provide a catalyst for tourism and economic growth on Great Keppel Island. This statement clarifies that the objective is to provide a catalyst for economic growth. As the Mayor rightly said, we're not getting the money. We're not spending the money. The state government has for 8 years gone out there and said categorically, we will spend money on Great Keppel Island. And we're going, you beauty, let's go for it. This is fantastic. As to date, we haven't seen a lot spent of that money. I believe with the advancement of this motion, that actually builds on the motion we've already passed, the resolution that we've already passed, that has started. It started Council's commitment to actually ask itself, well, where would we like that money spent if we could influence it? And I think we should rightly expect to influence it because it's our community. It's our island. Only in a briefing session recently, they talked about TMR, asked, where would you like some of the money spent on the Rocky to Yeppoon Road upgrade, Artillery Road or this one? I think that's a good conversation that should happen between state governments or federal governments and their local councils. As you know, and I don't need to tell you, we are the locals, the closest government to the people. Thankfully, they asked us for some input into where that money could be spent, yeah, to best deliver economic development for Great Keppel Island. We started that journey a fortnight or a month ago, and that was a great step. This intends and aims to take it further, to be more prescriptive, so that our state member will know categorically that what is also fundamentally important, as those other aspects were, is access to the island, safe access, efficient access to the island. It's not me saying it. I believe the broader Central Queensland business community, and especially our local businesses that have delivered the great experience in Keppel Island for the last 30 years, they are the people that take tourists over on the boats. I don't take them over there. They are the people that provide accommodation to our communities and tourists. I don't do it. Those people do. They are calling on us, I believe, to send a strong signal to the state government that when you spend that money, make sure it delivers the best bang for buck for Keppel. And the best way to do that is to focus in on ensuring that that safe access is provided. We don't need to develop master plans. That's their role. They're the ones spending the money. We've got enough to do. As the Mayor said, this is about sending another letter to make it clear. That's what I'm asking for here today. And I really look forward to your support because I believe your community out there accepts and understands that for Keppel to move forward, truly to move forward, it needs that basic fundamental infrastructure, just like all those elements that we've already supported. That's what Keppel needs. So I ask for your support. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bello.
I call a division on this one, Mr Mayor.
Okay, noted, Councillor Eastwood. So calling a division on this one. So we'll go to the vote on this one. We've got a mover in Councillor Bello.
Get a clarity, what its motion is, it 1 and 3 only?
No, it's 1 or 1 and 2 now, Councillor.
Oh, 3, the old 2 is out.
So we've got a mover in Councillor Bello, a seconder in Councillor Eastwood. So all in favour of the resolution, raise your hands or stand up. Thank you. Carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors.
I just wondered when you're going to take so long to wind up.
Oh, you just saying that? I know I did.
Did we change the world?
We have.
Procedural motion for a 5-minute break, councillors. I need comfort stop. All in favour? Okay, we'll resume again. Councillors, procedural motion to resume after a break. All in favour? Thank you. Right, we're up to 12.6, councillors, which is questions on notice from Councillor Mather in relation to Shire development for the western suburbs. The recommendation here is that the questions on notice be received and a report providing a response to the councillors' questions be presented to a future council meeting. 12.6, Councillor Mather.
Yes, thank you. We could receive those and have answers to the next meeting, we'll be fine. Thank you.
Excellent. Okay, so you're going to move that, Councillor?
Yes, Mr Mayor.
Okay, seconded, Councillor Watson. Thank you very much. Okay, any debate around that, councillors?
No.
Happy to go to vote? Love it. All right. All in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. All right. 12.7, questions on notice from Councillor Mather in terms of housing demand analysis.
Same motion, Mr Mayor.
Same motion.
Be received and answers be provided to the following meeting. Thank you.
So, okay, moved Councillor Mather, seconded Councillor Friend. Any discussion, councillors?
No, Mr Mayor, pretty clear.
All right. All in favour? Those against? Carried unanimously. How come this wasn't happening earlier?
I'm giving you a break and you're going to push it.
I'm grateful, councillor. 12.8, questions on notice. Councillor Mather, Pelicans in the Lagoon placemaking.
Same there, please, Mr Mayor. The questions be received. Yes.
We just need clarification, are they actually pelicans? Because there's some suggestion that they were a different species.
I know what they were. I just want to get your attention.
I just want to know if they started off as a hitches happened.
They did. They did. That's what happens.
It's getting to that time of day, councillors, isn't it? It's all going out the window.
The questions be received and the answers be provided to the following meeting, Mr Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Moved Councillor Mather, seconded Councillor Watson. Thank you. Any debate, councillors? All hands are up already, okay. All in favour? Those against? Carried unanimously, thank you. All right. And that's 13, so now we're into confidential. No urgent business, item 13. Councillors?
You were the late agenda.
Councillors, any urgent business, item 13?
No.
All right. So, at this stage, to members of the community viewing and on live stream, we're going to close. So we're live streaming still? Okay. So we're back in live streaming. So welcome back to the viewers who've stuck with us. Following a closed discussion, ladies and gentlemen and councillors, the recommendation is as follows in relation to this matter. That Council 1 authorises the Chief Executive Officer to notify the property owner that the previous offer for acquisition is final and there will be no further offers made, and 2, failing agreement, to issue a notice of intention to resume in accordance with Section 7 of the Acquisition of Land Act 1967 for the resumption of land from Lot 243 PS 11, described as total area required for road opening for the purposes of road generally in accordance with drawing number 20-012-C-02 version B. Okay, so we have a mover in Councillor Mather and a seconder in Councillor Friend. Councillor Mather, do you wish to speak to this one?
Just very briefly, Mr Mayor. This is no different a practice than any other practice we have where we're realigning our roads where they're off alignment. We have spoken with the landowner on a number of occasions and negotiated, and that again is our practice, our policy, and we've reached the end of the line, and council felt that it was still appropriate to let them know that this is the last opportunity before we take any action that we need to take to be able to get on with the job. And I'm sure the landowner, at least I hope the landowner, will appreciate time to think about that and come to the party in an amicable way. Thank you, Mr Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Mather. Is anyone speaking against the resolution? Anyone like to speak for it? Okay, so we'll wrap up debate, councillors, and we'll go to the vote on this. So we've got a mover in Councillor Mather, seconder in Councillor Friend. All in favour? Those against? Okay, you want your vote recorded, councillor? Thank you. All right, councillor, so Councillor Hutton wanted his vote recorded against. Thank you very much. All right. My screen has just died again, so bear with me. All right, so I think that's the last order of business, Mr CEO. So we'll close the meeting at 6:38 p.m. I think one of the longer meetings we've had, councillors, but we had a fair bit of country to cover today, so well done, and thanks for sticking with us. Thank you to the members of our community on live stream.